Riku. Ain't nothing but a heartache indeed. Welcome, welcome. I've been really looking forward to this game.
He's running. He's fucking running.
10 seconds left.
I actually just learned about it recently, actually.
He's trying to get that knife. He's trying to get the knife. Someone's getting this knife. Hold on.
Miho put me onto this game. It's by the same devs that did Life is Strange. And I absolutely adore that game. Sunday's going good so far. Going really good. I hope your Sunday is going well. Sorry, a little bit of a slow start. I usually like to have the game up within 5 minutes, but I can finish up a few things. Made some minor changes, some little cosmetic changes. Nothing, or not cosmetic, to my setup, so things are a bit goofy. Saturday's going good. I hope you're doing well. Let's see. This. I didn't get it set up though yet. I was trying to get that done this morning, but I didn't have enough time. Hello. It is, isn't it? It is. But yeah, I've been really looking forward to this game. I haven't really read much about it, so I'm not fully in the know, I guess. As to what this game is about, which is good because I didn't also know really what Life is Strange is about. I just played it kind of blind, which I think is a really good way to play these kinds of games. And yes, the title screen does look really cool. One more thing here. All set. Should have game sound right. Is that too low? I think that's a little too low. Crank it a little bit. Just gonna reposition my microphone here. It is high time. I think that's going to be my next project. A new mic and a new mic stand. There we go. We'll try it there. Let me know if the volume is too low. See what OBS says. Yeah, OBS is barely. Tell me why is a story-based game that tracks your choices. Oh, okay. On winter break or going on a trip, maybe. Got a map of Alaska. I'm imagining they're someplace with a lot of snow. I like how the plant had a little sticky note on it. Nice music indeed. Please give me sunlight and water. I was never not able to kill the plant in Life is Strange. I'm on my second playthrough. I'm playing through it off stream again.
Okay, first, I'm gonna find
Yes,
the
the
keys to
music
the
is a
old
bop.
house. Then, I'm gonna drive to Fireweed, and I'm not going to freak out. Everything's fine.
Everything's fine. Situation normal. Okay, first of all, I'm a weirdo. Oh, make fun of me. Gotta invert that y-axis. Gotta invert the y-axis, baby. I know what it is. Oh, wow. Just got a cute little room. Huh. Little Sputnik up there. That little ball with the antennas coming off it. The model of the first man-made satellite. The Russian satellite. I'm sorry, the Soviet Union satellite, Sputnik. And it just sent out little radio signals, and it scared
One
the
day
holy
I'm gonna find
bejesus
more
out of
this thing.
America and the West.
Maybe when the house is sold, I'll book some tickets. Oh. Ooh, I can't wait to force Tyler to watch this with me. He's totally gonna hate it.
It's between us.
I have got to make solid plans to see the Geminids. I
What?
wonder if Tyler'd want to go.
Geminids? Nightwatch, Alaska. Oh,
Hey, you
wait,
want
can I
to
read
freeze
it?
your ass off watching burning rocks fall through the sky? Yeah, I might need to work on my sales pitch.
Oh, I guess meteor shower. This weird. I was just watching clips of the show that that I've watched through called Nightwatch. Actually, just yesterday I had some clips on. Nightwatch is a show that follows the New Orleans first responders. So it goes from police to fire to EMS, and just kind of follows them throughout their days of doing their first responders.
Right.
It's really
I stashed them down here.
it was really a good show. It was a lot more scripted in terms of like, it wasn't like Cops or Live PD. It was like not scripted, you know, they did
So
follow them
that's
their
where you've
day to
been
day,
hiding.
but they'd also do interviews with the various staff, and it would only follow a certain group of. There was like a group of 2 or 3 groups of EMS that
right.
they'd follow around,
I think I'm ready to go now.
as well as like, you know, a few groups of police officers and firemen. It wouldn't
One
like just
more season.
it wouldn't go through like
What am I even gonna
all,
do
like
with myself
just
when it's
random
over?
firemen like
Get
Live
invested in the
PD
lives of real people?
or policemen like Live PD does. Not like it's not a department of the week kind
Probably
of thing.
not gonna see any stars at this time of day.
Really good show. I think they also I think they did go around. Panda, hello. Hello, welcome. I think they actually did eventually go around to other departments, but they wouldn't do like a department of the week kind of thing. They would like stick with them for a couple of weeks or months even. Hello.
Can't believe we're gonna go back to that house.
What?
At least I'll have
Like,
Tyler.
You're still walking and you're just stabbing.
What'd you do?
That was all you, bro. You turned around and hit the thing.
I should.
Welcome in. Hope you are well. Welcome. I'm really looking forward to this game. I say that I actually haven't I just found out about it. Recently. But as soon as I found out about it,
Haven't
I
practiced
was
since
like,
high
I have to
school.
play this right now.
I'm probably super rusty.
It's the same devs that did Life is Strange, and I absolutely adored Life is Strange. Open.
Why do I still have this? Every time I look at it, it
Smug.
reminds me of
It's
how
the
very single
Lamel.
I am.
Unfortunately, I didn't have my headset on, so I only caught like the last bit of it. I'm like, why am I not hearing any sound? Because because I am stupid. Allison and Bobby, Caribbean Dreams, Senior Prom 2012. Okay. So she was a senior in 2012. Cute couple.
I wonder if Tyler will even recognize me. Last picture I sent was from the bleaching my hair at home phase.
It is actually free right now. Yes. Yes, it is free right now.
I should probably get rid of this. I mean, I can stream it anytime I want.
No, don't
But-
get rid of it.
It makes me happy just to look at the box.
Streaming is so, like, Netflix is so temporal with what they keep on their in their library. So is Amazon. It's kind of annoying having to chase around where you get your, you know, like if you watch something on one service and it jumps to another one. A Journey Through the Stars, Witches of Eldom season 1 and 2.
Can't believe we're gonna go back to that house. At least I'll have Tyler.
Apparently she likes space. We saw Sputnik, and now we have a little space shuttle little model. Space shuttle was so cool.
I need to bring this with me to Juneau. I need to bring this with me to
Okay,
Juneau.
so they're going to Juneau, Alaska. They're I forgot where they are now. They're moving to Juneau, which is the capital of the state of Alaska. Yeah, right now this game is free. Low price of free for all 4 chapters, I think it is.
Allie, she's gonna be so awkward.
What? Be awkward? What do you mean? Rude? Dear Tyler, I know what you're thinking. A letter? Why? Why all weird and formal? What's wrong with email? Well, I figured, hey bro, I just wanted to give my twin a shout before reuniting after 10 years of swing. Juvie. He was in juvie for 10 years? It's more like letter territory. Okay. Yeah. Reunion after 10 years is more like letter territory. Sure. Whatever. You'll thank me when we're 90 and the machines have taken over. You'll still have something to read by candlelight, see? Always thinking ahead. Anyway, I can't believe you're out for real in a few weeks. Amazing. I'm definitely going to be awkward when I see you, so please try not to notice. How's your last month going? Are you sad about leaving your mentees? Bet they're going to miss you. 10 years in juvie is a really, really long time. Because you're only in juvie. Yeah, that doesn't even make, that means because you can only be in juvie, I think, until you're 18, and then you have to go to, like, well, generally then it's just done, but 10, that means whatever crime, oh, he was the, okay, we were the kid in the first part of the game. So we were the kid, the cops were, you know, we just murdered our mom. Okay, so I was gonna say I'd have to be 8 years old because they let you out at 18. I got my tires replaced, so I'm all good to pick you up. And you could save the snark when you see my ride. She's been through a lot, and we can't all be car guys. Anyways, the Species let me take the day off so we can go straight to the old house and get it ready for the sale and everything. Can't wait. Never think about that place again. I really can't wait to see you. I don't know if I made that clear. Smiley face. Love you. Listen.
Can't believe I'm about to leave this room for the last time. Okay, I'm pretty much done here. I just need to grab my goblin and I'm off.
Enemigos. Southside flippin'.
Bummed I have to leave this behind, but the old house would probably collapse if I blasted this inside.
Bro, you gotta take the tunes. What do you mean? It depends on the crime. I know homeboy Was in juvie till 18 and transferred to prison. Yeah. If he was truly 8 years old though, most states you cannot, they even in the most heinous crimes, which I guess we're going to be finding out more about soon. Let's see, shit I gotta do. Tutoring. Help Perez with, oh, actually it'd be easier if I did this, wouldn't it? Help Perez with college admission essay by EOW, end of week. Call Dr. Beck, re-counseling sessions with Jeremy, meet Aaron, re-gardening program set up, miscellaneous. Finish paperwork for escape W2 and letter November 2. Oh, finish paperwork for getting out of juvie. Okay. Something for Allison. But yeah, it does depend.
Man, I'm gonna miss that view.
The Transgender Man's Guide to Healthy Masculinity.
Wish I could have finished this before I left, but God, it was a slog.
Shelter from the Flood. Songs of Innocence.
I know most of these by heart at this
by
point.
William Blake. He's a reader. He's a reader.
Hey, little guy. You're gonna be reunited with your sister soon.
Little elf person. The Crafty Goblin.
Cool. I
You
guess
found
I'm
the first
totally
game
ready to go
collectible.
now.
You can browse through them in the pause menu. She.
Bye, Herbert.
Herbert is a good name for a plant.
Denali. I need to get my application ready for next summer.
Take me. This box of junk/treasure is now yours. By the first law of finders keepers. He was 8 in juvie. The only thing I can see, yeah, he did. So yeah, in the first, before you got here, there was an entry screen where he was sitting in a interrogation room. A cop was questioning him, and he said his mom pulled the heat on him, pulled a gun on him, and was freaking out and going to shoot him. So he stabbed her, and apparently they didn't buy it. Self-defense, and maybe gave him. Yeah, I don't know. I think we're gonna be finding out what exactly went down. Is the kind of I don't really know anything about this game yet. But yeah, in the first entries, he did kill his mom, and I guess he didn't get off with self-defense. So he would have been like 8 years old, and he was a very young kid. Testosterone on Tuesdays. RX refill on Friday, the 27th. I don't know if we're going to need to know that. Fireweed Residential Center. Okay. Their own calendar. So November, RX refill on the 27th. I don't know if we need to remember that. 27th of November. What day is it now? Is it the second? Second's circled, I guess. Hey Aaron, you know I'm bad at this, but just wanted to say, you've been the best counselor and at-risk yet redeemable youth. Haha. Good want. Thanks for putting up with me and helping in more ways than you know. I'll try to make it count outside Firewood. Survival is rebellion. Thanks, man. Tyler. We're not going to take the note? Okay, I guess we don't need it. Wait, did we read this? I think we read. Maybe we did. Celebrate, Educate, Unite. Trans Visibility Month. March, Juno. March 31st, 2014. Brought to you by Juno Coalition for Equality.
You stay here. Educate the youngsters in classic cinema.
A Quentin Bobolino film. Fire in the hole. Old Quentin Bobolino.
Aw, gonna miss these dum-dums.
The last Tarantino film I watched, what was it? Was it Django? Did he do, surely he did. Did he do something after Django? Yeah, I think man, Django, that is a film, man. We have tomorrow for a reason. We have tomorrow for it. Okay, I read that really strangely. We have tomorrow for a reason. That bear, I guess.
Hi, Tyler.
Hi. First time we see each other in 10 years, and it's hi, Tyler.
Oh, sorry,
It's fine, Allison. Hi is a good place to start.
God, it's good to see you.
So,
Likewise.
I guess she never tried to visit?
You have anything else you need to get?
Nope, this is it. My last 10 years in a bag.
Then we should get going. We just have time to make the morning ferry. You look good in that.
Thanks. One of my mentees designed it.
It's really good.
Yeah, he's so incredibly talented. I got a couple of local coffee shops to hang his art.
Tyler Ronan, shaping the leaders of tomorrow.
Yep, we're screwed.
So, are you gonna miss anything about this place?
Honestly, people. The other residents, my mentees, my counselor, Aaron. It took me a while to fit in, but once I did, it felt like home. They made me feel safe. Safe enough to be me.
That's so great. I'm really happy for you.
We planning to drive to Delos Crossing or push?
You are welcome to walk.
Nah, I'll take my chances.
Need one last look or anything?
My first car
Let's go.
was a Jeep Grand Cherokee, and it was a little bit of a rust bucket, but it was actually no. I had this. My dad, he let me drive this old BMW, this boxy BMW. I can't remember what it was, but it was also old. And that thing was a blast. Man, that thing would fly. Give it a little bit of gas, and it was gone.
No,
Also,
really.
the exterior
I am
didn't look great,
100%
but the
not
interior looked
creative
pretty
enough to
good.
make that stuff up. Oh, and just last week, they had to turn the ferry around because a bear was on board.
No way.
Someone heard a commotion in the back of a delivery truck, so they opened it up. And there was the bear, fat and happy on a literal mountain of empty chip bags.
Fat and happy.
You
Let's
go
go.
where the food is.
Oh, I can relate to that.
So then what happened?
I'm not sure. I think they couldn't get him to leave, so they tranked him.
Oh, poor buddy. Shot in the ass just for getting the munchies.
Yeah, well, you know what they say. Safety first in bear country.
Yeah, but prevention is best. Common sense goes a long way in keeping them from getting shot.
The bear is fine, Tyler.
For now. You hear they've been talking about loosening up regulations on trophy hunting again? Higher bag limits, inhumane ground traps, even bringing back hibernation hunting. What kind of asshole gets off on killing a sleeping animal? I'm not against hunting, but predators play a vital role in the health of our natural parks. What? Why are you smiling? I'm being serious.
You're a
Oh, I
nerd.
can tell, Ranger Tyler.
Not yet. At least I got the school part out of the way.
I can't believe you've got a bachelor's already. While
Oh, wow.
I boast a half-completed certificate in accounting from an online college that may have stolen my credit card number.
You'll figure out what you want. You have
He's got a
time.
bachelor's degree at 18. Impressive.
How are you feeling?
Like I'm about to drive straight into a whiteout and my fog lights are dead.
But yeah, I had an old. Oh wow. They just absolutely kill
What
the
about you?
scenery and their art design.
Allison?
Whoa. Zoned out there for a second. Sorry.
What's up?
I'm sorry. I'm just trying to wrap my head around the fact that you're right here, standing beside me, on our
Here I
way
am.
to Delos.
You don't have to apologize. It's a lot. Why did we take the ferry instead of the coast road?
'Cause I didn't want to be stuck in the car with you for an extra 2 hours.
Ha ha.
I would take the ferry.
We have to take the ferry. It's the only way to reach Delos from Fireweed.
I see. Well, good. I don't think my stomach could have taken 2 more hours of how you handle curves.
I'm sorry. Do you want to take over driving when we dock?
I like the little bit of
No.
mist
You're gonna
that they
have to
put
get back
between the
behind that
trees.
wheel at some point, you know.
Look, I put a fireweed van nose first in a ditch.
Hey,
Impressive.
at least you missed the porcupine.
Yeah,
I'm
I
guessing
used to have
things
a
haven't changed much.
You
Grand
mean in
Cherokee.
Delos? Still the capital of East Jesus nowhere. Can't wait to get out of here.
Left trigger.
Was it really that bad?
Pretty much. But it could definitely have been worse.
Like if you'd been tucked away in a center for troubled youth?
Ooh.
Right.
At least you had Michael.
Yeah. I don't think I'd have survived high school without him.
Bet you're gonna miss him when you move to Juneau. How's he doing?
Good. Good. But I haven't seen him much outside of work lately. He's been busy with his dance and helping his clan organize a potlatch. Is that smoke coming out of Stonehouse?
That one over there?
No, the one just beyond it. You
Oh.
know, the one the elders say is haunted to spook little kids.
Oh, right.
Oh, a whole group of us were drinking at a bonfire down at the point and got dared to go inside. We didn't make it past the garden.
Sounds fun.
It was.
I used to live in a really small town for a little while. They're not so bad, to be honest.
So, we're really going back there, huh?
To Stonehouse?
I mean, we're going home.
Yeah. Yeah, we are.
Think the house will sell?
No interested buyers yet. Turns out people don't line up to buy murder houses with no electricity.
At least it's got one hell of a view, unlike Juneau.
Hey, Juneau has mountain views aplenty. It just also has people and fun. You still thinking you might be my roomie?
Thinking about it.
Hey, can I ask you a question?
What is that noise? Is that
Shoot.
the engine?
I was told... I
Or a
mean,
heartbeat?
after you, well, graduated, I guess, and became a mentor 3 years ago, you still basically spent all your time at Fireweed, right?
Pretty much. There were a few times I tried to go to these meetups for trans people in Juneau, but something always came up. I probably should have put myself out there more, but it was better to be around in case the residents needed me.
So you were free to come and go as you pleased.
Yeah. Why do you ask?
Oh, nothing. Just being an overly invested sister. Curious how you spent your time.
Allison,
Yeah?
spit it out.
Okay, you need to promise not to freak out.
What is it?
What's that?
It's a gift
Oh,
from Eddie. I know he's not your favorite person, but
who's
I'm
that?
sorry. When you said Eddie, I thought you meant Chief Brown, as in the police officer who arrested me.
come on, Ty. Don't.
And your adopted father, the man who didn't let you visit me for 7 years.
Ah, that's why.
Fireweed
Okay.
administration backed him up, Tyler. They thought it was best for both of us.
Yeah, well, it wasn't.
It's a peace offering. And you're the two most important people in my life. Please. For me.
He can't buy my forgiveness with some cheap-ass trinket.
It's a gift, Tyler. You know what gift giving means in Tlingit culture, and what it means to refuse one.
We'll be agreeable.
Fine. I'll take it, but I'm not going to wear it.
Really?
Really. Just so we're clear, this was for you, not Chief Brown.
You know, you could call him Eddie, or even Uncle.
Oh, please.
Hard
Give
pass.
us a minute. We just got out. Give us at least a minute. I guess, though, a small town would be pretty
Did you hear that?
rough if the only way to get to it was via ferry, I would say.
Whoa! There's no place like home.
Yeah.
But that would make all the difference right there. I think I'd be fine with having to take the ferry.
Would it ruin the moment if I said I needed to call home?
Yes. Completely.
Sorry.
Go ahead and stop apologizing all the time.
Okay, sorry.
I know.
Thanks.
I knew it. Honestly, screw calling home. They know you're coming, right?
Hey, it's me.
It's so weird being
Didn't
back
die
on
in a
this boat.
fiery crash. How are you?
I'm gonna eavesdrop. Not really.
Took the ring.
Oh, can we talk to this guy? Hello, friend.
Morning.
Hello.
Enjoying the ride?
Yeah.
I don't think I could ever get tired of this.
Agreed.
Ooh, waterfall.
Where you headed?
Delos Crossing?
Same here. You from around here?
Born and bred.
Ah, you don't say. I moved to Anchorage around your age. Delos was mostly Alaska natives then. Tlingit, Haida. I haven't been home in 5 years.
Oh, so you owed your family a visit?
I'll say. You may not know it yet, but your folks, they get old real fast.
They really do.
Right.
Well, except for his folks.
I'm Alex, by the way. Alex Gershwin. No relation.
Huh?
To George Gershwin. Gershwin, the pianist. Folks are always asking if we're related, so I try to hit it off at the pass.
Oh,
What'd you say your name was?
just call me Tyler.
All right. Good to meet you, Tyler.
Likewise, sir.
All right. We might talk to him again, but
Hey,
I think we
Allison,
have to be careful
can we
with.
take the scenic route instead of the highway?
I think we got to be careful with our
Allison?
identity.
Don't think she can hear you.
Guess not.
Introduction to making Devil's Club tea, our way of life, community, and culture programming. Sponsored by Luna Heritage Foundation. Learn how to harvest and process Devil's Club to make tea. Sign up today. Okay. Denali Expedition. Crown Jewel of Alaska. Now open. Do drop in bed and breakfast. Nice. House has a walk-in freezer and space for deer and fish processing. Anu for sale. Strong, sturdy fiberglass. 5 horsepower onboard or outboard. $500. I'm gonna mispronounce this. Tinglet dance. I'm gonna have to remember to get that pronunciation. I'm not even gonna try there. There's a dance group that celebrates ancestry, community, and tradition. We invite you to join us for our invitational drumming, singing, and dancing. Come share and celebrate our culture. Cool. Cool, cool. There's no substitute. Protect our only home. Ndara-si.
Gaston winter formal? Fancy. Wait,
Ndara-si.
wasn't that Allison's high school?
$10. Okay. Ooh.
Yikes.
Hey, I heard that.
Headshot. Rhyme control. Beer is my sport. Check my six-pack. Ah. What a funny guy. Oh. Did he, he's gonna go hunting?
Isn't hunting season almost over?
Almost. Want to draw for one of the last hunts of the season.
Wonder if there'll be time to hit the buzzard hole while I'm here.
What's that now?
Oh, nothing. Whoa, look at that antique.
You're not one of those odd sixes old and boring folks, are you?
I've shot a 30-yard six. A couple. Shot a Remington 700. A few different Remingtons. Chambered in 30-06. It's got some juice behind it. Oh, we can leave. Oh, okay. Interesting. Okay. She doesn't want to talk. Never actually ridden a ferry before. Even though my model's a captain, I haven't
go.
spent a lot of time on boats. It was a very awkward. Oh, I guess this is the house. He hasn't been here in 10 years, so it's gonna be awkward. Yeah, that makes sense. So I know this game was released in 2010. And we know that her high school prom was in 2012. So don't remember if Tyler's older or younger than her.
Wow. It's basically exactly like I remember it. Only faded.
Like a Polaroid left on a windowsill.
From the outside, it almost looks charming.
So I wonder if this is
Charm's not
2010.
the problem. Structural integrity may be an issue.
Nah, it's fine.
You think there's a chance whoever buys it will just tear it down?
Probably.
If someone buys it, they can do whatever they want with it.
You wouldn't care at all?
Would you?
Sure. Everywhere I look, I see a piece of one of our adventures.
Everywhere I look, I just see her.
Allison, we could go grab a bite. Start this tomorrow?
No. The only way to get this done is to do it.
Just do it. Make your dreams come true.
After you.
We explore outside first. No, let's just go in. No, let's explore.
At least the shed's still standing.
Yep. I don't want to think about what might be living inside it, though.
Yeah.
Well, better alive than dead.
Ugh, yes. Let's deal with that later. Plenty else to do first.
Oh wow. Heck is. Oh, they're
I
frogs.
can't believe these are still here.
Yeah. We should hide them so they don't frighten away potential buyers.
Honestly, though. Oh wow. This would be crazy. Having.
You really want to go out there?
No, you're
I actually
right.
do.
I wonder if there are still fish in the lake.
Uncle Eddie taught us to fish here.
You still fish?
Nope. You?
Every Sunday morning. Once I could leave fireweed, of course.
Alone?
Totally. At first, it kind of made me crazy. And then I started to really like it. It was relaxing.
Really?
Yeah, you know, the lake, the water, the sky, me, just a speck in the middle of it all.
A speck with a spliff?
Always.
It's a glacier over there. Oh, tree.
I still can't believe I convinced you to climb that raggedy ash tree with me.
Yeah, not happening a second
How
time.
on earth did they?
Oh, come on. I was the one who fell out.
And then I had to walk all the way to Delos Crossing to get Tessa to drive you to the hospital.
I was fine.
You had a concussion.
I mean, are you really living life if you haven't gotten a concussion or two?
Right?
I think that's the brain injury talking.
Also right. Yeah, I've been concussed at least once, maybe twice.
At least we don't have any use for this right now.
Luckily. Remember the snowstorm in 2004? Marianne had us digging for hours.
I remember she made it a game at least.
That's right. We made tunnels to escape the ice troll.
I gotta hand it to her. She could make us do anything if she turned it into a goblin tail. Doesn't seem like the greenest source of energy.
Not like she had the money for solar panels.
I've never seen a... Is that a generator or a heater? I'm guessing it's a heater. Doesn't look much like a generator.
Hey, you remember that?
Come on, Tyler. It's freezing out here.
You're right. Sorry. Let's head inside.
After you.
First, let's check. Tiptoe.
Did you smoke something before you left Fireweed? The door's right there.
I just noticed the name is Fireweed.
Locked.
Well, it's a good thing I remembered this.
You sure that's the right key?
Yes. Maybe someone changed the lock.
Who would change the lock on us?
I don't know. We're screwed.
You got a plan B?
Yeah, we find another way in. I never knew a locked door that could keep the crafty goblins out.
Yeah, we had a million ways in and out of this old house. At least one of them's gotta work.
The crafty goblins. I haven't thought about them in forever. Or should I say, us.
We almost spent more time as goblins than we did as kids.
Oh, do you remember all the other characters? The Moon Hag, the Ice King, the Old Bear.
1 second here, gamers. Sorry about that.
Bear.
Most of them, I think. But the details are fuzzy. Hey, do you know what happened to the book with all the stories?
Sorry, 1 second. Okay.
No idea. But I'm sure it'll turn up when we clean this place out.
Little backdoor action.
Remember how mad she'd get if we didn't use the compost?
And she always knew when we were lying.
Waste not, or kiss the planet goodbye.
I'm a little freaked out there's still flies. After 10 years, that compost should be just pure dirt. Toys under there? What's under there?
You need a hand with that?
No, it should be fine.
Okay.
If we just get this board out of the way, I could probably squeeze through.
So we need something to pry it off.
Also, just check the back door first.
It's screwed in pretty good. We need a screwdriver.
The screw gun.
Open sesame.
Let me guess. It's locked.
Yup. Know any other secret passwords?
Honeydew? Nope.
Yeah, I wonder if someone's got to be living here. Maybe they were, because the compost should be completely just dirt by now. For 10 years? Trouble. Bubble. Alright, let's see if we can get into the shed now. Find a pry bar. Surprised living in Alaska, they don't have a pry bar or
At
something
least the shed's still standing.
Yep.
in their
I
car.
don't want to think about what might be living inside it, though.
Well, better alive than dead.
Ugh, yes.
Hey, it's locked, all right. Okay. Should be something in here that'll work. Hey, I see a screwdriver.
Now all we need to do is get inside.
Wait, I'm feeling something strange.
Oh. Remember.
And don't leave this this room until everything looks as clean as a whistle. Ugh. This is the millionth time I've gotten in trouble because of you. You and your big mouth.
You were thinking the same thing, you just weren't brave enough to tell her.
What good would it do? It's not like she ever listens to us anyway.
Well, I'd rather scream it right in her stupid face than be a quiet little mouse.
Oh, we forgot the key. We need to put it back.
Maybe we could hide it somewhere. You know, for fun.
Goblins are supposed to help the princess, not play mean tricks.
Whatever, you're not fun.
I'm only trying not to make her even worse.
Whoa. Did that just happen?
I don't know, but I saw it too.
Wait,
It
what?
felt like it did when we used to share thoughts with our voice.
It did, but that was
You
a
what?
memory of us 10 years ago, right? I vaguely remember it happening.
I think so. And, that's new, right?
Yeah. We could share thoughts and feelings, but we never replayed memories like that.
Why would it happen? And why that memory?
I don't know. It's pretty eerie.
It's weird, but our voice was always a good thing. This could be too.
I'm feeling something again. Near the barn.
Yeah, me too.
Wait. There we go. Ah, okay. I see.
Hurry! Let's go see the silent frog.
I'm coming.
What? Stop sulking. I told you already, I'm sorry.
No, you're not.
Okay, guess you don't want to see what I put in the treasure room then.
What? No, I want to see.
Guess we know where to search now.
We just have to remember which one is the silent frog.
It's gonna be, I think, this one.
So, which one of you is hiding?
Damn, where's the key?
Seriously?
Kidding.
Oh, come on.
Okay, sorry.
It's got
Nice
its
job.
mouth covered up.
Secret buddy.
Oh, this is the key for the shed, though. We can use, get in the shed, get the screw drive. What's that?
Huh.
Birdseed?
Who left this box here? It looks brand new.
It wasn't me. Has someone been out here recently?
Guess it's your lucky day, bird friends. Got it.
All this for a screwdriver?
You got a better idea how to get in?
All that for a drop of blood. We can't use the key here, can we?
At least the shed's still standing.
Yep. I don't want to think about what might be living inside it, though.
Well, better alive than dead.
Ugh, yes. Let's deal with that later. You sure you want to go in there?
This was our very first den, remember?
Who knows what lives down there now? Everything okay down there? Tyler? Oh, that's not funny!
Then why am I laughing?
Okay, fine. But you're still an idiot.
Alright. I'm going in for real this time.
Okay. I'll see you at the front door in a few minutes.
Sorry, my sister just sent me a text. Sorry about that. I do have to check text in case I get a text from work. Wait.
Ouch!
Are you okay? What happened?
I just hit my head like an idiot. Wait. What? Where are you?
Ty, I'm outside. But I can hear you in my head. Our voice. It's back.
Are those little poops?
Shit. I, don't suppose you remember how to get to the hatch.
I think so. We'll figure it out together.
Yeah, I think those are little poops. Or not so little poops. Or maybe they're just weird rocks.
Dragons, straight ahead.
Need to go left, I think.
Okay, going right then.
You were right. Nothing here.
Of course I was.
This looks more like a generator.
I would have taken the gold.
Not even in your dreams.
Delos Crossing Olympic event. Rock skipping. Allison 3, Ollie 2. Sorry, Allison 4, Ollie 3. Dragon. Dragon D's. Sorry.
Then left again after the goblins.
Going right?
Nope. It was on the right.
My bad.
Okay, going left then. Gotta go the opposite of the way the game wants us to go.
Wow. Can't say I ever expected to see you again. It's been a long time, buddy.
The bum. Why are we looking at the bum? Hey, yo! Dragging these. Sorry. What does that say? Goblin Den Treasure Room. Ah, the treasure room. Yeah, I did see these things down here.
Wait. That was our treasure? It's just trash.
We could make treasure out of anything. Our imaginations were that powerful.
Marianne grilled us about all these missing dishes, but a goblin never gives up their treasure.
God, my mom would have killed me. Literally killed me.
Pink. It always had to be pink. I found her old kite. I think its wings have been clipped, though.
Rest in peace, brave bird.
I would have been a dead Timma. I've taken all
Past
those
the
plates.
treasure.
Straight ahead.
You know, I almost convinced myself our voice was just another childhood fantasy.
Me too. But we really are connected.
Beware the Mad Hatter. Mad Hunter. Mad Hatter. I got Batman on the brain. Always have Batman on the brain. Anything over here? New. Wow. Very pretty house. Very dusty though.
Tyler, are you in there? Tyler.
Coming.
Are you okay?
Olive, good to hear your voice again.
Yeah, same here.
So, coming in or what?
Just working up to it.
Well, we're here.
Here we are.
So, how do we get started?
We figure out what to keep, what to trash, and see what else this house might be trying to show us.
All right.
Wow. It doesn't seem real.
All right, let's see. Broken shelf, broken jar, and the washing machine. Broken. The dryer never worked to begin with.
Marianne thought dryers were straight up evil. Energy hogs.
I hated hanging drippy laundry. I refused to change for a few weeks once, so I wouldn't have to do it.
Wow. Stinky. Machine repair.
Ooh,
Looks like we got some.
serious cleaning. Or an exercise.
Is that food? What is that? I guess so. Some canned food.
Marianne's room.
Let's not go in there until we absolutely have to.
Agreed.
Oh, can you get out of my face? Jeez.
We should take down the creepy masks if we don't want to scare the buyers away.
Oh, so now you don't want to scare someone with those masks.
Hey, I just put on the mask and pretended to be a warrior. You were the one who got freaked out by it.
Right.
Not that she ever let me wear him very long. Huh.
Oh boy.
This bathroom still smells like Marianne.
Good scrub and we'll be rid of that too.
I thought those little chip marks were like poop stains. I
What
was
are we
like,
gonna
holy
do
crap.
with all her jewelry?
Well, I'm certainly not gonna wear it.
Donation pile it is, then.
Now look.
Not a total disaster, Ronan. Handmade
Like
soap.
your cut,
Still
G.
here after 10 years. Impressive.
You could say that about the entire house.
Wow. I forgot all about her weird concoctions.
And how she was always testing them on us. Like we were lab rats.
Tried to
Stinky.
bury this dress in the backyard, but Marianne caught me.
It was a pretty dress.
Yeah, well, we both know pretty was never my thing. We were so competitive about who measured taller. Like, we actually had anything to do with it.
And after all that, it ended in a tie.
Yeah, none of that crazy stretching I did made any difference. What was she hoping to do with all these jars?
She used to barter for our clothes with homemade jam.
She tried everything to make ends meet.
Well, not everything.
Homemade jam is pog. I never made jam myself, but I've
Guess we never had time
Had
to
a few,
complete the collection.
folks
These
that
came
would
out
make
of
it.
one of the prize machines at the Vecchi's store, right?
It's always
Yeah,
fun.
you'd slide the quarters inside on the little tray, and then magic, out pops a sticker.
Nut. Ad Fisher Mint Flex. Name my dog Flex. Man, they have cans
After all
everywhere.
this time, I thought I'd feel more prepared to deal with this mess.
I honestly need to
2005.
go to a
Of course.
community pantry and donate some cans. I have just a million cans. Canned food never really goes bad. Oh, memory. Like, I really hate how conservative a lot of companies are on their Best Buy.
Mom? About me joining the hockey team? Mom!
Sorry, what? Not now. Maybe next year.
But you promised!
Keep whining, and my next year will become never.
Dang.
Can you cut my hair?
Your hair is fine.
But I want to cut it short, really short.
What? Look, I'm tired, and I'm busy. Let's talk about this later.
You always say that.
Marianne said no to everything. Made me so pissed.
She was always on edge those last few months.
Yeah, and completely deaf to everything I was telling her I needed.
She pretty much always said no to me, too.
True, but it felt personal with me.
I was always in, like, all kinds of sports and stuff when I was a wee baby Timma. My parents never forced me to do sports, but they were like, you have to do something. So I wanted to, we didn't have a hockey team, but if I wanted to do it, they'd let me do about whatever I wanted to do, so long as I just wasn't doing nothing. Part of it was they didn't they worked late. So my mom always worked pretty late. She was a nurse.
I didn't realize how much I missed the smell of firewood.
I miss the cold winter nights curled up here. With big
So part of it
mud
was just to
flaps
keep
over.
us out of the house while no one's around.
Marianne was so tired she was usually asleep on the couch.
Ah, that's why it was so nice. No Marianne.
Sorry, sneeze.
We'd use our voice so we didn't wake her up.
And then we'd be up all night telling stories and watching the fire die. And Marianne was none the wiser.
Part of it was just because my parents were very, very focused on us getting into college.
She was trying to save the planet way before Al Gore made it cool.
Has Al Gore ever made anything cool?
Nah.
I guess she was right about one thing. But you can't really blame anyone for not listening to crazy Marianne Ronan.
And they really overemphasized extracurriculars. Which wasn't a bad thing, to be honest. I'm kind of glad I did a lot of sports. I kind of overdid it. Like, I did get a concussion. I got at least one concussion, maybe two concussions. I'm pretty sure 2 concussions from
She
football.
took so many pictures.
One wasn't diagnosed, though.
Yeah. Like she had to document every second of our lives.
You can keep some of them, if you want.
No thanks. I mean, I like the photos of us, but I don't think I can forget that she was the one aiming the camera.
Wow. I'm so embarrassed for us. Mini Da Vinci's we were not.
She saved every drawing we ever did.
There's a couple of these I might keep.
Yeah, there was one I was on kickoff. So at the start of the game, at the start of the second half, and after every point scored, there's a kickoff in American football. Basically, you kick it down, they're in the field, the other team can field it and return it back until they're tackled or they score. Or they can take a knee, or if they get it in the end zone, they can take it in the knee and take it on the 20 in high school. I think it's still 20 in high school. It's 25 in the NFL. It used to be 20 in the NFL too. Anyways, so we would so it was on kickoff. I was one of the faster, even though I was pretty big, I was still one of the faster guys. So yeah, they a lot of times there's a couple different formations
Sure it's
that you can do.
there. I should check our bedroom upstairs.
And what we did was what the other team did was like a wedge that would all collapse back into a wedge in front of the runner. So I just ran full speed into the wedge, and I literally blacked out. I don't remember what happened, but apparently I just crushed through like all 5 of blockers and absolutely just destroyed the receiver, the returner. Apparently I just obliterated him, like laid him out. Also I remember kind of like getting up off the field, and everyone was just like screaming and cheering, and I'm like, oh, well, I guess we got the tackle. And I start running back to the sidelines, and everybody was like, slapping hands and like, great job, Timma. I'm like, for what? Apparently it was the play of the
Sure it's still
game.
there. I should check our bedroom.
Yeah, I didn't remember much of the game after that, and I definitely don't remember even the hit. So I'm pretty sure I was concussed there. Yeah, undiagnosed, I guess, which isn't good, which is not good. I think nowadays they'd probably, after a big hit like that, you get checked out even in high school. But that wasn't really a thing when I was a wee baby Timma. Hey Mom, we're sorry the vase got broke. We didn't know you loved it so much. We need to be careful and not act up in the window room. Next time we will try to use good judgment. Please forgive us for doing bad things. Sad face. I'm sorry too. We should be more careful. I'm very sad we made you cry so much. We should play outside instead. I will tell Ollie not to be wild all the time. We aren't going to do it anymore. We're sorry. Sad face.
What are you reading?
A letter we wrote her to apologize for breaking that stupid vase, remember?
Bore your kids into good behavior. Great parenting strategy.
Sorry, I need to check something. Mimsy, hello. I'm doing well. I'm doing well. I hope you're doing well.
Yes, long week. I know work has been really busy, so I'm glad it's like, you finally kind of chill.
Doing pretty good.
Relax, so. Timmy, that's a lot of beds. Oh my god!
Oh no.
Thank you, Timmy. I appreciate it. Welcome in. I hate to ask you again, but when you entered an ad plate. Oh.
Welcome in. Welcome in. Have to go into work in a bit, but it's overtime. Let's go. Let's go. Love overtime. Yeah, thanks for stopping in. I'm playing Tell Me Why. This is a game. So it's kind of a mystery game, I guess. I guess all these games of this type are kind of mystery games, but it's made by the same folks that made Life is Strange, and I absolutely adored that series. Right now, this game is free on Steam. So if you don't have it, you should pick it up. You could just add it to your library, and you don't have to buy it when that deal goes away. Actually, Miho turned me onto that deal, and I love these types of games. Life is Strange is one of my favorite games to stream. So if you want to, if you're going to check out this game, friends, and you don't want to be spoiled, feel free to just leave a tab. If you are so inclined, I'd appreciate that. But yeah, I hope you have a good time at work. Thanks for stopping by. And yeah, get that overtime. I used to, I don't get overtime anymore. I used to have a job that had really, really great overtime. Like, I was a consultant. Of course. Thank you. Thank you for stopping in. And remember, friends, if you get 10K channel points, please feel free to avail yourself of the gifted sub. If you already have a sub, I will gift it to the community or to a person of your choice. Yeah, so far I'm loving the game. It's giving me those Life is Strange vibes. Getting there at 8K, 8.4K. Let's go. Thank you for the lurk. Thank you for the lurk. I can't wait till the Phasmo update drops. It's next month, friends. This is the music box. My little lurk alert is the music box from Phasmophobia. Such a great game. I've had so many good times with Phasmo. I will play it before the update too. I need to get my skills back up. But yeah, please avail yourself to that if you get 10K channel points. Yeah. But yeah, this genre of game, this studio, I absolutely adore. Pick up this game if you like this style of game. I'd recommend. I'm playing through Life is Strange off stream. I might do some in Discord as well. Speaking of which, if you're not in the Discordos, there they are. All right, friendos, let's get back into it. Thanks again for stopping in. And I hope you have a lovely day at work. Oh yeah, the overtime policy at my job. There's a job I had that had a phenomenal overtime policy. I was consultant, so they're like, "Oh, you won't be traveling much." I was traveling like twice a month. Generally flights a couple times. Sometimes we'd drive to client sites. Sometimes we would fly to client sites. And it was honestly, that job was crazy, but it was a blast. But the nice thing about it is their overtime policy extended not just above 40 hours. Anytime you worked outside before 8 or after 5 or any time on the weekends or holidays, it was automatically, or I'm sorry, weekends, normally it was time and a half. On holidays, it would be double time, which is awesome. And again, it's any time it was outside of hours or on holidays. Except holidays did bump it up to double.
I'm sure it's still
so it doesn't
there.
matter how many
I should check our
hours
bedroom
you
upstairs.
have. Of course, anything over 40 hours was also time and a half. It didn't like double up. But yeah, that's how they did it. And it was really, really good because when we'd go out to client sites, usually it would be a Sunday, a flight on Sunday. So all of that time was overtime. All the time, they counted it from when you left your house to when you checked into your hotel. All of that would be overtime. So if I had to fly out to Boston, I was getting like 7, depending on where the hotel was, I would get like 7 or 8 hours of overtime. Remember the first time? Because first time I was flying out to Cambridge, Massachusetts, and we actually landed in Rhode Island in Providence. So got a rental car, drove to Providence, which was drove to Cambridge, which I think was it was over an hour drive, but there was so much construction, it was like 2 hours. Man, that paycheck was juicing.
I'm sure it's still there.
Because
I should check our bedroom
that
upstairs.
didn't even count so the next day on Monday is when I actually went to the client site. And again, I got overtime because I left my hotel early to drive out the client site. So anytime before 8, And then I ended up working till after 5 p.m. So yeah, it was just a juicer. That paycheck was fat.
Old textbooks.
Yeah. Don't work
Tessa gave
yourself
them
too
to us,
hard.
right?
Yeah, she thought we were gifted.
Get that overtime. Just thought,
She pinched every penny. I don't remember these.
It's probably one of Marianne's unfinished masterpieces.
There's 2 of them. Maybe they were us. In some weird way that only made sense to Marianne.
and really my paychecks weren't that juicy back then. I was severely underpaid in that job, which is one of the reasons I left. And the place was just crazy.
Yo, what are you doing down there?
What do you think I'm doing? Trying to figure out if anything in Marianne's mess is worth keeping.
Any progress?
Not really. What about you? What are you doing up there?
Left trigger.
You know, just plotting world domination.
Ah, it's a big responsibility. Not sure if you can hack it, Ronan.
Oh, ye of little faith.
I guess it is about time to check our bedroom. I'll be up in a second.
This house is super cute, except for all the, you know, murder.
Where'd you come from?
Tale of Two Swords. I didn't play too much Zelda, but there was a Zelda game called Four Swords on the GameCube, but you could play, it was like a 4-player kind of like, I'm trying to think of a similar game, but basically it's a Zelda map where you have up to 4 players, but it was super expensive because you needed to have GameCube. You had to have the game on the GameCube, but you also had to have a Game Boy Advanced for each player, because each player would get their own screen and you could show it on the TV. You could display it on the TV, but each character had to have their own screen to see what their specific
I'm sure
player
it's
was
still
doing.
there. I should check our bedroom upstairs.
So it was an expensive game.
You know, this feels like home.
I remember my buddy had to buy another Game Boy Advance
So much for my dream of being a hockey star.
so that we could all
Marianne
play.
thought sports were too aggressive, too competitive, and too groupthinky.
My parents weren't big on consoles or gaming or anything like that. They did give me a Game Boy Color though. Actually, I don't think I've ever mentioned that. Didn't play it too much. Delos Hockey Club.
So much for my dream of being a hockey star.
Marianne thought sports were too aggressive, too competitive, and too groupthinky.
How did you convince me to let you put this up?
It was my favorite movie. Back then.
You know, if there's one thing you gotta give Marianne, it's that she let us explore our artistic side.
You should have seen Eddie's face when I tried to repaint his car.
Yeah, I bet Uncle Eddie didn't appreciate your artistic touch.
I'd rather you called him Chief Brown if you're gonna be an ass about it.
Oh, I am going to be an ass about it. Not quite ready. It's a little too soon. A little too soon.
Look what I found!
What?
Only our greatest creation, the Book of Goblins.
Seriously? It was in that chest the whole time?
All these stories.
I had ideas for so many more.
Marianne wrote a lot of them.
Yeah. It's one of the only times I remember her being at peace.
Oh wow, this is extensive. The frog earns the right to speak. Once upon a time, in an ancient and deep forest, there lived a big frog in a small pond. She was a peaceful creature who spent most of her time eating, swimming, and sleeping, from the morning to the evening. She did everything the smaller frogs did, except she did it bigger. She ate more, she jumped further, she was smarter, and she made much more noise. Everybody in the forest could hear her loud croaking, and everybody was happy that they could. You see, it was easy to get lost in the forest. Thanks to the frog's loud noises, you could just as easily find your way back to her pond. Maybe it would not have been the same if the big frog had kept singing during the night, but she was much too lazy an animal to stay active after dark. One day, an unknown visitor came to the forest for the first time. It was a young woman, dressed in a beautiful gown. She was walking fast through the woods, as if she was running away, and she never looked back. Many eyes spied the princess passed by, but no one dared to help her. The mad hunter was on her trail. "This is not our business," they said, "and we had better look away." For the mad hunter was an unyielding man who loved nothing but hunting down prey for money and glory. Nothing could escape his piercing eye for long. So the princess walked alone, without help, until she was hopelessly lost in the big forest. Exhausted, she pressed on with no idea of where she was heading. As the hunter drew closer, dogged in his pursuit, she continued this way until she heard a heavy croaking, far off to her left, so clear and loud that the princess immediately made for the source of the noise. A few minutes later, she reached the big frog in the small pond, and the frog looked at her with a gentle smile. "Help me, please," said the princess. "I need a place to rest and hide." "Ribbit," answered the frog. And the princess frowned. "Please stop making noise. Mad hunter is after me." "Ribbit," said the frog again. So loud the princess had to cover her ears. The creature began to jump every which way. "What are you doing?" asked the princess. "Stop all the noise, or he'll find us." But the frog kept croaking and jumping around her, left and right, up and down, ribbit, ribbit, until the princess understood the meaning of all this fuss. Cautiously, the woman climbed on the back of the big animal, and then with a leap, the frog set off away from the pond. The frog jumped so high and so far that even the hunter could not find where the princess had gone. With a few jumps, the princess was out of his piercing eye. A few jumps more, and she vanished for good. The princess closed her eyes and let her clever mount carry her wherever the creature pleased. Less than an hour later, the big frog had reached the other side of the ancient forest, near the shores of the very deep lake. There she landed without a noise in front of a big wooden house that had been abandoned. "Thank you," said the princess, covering the animal's snout with kisses. "Only wish you could speak, so I would have understood what you were trying to do sooner." As she pronounced those words, something incredible happened. The big frog was suddenly able to speak. Her first words startled the princess. "The mad hunter is always at my heels. Now you're safe. And I've had my revenge. You can stay in this house. It has been abandoned for a long time, and no one will look for you here." And then without looking back, the big frog jumped back to the pond. And this is how the big frog saved the princess, and how she earned the right to speak. Interesting. How many stories are there? The bear and the princess. I don't think we're going to read all these. There's a ton of stories in here. Holy crow. Wow.
Where is it?
You looking for something in particular?
My diary.
You never told me about it.
Yeah. With the way Marianne was, I tried extra hard to keep it a secret. Marianne. Yeah, that day she found out about it.
I'm stuck here. Hold on. Oh, I think we might have glitched the game. Oh, no. Okay.
Mom? Mom! Mom, where is it? What did you do with it?
What now?
I can't find my diary. I know you stole it. Give it back.
Sweetie, whatever I do, it's just for your benefit.
You read it, didn't you? You had no right to do that.
I have the right to do whatever I need to protect my little girl.
I'm not your girl. I hate you.
You will always be my little girl. And no matter how hard you fight me, I'll fight twice as hard to keep you safe.
I don't know how I never saw it coming. She told me right to my face. She was willing to hurt me to keep me from transitioning.
Tyler, there is no way you could have known she'd go that far.
I want my diary back. Her room was the only place I didn't look.
Okay, but do you need to get it, like, now?
That diary was important to me, Allison. Writing down my thoughts helped me realize who I am.
Well, then let's go find it.
You know, one thing
You think her room is still
One
locked?
thing about these
It
games,
always was.
um,
I'm not looking forward to going in there.
I know, but we'll have to eventually, and I need it back.
so I'm really glad. Honestly, probably would not have played these games if I wasn't streaming. I never gave, like, I bought The Walking Dead. I never really gave it much of a look. I mainly bought it, I think, because it was on like a Steam sale or something like that. It was like really, really cheap. So I'm just like, yeah, I'll pick it up. One thing about these games, I'm really glad that I started streaming, because I'm like, you know what? Why don't I just play some of these games that I've bought and I never actually played? Because they're really good. They can be quite. The Walking Dead was so much more intense of an experience than I expected it to be, and yeah, these games just get deep. They just get deep.
Hey, you. I just found your twin under the house. He's seen better days.
Allison. Oh, these are
Oh, this one wasn't mine.
these are supposed to represent the twins. So Tyler's is neglected and in the cold, in the elements. Allison's is pristine, and that makes sense. Figure out who goes first with rock, paper, scissors. Roll the dice and move the number. Roll the dice and move the number you roll. Pay to the tramway lady to climb up or down the mountain. Take the lunge to slide down the mountain. If you get a 1, you roll again. If you get a 1 again, pick a motor card to climb up the mountain with a luge. Is that luge? Roll 6, become the Mad Hatter for 2 turns. Safe from shoot. Roll 3, become bear for 3 turns. Can't use tramway.
Diary's probably in Marianne's room. I should go check.
I love how almost all these games have a game within them that you can play.
Hey, the postcard we sent ourselves from Juno.
Forever alone.
What?
We barely had any friends. We even had to be our own pen pals.
I love the D&D in Life is Strange. Also, there's that pirate game in the second Life is Strange game. That was a ton of fun. I think it was the second one. Yeah, it was the second one. Hello, Allison and Ollie. We are writing from the past. What is it like in the future? Anyways, Juneau is super cool. We took the tramway all the way up. Ollie was scared. Liar. We got some books, but Mommy went to the restaurant at night and forgot them. It was cool. There were a lot of whales on the ferry. No, there wasn't. They were in the water, stupid. Anyway, here's a postcard to remind you of how awesome we are. Especially me. Ellison and Ollie Ronan.
The diary's probably in Marianne's room.
No,
I should go check.
Let me explore, game. There's a memory.
The Ice King finally caught the hag. His furious voice could be heard throughout the forest. For your wickedness, you will be eternally bound to the lake. What? No way. Quiet, let me finish. You will no longer be allowed to leave. Not even under a full moon. The moon hag was imprisoned in the lake, and she never again tried to escape. And then the title. What do you think? Not bad, right?
I guess that's okay. But I would have changed the end.
What? No way!
The Ice King. I totally forgot about him.
That's because it was dangerous to mention his name. He was too powerful.
They're like Voldemort. I guess it's kind of a, I don't know much about fantasy, to be honest, but I guess it's kind of a trope in fantasy, like in magic in general, is that names have power, I guess.
Hold up.
What?
Remember this?
Unfortunately.
You must solve my riddle to earn the right to enter the princess's sanctum.
Nothing a good hard shove won't take care of.
I mean, yes, we could brute force it, but it might be kind of fun to finally solve it, right?
We have different definitions of the word fun.
Okay, well, if we break it, we're just gonna have to fix it for the sale. So let's at least try not to. You have the Book of Goblins?
Yep.
Hand it over.
It's a nifty lock.
What are you looking for?
The image on the door. It's making me think of a story from the book. One that Marianne wrote.
You have a way better memory than me.
Well, the Book of Goblins was my creation.
And you'll never let anyone forget it.
Here it is. The one about the princess's party. Give it a read. I think the symbols may represent something in the story.
First ghost memories, now storybook puzzles. What a weird day.
What a weird childhood.
Touché.
Yeah, I'd say so. All right, so it was... Which story was it? Something about the princess and Frog earns the right to speak. The bear and the princess. The bear... Something... Princess party. It was this one. How do I... Oh, there we go. The princess's party. Once upon a time, in a deep... Actually, hold on one second. So we have a duck, we have a bear, we have a frog, we have a rat, and a moose. All right. Princess's party. Once upon a time, In a deep and ancient forest, the princess was melancholy because it was the 1-year anniversary of when she had to run away from home. Sensing her sadness, her forest friends showed up at the door. They were headed by the pelican, pious and attentive, and organized by the moose, stalwart and farsighted. The old bear was there, with his claws so sharp, as well as the big frog, rattling away. Even the haughty muskrat, who mostly came out at night, had come. The bear invited her to ride on his back, promising no wolf would harm or harry her path. And then the animals led her to a fairy glen, where a fabulous party had been prepared. So I think, is the bear first? There was a buffet of seafood, and the pelican had served from her never empty beak. The air was filled with winking fairy lights. The moose had arranged after clouds filled the sky, and the gracious frog mixed up fizzy drinks. Only the muskrat had done nothing in particular, mooching off of everyone else's hard work. The princess had a very good time at the party. Such a good time that she forgot to say thank you to any of her friends. Noticing this, the fairies devised a bit of mischief. When the princess went to open her gifts, she found 3 identical boxes at the edge of the glen. Puzzled, she turned back, gasped, and the entire party had vanished. Because you have taken your friends for granted, called the naughty fairies. We have hidden them from you. But we like games. Guess who has given you each one of these presents, and you'll get your friends back. The princess opened the first box. Inside there was a torch, which, when lit, revealed the truth. Said the princess. Someone needs to make sure I don't get lost in the woods when it's dark, and that I always see right from wrong. Which of my friends would give me a gift like that? She opened the second box. Inside, there was a magic sword, which would leap right out of the bear's hands to defend them. Said the princess. Someone wants to make sure I'm protected if I'm ever under threat. Which one of my friends would give me a gift like that? She opened the third box. Inside there was a bag of coins that always provided money if it was for something the bear truly needed. That's a gift I'd want. A money photocopier that just has the exact amount of money you need if you truly needed it. Yeah, I need that. I need that magical item. Said the princess. Someone wants to make sure I have money to buy food when I'm hungry and clothes when I'm cold. Which one of my friends would give me a gift like that? The princess thought about her friends, and then she smiled. Fairies, she said, I may have been thoughtless, but I appreciate all my friends that have given me all that they have done for me. She gave her answers, and the vexed fairies were forced to restore the party in a flash of colorful light. One by one, she gave the animals a hug and thanked them for the presents in the party, and all they'd done to help since she moved into the forest. And that's how the princess celebrated her first anniversary in the woods. So let's see. The pelican provided the food, and the bear provided her protection. The bear invited to promising no wolf would carry your path. Range after clouds filled. The air was filled with winking fairy lights. The moose had arranged after clouds filled the sky. So let's see here. So I think the first one is gonna be, so the first present was what was the first present? Was it should reveal the path, okay. So I think it's going to be moose. So the moose cleared out the clouds. So the first present was a torch that revealed the truth. So I think it's going to be the first one's going to be moose. The second present was the sword that would defend. So I think that's going to be the bear. And the last one was the money. Gave her exactly what she needed. I think that's the pelican. There we go. Nice.
And boom, we're in.
Oh, wow.
After so many years, I expected this to feel more, you know, like a win.
Speak for yourself. I'm the one who solved the riddle.
Why do I feel like you're not gonna let me forget that? Where do you think we should start looking?
I don't know. Where in this mess would she stash someone else's personal thoughts?
All right, friendos.
So she was standing here, spying through the window, drawing us while we played.
She always had her eye on us.
My entire body just shivered.
All right, friendos, we're going to take a quick break there. We're coming up on the 2-hour mark. So, friends, make sure you get up, stretch, get some snacks, refill your water, take care of yourselves. I'm going to take a quick break. I will be back in just a couple of minutes.
They took my whole colon to do that.
What? Like you're still walking and you're just stabbing.
What'd you do?
That was all you, bro. You turned around and hit the thing.
I should.
I know work has been really busy, so I'm glad it's like, oh, finally kind of chill and relax. So, Timmy, that's a lot of beds. Oh my gosh! Thank you, Timmy. I appreciate it. Welcome in. I hate to ask you again, but wait, ask plate. Oh.
They took my whole colon to do that.
What'd you do?
That was all you, bro. You turned around and hit the thing.
I should.
Like, listen, all our problems would be solved if we could just fast travel places. Think about it.
I mean, one day we're getting there. There's gonna be flying cars, okay? I anticipate that happening here soon.
Yeah, but imagine the gas prices on that. That'd be insane.
It wouldn't take gas. It's gonna be electric. We're gonna use electric magnetic fields, and that's gonna.
You think electricity is gonna fly here in California where nothing but
No,
rolling
there's electricity
blackouts?
in the
Let's
sky.
go.
There's electricity in the sky. Like you would just use it from nature. What?
Hello. Hello, hello. Hope everyone is doing well. Let's get back into it, shall we? Hope everyone got a little break in. Please do take care of yourselves. Yeah. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it. All right. Make sure you guys stretch out. It's going to be hopefully it's going to be a pretty long stream. I'm not sure if I wanted to do the whole game today. It's about 10 to 12 hours, I heard. And I tend to take these games pretty slowly, so for me it probably will be like 14 hours or something. Maybe not. But I do take a lot of breaks too. That's one thing that really helps me in longer streams is making sure I stop just to get up, get the blood flowing, get some caffeine in me, and not like burn myself out just trying to, stream constantly. Always like my streams, they're chill. Thank you. I love these types of games. I mean, these types of games are just chef's kiss. I'm so glad. I would definitely not have invested in these types of games if I wasn't a streamer. I just always put them off.
Can't get through. Whatever's going on, they won't let me in. They used to tell me everything, but they shut me out, Tessa. They've shut me out.
Who's shut?
I've had so much on my plate lately, and they're convinced I'm the enemy, and I don't know why. I need them. I need my goblins.
I remember now. We heard her crying. We listened through the door.
Seeing her like this, as if she's still here, it
really sucks.
She was really coming apart those last few months, wasn't she?
So someone, I mean, we're still living with her, obviously. What does she mean they shut her out? Wise princess.
So she was standing here, spying through the window, drawing us while we played.
She always had her eye on us.
My entire body just shivered.
She always had to have a picture of us close by.
Why this picture, though? I mean, do you see the expression on our faces?
Oh, this explains a lot.
They're mostly full. She was too stubborn to take medication.
Got a snoop. Oh, there it is.
It's here. I knew it. I fucking knew it.
Do you think she read it?
Of course. She was nosy as hell.
Tyler.
What?
Look.
What? Where did you find that?
It was on her desk with her papers.
Seriously? Are you fucking kidding me?
Look, we gotta be really careful not to overthink this.
But it doesn't make any sense.
No, it doesn't.
She was mad, right? She was mad I cut my hair. She attacked me because I cut my hair.
She was mad and she attacked you. We both saw it.
Then what is this shit?
I don't know. Tyler, come here.
She can't do this to me. Not now. When I've finally made sense of a few things.
So, that was your first mistake. Thinking the world made any kind of sense. "10 years in the grave, and she's still finding new ways to piss us off."
Yeah. I think I need some air.
Well, that's a turn. That was definitely unexpected. So Mom is a lot more complicated than she seems. Okay. I am intrigued. The writers of these games, man, I swear sometimes. That's one thing you got to do is give characters dimension.
Really sure? I am. Do it.
Oh, got the snips.
Okay. Here we go.
Oh.
Whoa. Is it all gone? Yeah. It looks amazing. Really? Yeah. I can't wait to show Mom.
We need to get this kid to a barber
She's been so
stat.
sad lately. More than sad. She's been scary. Yeah, but not tonight though. It was almost like a party. Thank you, Allison.
You cut your hair in your bed? Ugh.
You're my sister. I feel more like your brother. Brother, sister, we look out for each other. But I'm pretty sure I just gave you a really bad haircut.
Yeah, that's a disaster.
Mom? Mom? God. Okay, keep it down. It's okay. It's okay. I'm just trying.
Oh, she's coming with the freaking cannon.
Mom?
Oh no. No, 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 no. This is wrong. This is all wrong.
Wait! Stop!
Okay, so something else was happening. Something else was happening. She was already upset before she saw her kid. And yeah, even I pointed out, it doesn't make sense. How did an 8-year-old kid, obviously a knife is very dangerous. How did an 8-year-old
Glad you
kid
found your diary.
eat a grown woman who was armed with a gun that wanted to kill?
I guess she was
That doesn't make
trying
any sense.
to figure out where you were at.
Yeah, well, she should have asked. I wasn't some goddamn research project. I was her child.
About the book.
Raising your transgender child? Do you even know how rare these books were in 2005?
That's a good point.
Was she Trying to figure out how to support me?
Maybe.
But she wasn't trying. She never...
It doesn't make sense. I know. You cutting your hair was what set her off, right?
Allison, she read my diary. She already knew. It wasn't my hair. And if we were wrong about that...
True.
You think she read it. It's possible she never even opened the diary, and that things are exactly like we always thought they were.
But if she did, and they aren't...
God, Tyler. Sure. I mean, we could have been wrong. But what good does it do to ask the question now?
You mean other than not having to live with the thought that my mom tried to kill me for being me?
Tyler, I know you want there to be something to find. Something that'll make it all make sense. But she was unhinged.
So that's it then. She was crazy. Nothing else to say.
I think we'd be better off if we tried to move on.
Why don't we talk to a few people who knew her? See if that book makes any sense to them.
People don't want to talk about Marianne. They pretend like that night never happened.
Yeah. Maybe... It's Tessa. We need the answers. We need answers.
What about Tessa? She was Marianne's closest friend. Let's ask her about it.
Sure. But I'll warn you, she's particularly touchy about this subject.
Well, maybe she'll talk to me. I was always her favorite.
Operative word was. But we need to go by the store anyway, to get a few things for the repairs.
Great. 2 seagulls, 1 stale hunk of bread.
I'm not sure I like that analogy.
Listen, I know you don't want to keep talking about this.
But you're obviously not going to be satisfied until we do. So let's talk.
I rushed the house sale. Is something wrong?
So, I was thinking... Do we need to be in such a rush to sell this place?
We've been over this, and we both agreed it's time for a clean break.
I know, trust me. I'm not talking about staying for long. Just long enough to get some answers.
And you think this house has those answers?
Maybe not, but it's a place to start.
Well, it would be a shame if there was something to find and we tossed it out. How about we start digging without putting off the sale? And if it seems like we need more time, we'll talk about it then.
Okay.
It seems like a good plan.
You've been on edge all day. Is there something more going on with you?
It's nothing.
Pretty sure it's not nothing. And I'd like us to be on the same page.
I thought we were on the same page. Sell this place as quick as possible and move on.
And then we found the book, and things changed. You really don't get that?
It's just, with the way you avoided this place for the last 3 years, I thought you wouldn't want to spend any extra time here.
Oh. So that's what this is about.
Maybe a little. Yeah. It's just... You graduated 3 years ago. And this is the first time we've seen each other in person.
Wait, we graduated with a bachelor's 3 years ago? That's impossible. There's no way we got a bachelor's at 15? So what, we started at 11? Or maybe is that graduated from high school when we were 15? I guess that's possible. Freaking speedrunning education. Maybe they didn't mean bachelor's. Was it? Or maybe we're older than we. Okay, so maybe we are older. Maybe we're like 21, and that we just because we know that we stayed at. I think we stayed at that place voluntarily. Maybe wasn't ready to come back.
It's not that I didn't want to see you. I just wasn't ready to be Tyler in Delos Crossing.
I tried to visit you. I tried to go to your fireweed graduation. I wanted to bake you a crappy boxed cake and take awkwardly posed photos.
I know.
But you shut me out. All I got was non-responses and half-assed evasions.
No, I'm pretty sure we're 18. let's see. They said 2005. I have no idea how old we are.
Look, I didn't want to see anyone. I just started testosterone. And, oh god, I had the worst acne. My emotions were all over the place, and the smells... Allison, the smells... Men smell bad.
I know. I've dated a few.
Look, I needed some time to figure my shit out before I asked anyone else to try. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yeah, it does.
So, we have a plan?
Yep. We ask around about Marianne, but we also stick to our repair schedule.
If that's really what you need. Alright, deal. Ollie's Diary. It's been a long time since I heard that name.
Was I the only one who ever called you that?
Actually, no. I used it at Fireweed for a while, until I settled on Tyler. Most people were pretty chill about the switch. Not everyone, though.
What do you mean?
I had a mentee who refused to call me Tyler. He didn't want my help. He didn't want anyone's help.
I'm sorry. I like the name Tyler, by the way.
Thanks.
Okay. Mommy and Allison argued again. At least I'm not the only one Mom's screaming at now. Mom almost seemed jealous we didn't tell her what we were planning to do in the forest. Allie thinks we should tell her about our voices. I think she knows already. Mom seemed really upset when I asked to join the hockey team. Like it's wrong for me to play a boys' sport. I'm going to keep asking. We'll try again next week. She said no again. I'm so mad at her. Why does she always say no? Why doesn't she ever let me do what I want to do? Allison and I started writing a story. Well, Allison did. She didn't like it when I tried to change anything. Why can't one of the goblins be a boy goblin? Hey, they got lightsabers. Saw Star Wars yesterday at Bobby's place. Luke was so great. Mom found out we watched and got mad. She said it gloried war. Zoom, zoom. Oh man, strict parents. Okay. I guess, no, how old were they? They would have been, no, yeah, they would have been less than 8 years old. They would have been less than 8 years old. I think Star Wars is generally okay for kids, but depending on when this was, let's see, this was 2005. So I think there were 7 or 8 at the time. Right? I think it all went down in 2005. So there were 7 or 8. Star Wars is pretty violent. I mean, it's not the most violent at all by any means. I don't know. What would be good at an appropriate age? I mean, Luke does get his hand cut off. But everyone gets their hand cut off. A lot of people get shot. It is pretty violent. So maybe, I don't think that's too strict, probably. I saw Star Wars when I was really young. I can't remember. So I watched a lot of, I watched like Ghostbusters, Jurassic Park when I was really young. So yeah, my parents wouldn't have minded me watching Star Wars. I don't remember when I exactly watched Star Wars for the first time. I was pretty young though. I was definitely around 7 or 8 years old for sure. Actually, yeah. I think I was around 8 years old. There was actually a movie, an old movie, like from the 50s, called A Night to Remember. And it's a Titanic film. It is one of my favorite films of all time. Tells the story based on Stanley Lord, I believe, was the author. Stanley Lord, I believe, is the author of the book. I might have to look that up. Look at the same name, A Night to Remember. And it's based off that. It's a pretty accurate telling of the story. There's some inaccuracies in it. Quite a few. I mean, it's an old movie. They didn't have all the technology we had to they hadn't been down to the wreck by that point. So there were some inaccuracies, but it was one of the better tellings and one of the better tellings. And Titanic, 1,500 plus people died. So little baby Timma, I was definitely 7 or 8. I remember watching it at my friend's house because they owned the VHS of it. Because we were rocking VHSs back then, and we watched that movie to death. So yeah, movie about hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people dying, and it's not. Some of them die quite unpleasantly. It's not as it was a 50s movie, so it was pretty reserved on what they showed, in terms of like, they weren't showing like frozen, like decrepit Leonardo DiCaprio having to peel his fingertips off of the door, but it still had some intensity for a kid. And my parents didn't mind. Would mom be happier if I could do what she wanted me to? When she looks at me, she doesn't see me. I wish I could show her. I wish I could make her understand. I think she doesn't want me to. Allison told me again that it was my fault mom got angry at us. She is such a suck up. Mom barely said anything to us for a few days. Allie said she saw her throwing away pages from the Book of Goblins. Oh, that's sad. Yeah, I definitely had those. It wasn't really like, I was a middle child, so I was always the amicable child. My sister, my older sister, she would often be the source of my mom's wrath. So I would often, don't make mom mad kind of thing. Yeah, I was generally, not always, I was generally the don't make mom mad, though I didn't ever blame my sister for being the source of my mom's anger that I can remember. But who knows? I was a wee baby. Do this, do that. I'm sick of her voice, and I'm sick of that dumb name too. I'm Ollie the Goblin. Is there not more in the book? Hold on. I felt like there'd be a lot more. On the page. Nope, just that. Okay. Or maybe we'll be able to read more later.
Not a bad view, right?
I forgot how beautiful it is.
Remember that time we tried to cross the lake after it froze over?
Oh yeah, how can I forget? Marianne lectured us for an hour.
Well, she wasn't wrong, at least. It was really dangerous. If we'd fallen in, no more goblins.
We grew up on this lake. We know how to spot thin ice.
Nice ring. Gift from your boyfriend?
Come on, I told you I'm not with anyone right now. Don't rub it in.
Why does it look familiar?
It was a gift from Eddie. He had them both made at the same time.
Both? Oh, wait.
Yeah. This ring is supposed to be linked to the one he gave you, in a spiritual way.
Do you believe in all that?
You mean, do I believe we could be linked in some other metaphysical way? You know, other than the one that already lets us share thoughts and memories.
Fair enough.
Right? I was about to say, what do you mean, do you believe?
At least the glacier's still there.
You have to wonder just what kind of stories it could tell. You know, if it had a mouth.
Remember the ice cave?
The old bear's den?
That's the one. It would have made a perfect secret base if we'd ever been able to find it again.
You know, I actually went looking for it a few years ago.
Really? No way. So?
We found it, but the entrance had collapsed.
Ah,
Ripperoni.
bummer. Alright. I think that's enough time enjoying the view.
I wasn't gonna say anything, but
Yeah, I know. I was the one all eager to go, and then I started waxing poetic about the landscape.
go ahead. I'll catch up. Need to respond to a message.
Ah, my sister, the social butterfly.
Seems we got a trespasser.
What the fuck?
You got 5 seconds to talk me into defending my property.
Your property?
5, 4.
I'm Tyler.
Don't know any Tylers. 3, 2.
Sam!
Ellie?
Bro,
What are
stop
you doing
pointing
out
that
here,
gun.
girl?
This is our house.
All right, real quick, Fins. I'm sorry to pause there. Gun. So yes, I'm one of those crazy gun nutters. No, I don't. I do own firearms. Firearm safety is extremely important. It's extremely important. It's something that I try to people get. Gun nut. Yes, I'm one of those gun nuts. Me, hello. Miho. Miho.
Grandma's bread. Out here, bread. We don't need.
I think I need to refresh my. It refresh after everything, but it doesn't. Miho, welcome in. Welcome in. Lovely to see you. But so as far as from a firearm perspective, you want to keep, if you need to point you only point the barrel at your gun at something that you're willing to destroy. So if you're not ready to shoot something, if you feel you need to have the gun in a ready position, what you'd have it in as a low ready or depressed depressed, you'll have the barrel depressed. So low ready, you're going to have the barrel of the gun essentially pointed ideally below the feet of your potential target. And then when you're ready to fire, you bring it up, you get your sights on before you squeeze the trigger. So I see this all the time in video games of people pointing guns directly at people that they're not actively about to shoot, but they need the firearm to be ready. So you'll have it in a depressed ready or a low ready, or have the barrel deflected away from the target. One, for safety, because if you're not going to shoot that person, when they need to be shot, you need to, it should be immediate. It shouldn't be they need to be shot 10 seconds from now. They need to be shot right when you take the shot, not before, right? So if they're not a threat, but they're presenting it as an escalating threat, then yeah, maybe you need to have a firearm out. That doesn't mean you need to shoot them until the situation has escalated to the force, to the point of deadly force. And that's only when they present to you an imminent threat of death or great bodily harm. Can't use a firearm to protect property generally. If you're inside a house, that's different. But if you are seeing somebody rob your car outside of your house, you cannot protect that car with deadly force unless they're presenting a deadly force to someone inside that car, perhaps. Hashtag not legal advice. Yeah, you generally can't use a firearm to protect property unless you are in that property, unless you're in the car, unless you're in the house. Yeah. Anyway, so sorry, quick little gun nut spiel. Akad didn't realize he had a loaded slug in his shoddy and blew. Now he preaches firearm safety. Yeah, you got to. Yeah, a negligent discharge. That's scary. That's scary. I've never had a negligent or accidental discharge. And again, for those who don't know, because I hear it misused all the time, especially in the news. A negligent discharge is when the firearm, when the firearm shoots due to the negligence of the firearm handler. So they didn't know the gun was loaded. They sneezed, they had their finger on the trigger. Whatever. That's a negligent discharge where the shooter is being negligent with their firearm. And that's 99.9% of all unintentional discharges. An accidental discharge is where the shooter is not being negligent, but the firearm malfunctioned, or if someone's like wrestling for the firearm, like you're in a fight and someone tries to grab it and they set it off, it would be generally considered an accidental discharge. Generally, an accidental discharge is almost always due to fault of the firearm itself. Fire pin dropped due to the gun malfunctioning when the trigger wasn't pulled. And that is exceedingly rare. That is exceedingly rare. In some cases, like in the case of Alec Baldwin, I think even if there was a malfunction of the firearm, he still bears a lot of responsibility for that incident because, again, he had the barrel of a gun pointed at something he wasn't willing to destroy. There's absolutely no reason that they needed to film that way. She could have filmed from a monitor and not been behind the camera that he was pointing a gun at. It wasn't a prop firearm. It was a firearm being used as a prop. And I hate that the news kept calling it a prop firearm as if it were a pyrotechnic device or that wasn't an actual firearm. It was an actual firearm. That's like if you're using a helicopter in a scene. Just because you're using a helicopter in a movie scene doesn't make it a prop. It's an actual helicopter being used as a prop. It's like, it just boggles my mind. It doesn't mean, yeah, anyways, yeah, gun safety is something I'm big on. It was drilled into me by people close to me. So I try to pay that forward and make sure that everyone, it's a little bit of firearm safety. Anyways, friends, I'm gonna send a quick DM. I just noticed the new Discord update. Whenever you have OBS active, it like truncates your name. That's interesting. So in Discord, I'm just showing up as T ... All right, friendos. Real quick, we are going to be joined by our friendo, by Miho. So give us a few minutes to get that set up, if you would. Switch scenes here real quick.
Grandma's bread. Get out here, bread. We don't need.
Hello, everyone.
Oh God, Echo.
We have Miho with us.
Hello, hello. I'm here.
Yeah, do a quick sound check. Oh, there we go.
Sound checker, mic checker. Okay.
Yep, I think your levels are pretty good.
Pog. All right.
Nice. Welcome in.
Yeah, this what is it? Collab tool is just interesting. This is like I'm still getting used to it, but it's like so clean compared to like those ninja stuff. But yeah, hi. How's everyone going? Tim, can I get a quick a summary of what has happened thus far in the adventure?
Yeah, sure. Welcome in, by the way, Swolecat. Welcome.
Oh, Swolecat, hello. Hi. Welcome.
We have the Navy stream. Yeah, we have the Admiral and me. I'm a captain, I guess.
I guess.
I guess. Oh, you might call it that. Yeah, let me get this going here real quick.
Doing between the guy's legs, but that's the hot dog. Gee, delete that. Delete that fucking clip right now. I swear to God.
Memorial Day.
Happy Memorial Day to you too.
Hello, Bub Rub. Welcome to Swole
Please,
Cat.
please, Bub Rub. I
Existed.
I can't handle a ban. I can't handle a ban. I don't know what I would do.
Bruh.
Yeah, don't.
I need
Swole out here
I need
getting
context.
banned.
I need context. Why was he a worm?
Welcome in, everyone. We have our friend Miho here. He's also a VTuber. he's an admiral. And he plays a lot of variety games, a lot of RPGs. And actually, Miho recommended this game to me. I wasn't really following the developer that closely. I loved Life is Strange. It was one of my favorite games to stream, and this is made by the same devs.
Yeah.
Yeah. So context: Autoclip played, showed a clip from a friend who was playing Conan and just wagging around her character's penis. I was a maid loaf since that was what chat wanted. Oh my
God.
Well then.
That is a lot to like understand.
I hope you don't get banned. Oh no. Welcome in though. Welcome in. We are a couple hours into this game. And to summarize, by the way, before I summarize, of course there'll be spoilers. So if anyone is going to be playing this, Swole, if you're going to be playing this, or anyone else is going to play this and don't want it to spoil, feel free to just leave a tab muted. Because yeah, I'm about to give out a lot of spoilers. 50% of your clips don't make sense since they require too much context. Yeah, I feel that. I'm in that same boat. But yeah, to summarize. So this is a game where it's a interactive story style game like Life is Strange or The Walking Dead, where you have kind of forking paths depending on the dialogue choices you make. So mainly this is a discovery game. We're trying to discover our past. We are, the game starts out in a police station in an interrogation room. We are 8 years old. Character, yeah. It starts off like, yeah, you're kind of like, what is going on? So our character, Ollie, she's covered in mud. And the cop sit down and is like, just tell me what happened. So Ollie comes out and says, my mom went off the rails. She went crazy. She had a gun. She was about to shoot me. So I stabbed her. So that's how the game starts. And then fast forward to present day, we go to Ollie's sister, Allison. Fast forward 10 years. We're in Alaska. She gets a note from Ollie about coming to pick them up from the juvenile detention. Ollie's, I guess, 18-ish, 18, 19, somewhere in there. So we jump to Ollie's point of view, who's no longer going by Ollie. Ollie transitioned between the time of police station and now 10 years later. And Ollie is now going by Tyler at this point. Tyler is, he was in a juvenile detention facility. That's also like a mentoring facility. He was able to graduate to get out of the troubled youth part of the facility into a mentoring position. So he's now working at this facility, mentoring other kids. Also, I think he got his bachelor's degree somehow. I don't know how that works because he was like 18, so he must have speed run the education system somehow. Or that was just a dialogue mistake and they just meant he graduated from high school. But yeah, Ollie has transitioned. Sister picks him up. They go back to their old town of Delos, I believe it's called, to sell their house where their mother was, where Tyler killed his mother. And they're going to get it ready to sell it. And that's where we're at now. Tyler believed, excuse me, I'm going to do that because they flip back between Ollie and Tyler. Tyler believes, Drew, hello. I've been watching while eating. I hope you're getting something yummy. Welcome in.
Yummy.
Good foods. Tyler is going through the house and, finding what they want to keep and what they want to destroy. We found their old book that they wrote. The kids and the mom wrote this book of stories. They're like fairy tale stories. They're actually quite extensive. We actually had to read one of the stories to get into the mom's room. There's a combination. There's like a crazy lock on the door that you have to select the right animals. And there's a big, you have to read this story to figure out which animals are the right ones to put on the door to unlock it. Little crazy, but little Resident Evil as well. But it's kind of cool. It's kind of cool. So I'm imagining we're gonna have to go through the storybook for other puzzles like that. We get into the mom's room. We find Tyler's diary, which his mom took from him. Also, we found out that throughout Tyler's childhood, they were, having some dysphoria, and the mom was, from Tyler's perspective, very opposed to it. And the night that he killed her, Allison had cut Tyler's hair at his request. So cut his hair very short like a boy. He'd asked his mom to do it. She refused. He wanted to join the hockey team. She wouldn't let him. She didn't want him watching violent movies at all, which I don't think that's that big of a deal, but they kind of make a big deal about it that he went and watched Star Wars at a friend's house, and she freaked out about it.
He watched Star Wars. That's the devil. No D&D. No
Bobby
Star
Boucher.
Wars.
Yeah, kind of depicting her like Bobby Boucher's mom from The Waterboy.
Okay.
Kind of a very overbearing mother, a very protective mother, and seems to be against Tyler transitioning pretty vehemently, or having a very negative reaction to it. And about the twin link. Oh yeah. Thank you, Drew. I can't believe I forgot that. That's actually super important. So the twins, so Allison and Tyler are twins, and they have a connection. When they were kids, they could kind of share thoughts, and feelings, how they felt. now they can speak telepathically when they're not right next to each other. I don't know. We've only been in this house for the most part, so don't know how far of a range that has. But we can directly speak telepathically. I guess they could as kids as well. But we could also share memories. So when we have a memory, we can see like almost like us looking through, like almost like we were ghosts. We kind of look back at our memories and we can both experience them and see them as if they were playing like a movie for both of us to see. So we have that that connection. Yeah. But yeah, we got into the mom's room. We found Tyler's diary. And it was shortly after that that there was a confrontation that led to her death. Tyler believed it was because the mom was willing to kill him rather than let him be who he wanted to be. They're like holograms. That's a better description. They're like memory holograms. Thank you, Drew. And so Tyler always believed that was the reason why. We found in her room there was a pamphlet, a like religious pamphlet, from, we don't really see what it's about, but it's family values kind of thing. Seems to be pretty kind of conservative thing, like probably not supportive of transitioning. But there was also a book, How to Raise Transgender Kids, in her room. So that confuses the heck out of him. It's like, why is she reading a book about how to raise trans kids? I thought she hated me. I thought she was going to kill me. Was she actually going to? Did I just misinterpret everything that happened? And we did see a vision. It wasn't really a hologram. It was actually like the first time the memory was actually like a real memory. The night that Tyler had Allison cut his hair, he wanted to show his mom, so he ran downstairs as she pulled in, and we go out to the shed and she's loading a shotgun. Mascara's all over her face. It's raining, but she's clearly been crying. She knocks over the case of shells as Tyler comes in. He sees him spill out, and then Tyler turns and runs. She shouts out, "Wait," and that's the end of the memory. So we don't know when the actual stabby starts happening. Presumably shortly after that. But it looks like she was distressed about something. And from my point of view, it wasn't about Tyler's hair or Tyler even transitioning. It was about something else. So yeah, that's where we are. This house has been abandoned for 10 years. Since it went down, we came back to get it ready to sell. We come in and we find this guy pointing a shotgun at us, demanding to know who we are. Apparently Allison knows him as Nate, and that's where we are. All right.
So wait, is this actually his property, or he's saying it's his property? Okay.
Well, no, I'm sorry. It's as far as I know, it's Tyler and Allison's property because they're gonna sell it. So supposedly they would have the deed to do so. I don't know who Nate's obviously someone that Allison knows. So I guess we'll find out. The doors were locked. And Allison's key did not work to unlock it, so we did have to break into the house. So someone changed the locks.
So he's squatting.
He might be, but it's yeah. I guess we'll find out. All right, let's get back into it, friends. Once my controller comes back. Resume.
Was I talking to you? Sam, put the gun down. This is Tyler, my brother.
Your brother? Oh, shit. Huh. I guess I heard about all that, but I never... Damn, you look like a real man.
So do you, Sam.
You know what I mean. I just didn't know they could make a woman look so much like a man.
Okay. I am a man. I'm just me. Hmm. Yeah.
Not a woman who looks like a man, Sam. A man. A real man, just like you.
Oh, shit. Guess I'm the asshole again. You gotta excuse us old guys.
I really don't.
Oh, come on. You kids keep changing the rules. You can't expect us to keep up.
Just respect the people are who they say they are. It's not hard.
No, it ain't hard, but it just takes some getting used to.
We'll get used to it, because we aren't going anywhere. So,
what are you doing here?
What
Yeah.
are you doing here exactly?
Oh, well, I've been kind of keeping an eye on this place for you, you know? It's like patching the roof, checking pipes,
They're
you know, all
squatting.
that stuff.
Thank you, Sam.
Oh, yeah, it's, that's no big deal. I just, you know, your mama, she was a special lady. She deserved much better than, you know, what you got.
Than me stabbing her?
Didn't you used to help Mary Ann with repairs and building projects?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, seeing as your mama never had a man around, I just took it on myself to help her keep this place standing.
How antiquated of you.
Thanks. I guess you two are still aiming to sell the place?
That's the plan. Which, by the way, we need your keys.
Since apparently you went and changed the locks?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. But, selling your mother's house? Are you sure? Bad or good? It's all you've got left of her.
No, we're selling this place. No one asked you. A few bad memories too. Yeah, we're not.
Yeah, a few bad memories.
Yeah.
Not all. I'm sure the gun she tried to kill us with is still somewhere in there.
Tyler!
What?
What Tyler means is, a fresh start is what we both need.
Of course. This place has got to be full of all kinds of bad memories. But maybe some good ones, too?
Yeah? Oh, we could speak using her voice. He's hammered. Potentially?
I don't detect any hammery.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's just old.
Yeah.
We should go.
We should get going.
That's all you think we'll get out of him?
Let's see. Let's ask him more questions.
I guess I could ask him a few more questions.
Okay.
Were you too close?
How well did you know her?
Not as well as I thought. When I heard what happened that night, well, I figured people were bullshitting me.
It really surprised you, didn't it?
Much as anything ever has. Other folks say they saw it coming. Not me.
What's on her door?
Did you help with her door?
Her door?
The puzzle on her bedroom door.
Oh, yeah. You two kept sneaking in, giving her no privacy, huh? You ever solve it?
Yep. Better late than never, I guess.
Never solved it myself.
You built it. How did you?
I mean, not that I wanted to. So, guess you know all your mama's secrets now, huh?
Well, she may have one or two left.
Okay. Is on our door. Read too close. We already asked those questions, so I guess we should go.
We should get going.
That's all you think we'll get out of it?
Oh, it just
Is
repeats
he
the same.
hammered?
I guess. I don't know.
He doesn't seem hammered. He just seems
No.
like he's like an old man. Maybe a bit
He's too wasted
tired.
to be of any more help.
I'll tell him to get a move on then.
And yeah, he should go, not we
Well,
should go.
We've got a supply run to make, and Uncle Eddie's expecting a visit. So,
Right. Yeah,
Oh,
of course.
Uncle Eddie.
Get going, you two.
You first.
Sam, we all gotta get going.
Oh, of course. Of course, yeah, I got lots to do myself. Lots of to-dos on old Sam's list. And you don't want to keep Brown waiting, you know?
Thanks for looking out for this place.
I don't think he was
How do
squatting
you do
either. There wasn't really any
I-
evidence that he was living here.
Nah, no, he was just
Don't
vibing.
hesitate to reach out if you need anything. Anything at all. You hear?
Doesn't seem like a bad guy, actually.
Yeah, except for his muzzle discipline.
Sam?
Huh?
Get out.
Sam? The keys?
Okay, yeah, maybe
Oh,
he's wasted.
yeah.
I guess he was just
Of
like
course.
nodding
Of
off right
course.
there.
They're yours. This place, it meant a lot to your mother. It almost felt like it was a part of her, and it's like some part of her is alive here still.
Monster House?
Hopefully the house doesn't turn out to be a
Must-
murderous psycho that tries to kill us in our sleep, huh?
Yep.
It's literally the
yeah.
plot to Monster House.
Well, take care of yourself.
I've seen it
Both of
actually.
you.
You have or haven't?
Have not.
I'll explain in
Hey,
a second.
so we really do have a lot to do.
Okay, go on. I'll be right behind you.
Oh, he's just slowly walking out of frame. What is going on? Oh, back in frame. Okay.
Back in frame. That picture of the mom is very important, it seems.
Seems to be. It's been in the center of the frame for a long time.
The focal point of one would. They should smash it to see if there's like a map behind the picture.
There probably is. This game's been very Resident Evil.
Just like, just uppercut it. Get map. But yeah, no, the plot to Monster House is a house is possessed by a woman's soul and basically eats kids.
Lovely. Is that a recent movie?
It came
Or
out
is
like
there-
mid 2000s.
Okay. But Uncle Eddie, so Uncle Eddie, she keeps calling him Uncle Eddie, which pisses Tyler off because it's the sheriff that found Tyler
Ready to Veni Vidi Vecchi?
when Tyler was a child and was
I'm ready
questioning
to talk to Tessa.
and was questioning him. So he doesn't particularly like Uncle Eddie.
Just try to keep in mind that your memory of her is 10 years out of date.
Yeah, well, it wouldn't be if she reached out to me while I was in Fireweed, which she didn't.
Fireweed
So
was
I'm
the
guessing this
Troubled
is Michael?
Youth Center.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, we're now okay. We're Allison perspective now.
Oh, yeah, I was about to ask, like, wait, hold up. Don't you usually Tyler?
Yeah, we were Tyler for most of it.
Hey, you.
Hey, isn't it your day off?
Yep, we're here as patrons. Tyler, meet Michael. This is the annoying coworker I was telling you about.
I was there for your introduction to marshmallow vodka and wine coolers, and I've only worked my way up to annoying coworker. Rude.
Don't worry, she told me
Rude.
exactly how miserable she'd be in this town without you.
It's so good to finally meet you. The Tyler talk goes on 24/7, so I feel like I already know you. So, you here to grab some stuff for the homestead, or?
Yeah, we decided it'd be easiest if we just stayed out there. We'll get it cleaned up faster if we literally cannot escape it.
Hey, I'm all for efficiency. Cannot wait for us to get out of here.
What's that?
He wants to move too. Maybe we're gonna be roommates. Maybe.
They were roommates.
Michael is moving to Juneau too. We were thinking of being roommates.
Oh, okay.
Thinking about it? You better not be backing out on me. The only thing that gets me up some mornings is marking one more day off the calendar.
Don't worry, she won't. We'll get the house sold, and you guys can move on.
There could be room for you too.
That seemed
For
passive
sure.
aggressive.
The more Romans,
Yeah.
the merrier. I'm studying to be a chef, so you know it'll be good eating. And hey, I only snore during allergy season and baseball.
How can I say no to that?
You okay?
Dead on my feet, girl. Got up at 4 to fish before work. It's been a day.
Oh, you like to fish?
Yeah, there's this spot called Buzzard Hole I go to at least twice a week. It's like an hour drive, but it's so chill, especially first thing in the morning.
Shut up. I used to go there all the time.
For real?
Yeah.
Hey, well, if you want to go sometime, holler at me. I don't mind sharing.
Cool. Most guys I know get all Smeagol about their fishing spots.
Oh, look at you two. Bonding over the most slow and boring way to kill an animal.
She's just jealous because she couldn't catch a fish, even if she filled the lake with cyanide
I'm
first.
not... Never mind. Tyler,
Got
we
him.
better get started with our shopping.
Yeah, I'll be around if you need anything.
Oh, Shirley said the most slow and boring way to kill an animal.
I was just
Future
my
mayor of
mind went
Delos
to
Crossing.
Tom Vecchi?
Yep.
Tom Becky.
Is it really that big of a shock? He owns the only store in Delos Crossing, and he's chummy with the Old Boys Club.
I guess. He never really struck me as having ideas, and he's not exactly charismatic.
Yeah, when he said cyanide water, I was thinking, I don't know why my mind went to like apples and how apples have like cyanide and they're like apple seeds. I was thinking like apple juice. Like he's just throwing a fish inside a bunch of apple juice.
Yeah, cyanide does come from apple seeds, or can be made from apple seeds.
You need like a lot of apple seeds.
Yeah, yeah.
A snowman. He a trucker.
He's trucking. So this is a pretty small town, Delos, and we wanna leave. Ooh, memory. So this is the memory.
Canada?
Alaska.
Alaska. Gotcha.
Remember.
I want to have the crispy tocino and noodles and spring rolls. And can we get the coconut cake for dessert?
Easy,
Coconut
my
cake.
hungry goblins. We have to leave some food for the other customers.
But Auntie Tessa said we can have whatever we want.
Man, I miss Tessa's cooking. She still make those, what are they called? Fried banana rolls?
Tehran?
Right.
No, I'm
Tehran.
pretty sure she made them special for us.
Yeah, they want to move to the big city, to Juneau. Which I noticed is...
Juneau.
Yeah.
You
Remember,
noticed
there was, that's been kind of a theme throughout a lot of these games, especially the first Life is Strange. They wanted to, everyone was wanting to leave, you know, get out of town and go to the big city, go to Portland or whatever. I think it was Portland. Or was it Seattle? I can't remember. One of the two.
Seattle.
So yeah, I wonder if the devs or the writers, if they have the same writers, I wonder if they like grew up in a small town or something.
I wonder if they just want to go to the big city.
Maybe.
Hey, Ollie! Look! I'm the ruler of this kingdom!
Is that an onion?
I have no
Get it?
idea.
Cause it's a dome? You're gonna fall, stupid. That was funny.
I can't believe you didn't laugh. That was hilarious.
Not as funny as you getting all pouty when I didn't laugh at your jokes. I loved baiting you. It was my favorite thing.
I don't know. It's been a theme of these games. The you know, getting out a little of the small cities. Which actually, I was they said like the mayor owns the only store in town.
Weren't they talking about demolishing this playground?
Yeah. Tourists complained it wasn't safe.
Ugh, crybabies. Playground should be ground zero for natural selection.
Yep. And
Honestly,
fortunately,
that's how it
Delos Crossing
was
is too
when I
cheap
was
to replace it.
when I was little. But there's a channel I watch on YouTube. I think we talked about this last stream actually, called Audit the Audit. It's a channel about a person who is really well versed in law, and they kind of audit generally audit the First Amendment auditors, which I generally don't like that crowd, but he does a really good job of it, and kind of showing when, in most cases, when police overstep their bounds and do things they shouldn't be doing and violating people's general their Fourth Amendment rights. It's actually a pretty interesting channel. And it's not always a First Amendment auditor. I don't know if you know what those are. Those are people who go around kind of confronting police to try to get them to violate their civil rights. So they'll go around like filming police cars in you know, at the parking lot at police stations. They go around doing things that are protected by the First Amendment, like going into post offices and recording, which isn't always protected under the First Amendment. But often is, and a lot of times police will overstep and violate their rights. They'll get it on camera, and it's become almost a thing now. For the most part, there's some legitimate First Amendment auditors out there, which I don't particularly have a problem with, but it's become kind of a viral video bait. So people who don't really know their rights are going around with cameras, bothering people, and trying to get a police confrontation to get it on camera. That's what a lot of it has become, unfortunately.
Yeah.
At any rate, there was a sorry, there was a just need to catch up. There was a really odd encounter in a small town of, I remember it was a town in Missouri. I don't remember the name offhand. But the police were called. It was a 911 call that there was a man that was obviously drunk at a liquor store, gas station combo kind of thing, small town in Missouri, and he'd driven there. So they called the police. Looked like a small town without their own police department, which you'll see a lot in Kansas, Missouri, in the Midwest. So the sheriffs come. He's still in the liquor store. The sheriff immediately observes that he is extremely intoxicated. Yeah, not just intoxicated, but like barely able to function intoxicated. So he detains him, takes him out to the police car to do, to see if he can get film of him driving the vehicle, and if he could get film, he would arrest him. Which, interestingly enough, the audit guy, who was extraordinarily critical of police, said he probably had enough probable cause to arrest him, but he wanted to get the security camera footage, you know, beyond a reasonable doubt he was driving, because the police didn't see him actually driving the car. The clerk said that she didn't know how to work the security camera. She said she knew it was recording, but she didn't know how to work it. Her boss comes in, and some other, I guess a co-owner comes in. So the boss who owns the shop, it's a private shop, a private liquor store, a private gas station. They come in and tell the police they need to leave and that they weren't going to cooperate. Turns out the boss was actually the mayor of the town. And the cop was trying to say, hey, this guy is a threat to your community. You know, if he's driving drunk, he needs to go to jail. I don't have a lot of sympathy in this day and age for drunk drivers,
Yeah,
especially if you're driving to a liquor store. Come on, dude. A second sheriff comes up, and I don't know how this is even possible, but the second sheriff said, I just arrested that guy yesterday for DUI. And it's like, dang, he got bonded out fast. He must have immediately bonded out and just immediately just up into the bottle.
I mean, as you know, alcoholics would. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, but yeah, another sheriff came on and said, yeah, or another deputy, I should say, came in and said, I just arrested him yesterday for DUI. And it's like, Mayor, you need to let him take care of this, because this guy's he's gonna hit somebody. At any rate, Mayor refused to cooperate. Small town kind of thing. And actually the co-owner was just furious, just screaming at the police, just off his rocker, just, you have no right to be here. This is private property. This is an illegal detention, blah, blah, blah. He's like, it's not illegal detention. I was called here. Someone reported this. He's like, you're lying about, and just on and on and on and on. At any rate, the police, they let him go. And this, basically said, you cannot operate this vehicle. If you get into that vehicle, I'm going to arrest you. Go home, walk, get a ride, whatever. And they leave. It was a really interesting encounter because I very rarely see Audit the Audit give a good review to the police. But yeah, it was a small town. Mayor owns the only business in town, basically. And he was upset because the sheriffs do speed enforcement right across the street from his liquor store, and that drives away customers. It's like, the cops were like, why would that drive away customers? Unless they're drunk and they're driving themselves to the liquor store. That's the only reason why they wouldn't want to come here. And yeah, rightfully so. It's like, it's just, oh my gosh, it's just one of those like facepalm moments. Like, bro, this is your community. You're the mayor of this town. Do you not care about the people? Do you want drunk drivers just driving around to get liquor from your liquor store? You don't care if your customers are drunk or not. You just want to sell them liquor. And like, I have no issue with alcohol, but yeah, drunk driving is such a, come on. Anyways, that just reminded me of that. It's a great YouTube channel, by the way. Very interesting. Although I don't, and a lot of times I don't support a lot of auditors, because most of them are just clickbaiters, just trying to get.
I really hope they get enough signatures
attention.
on this.
On what?
They want to build a fancy hunting lodge up the river. It's gonna totally screw up salmon migration.
Wait, is that 2015?
Yeah.
Man.
I think it's supposed to be. I don't know what year it is, actually.
And this is taking place a while ago.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, I thought it was supposed to be taking place closer to
That's still
2020,
doing
but
that Bible
apparently
study
not.
here every Wednesday?
Mm-hmm. Wednesday nights are
Unless
always
that paper's
packed.
just been up for
She
like
gives
8
tons
years.
Of Babinka and
Yeah, I
Hail
don't think
Marys
so.
start
Yeah, there's
flowing.
another 2015 down there.
There's gonna be a lot of leftovers after the rapture.
More for us.
Lots of leftovers after the rapture.
Crazy that they haven't caught him yet.
Oh. Straight this way. Delos Crossing Police Department, crime alert. Recently, we have multiple incidents of mail theft occurring in Delos Crossing. Oh boy.
Not my Amazon packages.
Oh man. Residents have reported letters and packages stolen from mailboxes, particularly in the East Point, Almeida sections. Delos Crossing Police Department encourages all residents to increase awareness and consider purchase of locking mailboxes. Oof, scum. A while back, I had, we have I live in a townhouse, it's in a cul-de-sac, so all the mailboxes are at the end of the cul-de-sac.
Yes. Yeah. No, I get it. Yeah. I've seen them. It's like a little like stand-up thing.
Mm-hmm.
There's like a yeah.
So, yeah, someone had clearly pry barred with like just a crowbar and a hammer, whole thing open, and stole everybody's mail. It was so annoying. And, yeah, it was so annoying. They replaced it and they built a much sturdier one. But it's just like, why?
Man, he really wanted those Amazon packages.
Well, hello, Miss Ronan. Did you forget something in the office?
No, just doing some shopping. You remember my brother, Tyler?
Your brother? Oh, right, Tyler. What a pleasant surprise.
Didn't Allison tell you I'd be by today?
Yes, I think she did. I just didn't expect to see such a dapper young man.
Well, I did shower this morning.
It's not a stinky gamer.
Did you just get back into town, or?
More or less. We've been working out at the old house, but surprise, surprise, after 10 years of sitting empty, it was missing a few things, hence the supply run.
Ah, right. Well, we'll get you set right up. It must be nice to be home.
I'm not sure nice is the word for it.
Oh, of course. I assume being there feels complicated.
This man talks very nervously.
That's
He does.
one way to describe it.
Well, don't let me keep you any longer. I'll be here if you need anything.
Oh, hey, is Tessa around today?
The wife's not in at the moment. I'm sure she'll be around later, though.
Maybe it's because, I don't know, Tyler's a murderer.
Okay. So we need candles and an all-purpose cleaner.
Oh yeah, I keep on forgetting that's just a fact of this game.
Yeah. I guess maybe not a murderer, but he's killed somebody.
No, it's like I forget, there was a perk in like Fallout New Vegas where it's something like along the lines of like murderous, like like murderous like vibes or something. Like menacing, what is it? I think it's called menacing aura. Maybe this is what Tyler has, a menacing aura because of that.
Yeah. You know you could just Google all this later, right?
Are you kidding, Allison? Old fishermen aren't gonna share this kind of juicy intel.
Murderous intent.
Murderous intent.
Oh, look at those guns. Wait, can I not look at them? Yes.
Aren't you running for more gun control?
My platform calls for sensible regulations, but folks around here need guns for safety. And as you know, we run extensive background checks before each and every sale.
Sure.
Yeah, there's no such thing.
Sure.
Ah, man.
I'm sorry. The background check that they run for buying a firearm is pretty terrible.
Oh no, like yeah, yeah.
The background check they do for a concealed carry permit is actually pretty darn extensive.
Or a chips girl?
Chips.
Candy.
Chips.
Rip.
Salt and vinegar is the only thing that sits right if my stomach's acting up.
Wasn't planning on making out with anybody tonight, so let's go for it.
Yeah,
Let's
I'm
see.
definitely a chips guy.
Fresh cut peonies, triple layer chocolate chip cake, toasted marshmallow.
Are you
Marshmallow.
doing a dramatic reading of the fancy
Chocolate.
book?
Nope, just browsing these fancy ass candles.
Scented candles. Which one is that? I can't tell which one is which. Oh, read. Regular unscented. Why would you buy unscented candles? What's the point of that?
So you have light. I don't
Candle,
know.
glacier. Oh, I guess so. Yeah, that's true. That's true.
You only
I usually
live
just turn on the lights though.
YOLO. Wait, what was the YOLO for the glacier? For the glacier candles?
No idea. Only two options we had were unscented and glacier.
Ice cream
Last
in
year.
20-degree weather.
But that's wait, is it glacier? I thought it was glacier.
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
What was the name of the show? The Bear Grylls show. He you know how he does the faux survival show thing.
Mm-hmm.
He had he had Will Ferrell.
You think we should
guest
get the
star.
organic one, or the industrial strength planet killer?
And guess organic because he's a nature nut.
Organic. We might have to scrub a little harder, but I'd never be able to look those beavers in the eye again if we use those chemicals.
Organic one it is.
But yeah, Will Ferrell was a guest star on this survival thing, and it was pretty hilarious. He went and as soon as they landed, they flew in on a helicopter, and as soon as they landed, Will Ferrell ate like their entire supply. They had food for like 3 days. And it was like 2 candy bars and like, I don't know, like some. It wasn't very much, but they were supposed to stretch it out, you know, maybe use it for trying to catch something as bait or whatever. He just immediately eats all the.
That sounds like a sitcom moment, like unintentionally though.
He's like, I was hungry. It's like, where's the rest of the food? He's like, that was all of the food.
Hey Tyler.
That was
remember
all
the
of
Trout
it.
King?
That was it.
Yeah, I saw it. I thought Tom might have retired him by now.
You kidding? He never misses a chance to tell customers he won a trout derby.
It was a 12-pounder.
So Bear Grylls has kind of, he's like a, it's a pretty neutral accent, but it's like an English neutral accent. So they were in, I think they were in Alaska actually, and they were next to it. They were driving next to a glacier, and you know, they were kind of exploring around. And there's one point where Will Ferrell's like, "Hey, you think we're gonna get? Do you think we could find any vitamins from this glacier?"
Hey Tom, when'd you get that new California plate?
There's a Haskell cooking school there. I'm gonna be a chef.
Oh, you gonna open up your own restaurant?
They sent you their license plate?
Maybe someday.
Why are there so many voices going on?
Yeah, I'm getting.
So by pulled strings, you mean you gave Eddie a discount on those new waiters?
There's like 15 conversations going on right
Slinging
now.
Adam and Eve on a raft.
What?
Eggs and toast. I've been studying up on diner lingo.
Clearly.
See if we can find any more vitamins.
I should grab some bait for my next fishing trip.
Anyways, I guess my original question was, oh wait, what the heck? Oh, I'm sorry. I might froze for a second. I guess my original question: what does a glacier smell like?
Tyler,
Like,
you want water, soda, juice?
Whatever you want. I'm not picky.
Have no
Wish
idea
any
what
of
it
it
would smell
sounded
like.
good.
What does ice smell like?
I don't know. I'm imagining like a melting glacier last year. Maybe I imagine like an ozone smell. Or no, I've never actually been near a glacier. Just because. Oh god.
Never been near a glacier either.
So
Try to avoid those.
I would think it would smell like rain, which rain has an ozone smell to it, because rain particles. Rain in the clouds is actually a very small, is like 100 or no, less than 100. It's like 10,000th the size of an actual raindrop. So they're like small particles. When they get pushed up into the upper atmosphere, lightning and just being up in the upper atmosphere where there's ozone present, the downdraft actually draws ozone down from the upper atmosphere from severe thunderstorms. That's why there's that rain smell sometimes with thunderstorms, because they're actually, the downdraft is strong enough to pull ozone down with it. So imagine maybe it smells something like that. I don't know. No though. Potentially. So a powerful snowstorm can do the same, have that same effect. Minuteman, Minute Maid. Papillon. What is Papillon? Grape soda.
Grape soda.
Yeah.
Soda.
Oh, I gotta take. Oh, take the.
Grape soda it is.
Almost ran out of time. I didn't realize there was a timer.
Okay, I think we're done
There's
here.
a timer for choosing your soda.
Yeah, it's an important decision.
What was I gonna say? Yeah, grapes. I forgot who said it. I think it was a Game Grumps thing, but like I totally agree. Grape soda doesn't taste like grape at all. It tastes like purple.
Yes, that is true. That is
It tastes like
100%. Okay, this is bothering me. So this pizza is in like a pizza, like restaurant, like a pizza shop box, whereas these pizzas are in like frozen pizza box. Whereas there's fresh fruit and clearly frozen meats. What technology do they have and eggs, so they can have frozen foods in the same open air cooler as fresh foods? I'm sorry, I know that's kind of a silly thing that they even have frozen shrimp. That just kind of bothers me. mainly the pizza box.
Gotta do what you gotta do sometimes.
Inventory, huh?
Yeah. My mind is so numb right now. Anyway, how's the shopping spree going? Finding everything you need?
Yeah, I'd be done already, but I'm letting Tyler browse and take it all in.
Must be weird for him to be back here.
Allison, I'm waiting. Let's pay for the groceries.
Yeah, I don't know. But today's been crazy.
Define crazy.
Should we tell him? I think we'll tell him. We found something.
We found some stuff in Marianne's room that really threw us for a loop.
Do you want to talk about it?
I do, but not here. And I think it also might not be my story to tell. But maybe all of us can hang out later and you can get the whole messy story.
All right. Well, I'll be here if you need me.
I was gonna ask Mio, are you gonna be streaming later?
I do intend to. Sorry,
No
I'm
worries.
opening some boxes. I do intend to at some point. I also have something else to do later as well.
Ooh.
But yeah.
Yeah, whenever you need to jump off, just do what you gotta do. It's all good. Appreciate you popping in, by the way. Hopefully we can do this in the future as well. I don't know if...
Will that be all?
Yes. Thank you, Tom.
Thanks, Tom.
Oh, hi, Tessa. We were just meaning to come talk to you.
Hi, Tessa. Long time no see.
Long time
My
no see.
God, you look like a completely different person.
It's me. Plus beard.
And 10 years.
So we were out at the old house today.
Heavens, why would you go there? Surprised it's even still standing.
We found some stuff in Marianne's room that took us by surprise.
Oh, really?
We want to ask you some questions about her.
You have that in your back pocket?
You're the only person who might have known Marianne better than us.
I don't know about that. It's been a decade, kids.
I know, but I need to ask.
What is it?
Did she ever talk about me being a boy?
No. It never came up. I found out much later, just like everybody else.
Marianne was obviously concerned. She really didn't confide in you at all?
Your mother was intensely private. She didn't need anyone else, and she made that clear.
But this was about Tyler. She was always willing to ask for help when it came to us.
Not at the end. Look, I have a lot on my plate today. I'm sorry. My
Sus.
advice to you would be to try to move on.
It's not that easy.
What happened that night? You can't understand something like that, but it was God's plan.
What?
That's all we can know. I need to go now. Best of luck to you, truly.
What the hell was that?
I told you she wouldn't talk. It's like she's got CIA training.
Something's weird.
Sure, okay.
It's weird, right?
I hope the CIA trains better than that.
Yeah, I feel it too. It's like something's on the tip of my tongue.
She was obviously lying. It was God's plan. I don't think God... No, he's like, all right, kid, get to stabbing.
Adults. Okay, this is gonna be kind of like out of nowhere, but there is this one class I took in college. It was, this is gonna sound like backwards, okay?
Yeah.
The class was a religion class, okay?
Mhm.
The title of it was Business Ethics.
Huh.
And so the professor's argument, and the reason why it was a class under religion was because people subconsciously worship money.
Oh, lovely.
And The reason I'm also bringing all this up is because he played a YouTube video in class one day randomly with this guy just like rapping about being a part of God's plan. I'm like, how does any of this relate to each other?
Yeah. Yeah. That's a stretch, my dude. That is a stretch.
Like there was this guy, like I mean, no offense to the rapper, but you can tell he's probably from the hood, right? He was like, it's all part of God's plans. You got the world in his hands. I'm like, what? How does this relate to business ethics?
Ah. He's like, he found his proof. He's like, see, undeniable proof in these bars. That's how hard these bars hit. an entire college course.
Whatever, man.
Oh man. Role of Rodolfo and that Rodolfo?
What is this a reference to? What is La Boheme?
I guess it's a casting call, I guess. 21 to 31-year-old, male, athletic, graceful, and spirited. All background singing ability is a must.
It is a opera play with 4 acts composed by Puccini.
Ooh.
Puccini in the late 1800s.
I see.
It shows the bohemian lifestyle of a poor seamstress and her artist friend.
Well,
okay.
Cultured.
Who is the guy that who is the person? There's got to be something like foreshadowing here. What was the name of the character?
Rodolfo. Like
Rodolfo.
But Rodolfo. I think Rodolfo.
I wanna see what's up with Rodolfo because there's got to be some like hidden meaning behind this. You know what I'm saying?
Probably.
Let's see this character. Anyways, I'm gonna look this up as you continue doing your thing.
Okay. The Delos Dulcets Live, and they have a lot of music in this town. They have a little was that a octet? Free concert, a Catholic Halloween celebration. That's odd. I don't think that's a little odd. Friday, October 30th, 2015 at 7:30. So yeah, it must be 2015. There's too many references. St. Stephen's Church, Willows Crossing. So I am a Roman Catholic. I grew up a Roman Catholic, and I can't remember ever having a Halloween celebration. We did an Oktoberfest every year, which is the reason I cannot eat sauerkraut. But I don't remember any Halloween. Yeah, I was volunteering on Oktoberfest, and I was doing dishes, which I didn't mind. So we had this industrial dishwasher that would like do an entire like row, an entire like tray. Basically, the tray was like the size of more or less 2 racks in a home dishwasher, so it's pretty big. It would do an entire tray in like 45 seconds or something like that. So it was like super heated, high pressure water would just be blasted through this thing to clean the dishes. So I would, we'd pre-rinse off all the food from the trays and then put them in the dishwasher. But that steam would just blast the smell of sauerkraut just into my pores, into my soul. It was horrid. Like, because that steam would just make it so strong and pungent. It was awful. So I take into hating sauerkraut. I never had a problem with it before, and then now it's like gag-inducing for me. Juno's Jawbreaker, Fresh Meat Boot Camp. Interested in roller derby? Sign up. I might be able to tolerate it now.
So apparently Rodolfo is he's basically a troll that is really good at like at music. He's a struggling artist in terms of like art and also like poetry. That he's just like really cool dude that falls in love with the seamstress, who's the main character. The seamstress is an impoverished person also.
Okay.
And they describe it as extreme passion of feelings for the seamstress. Yeah, that's all I got out of it.
Okay.
Quick Google search. Oh, he also gets jealous at some point. Oh.
I'm guessing that's going to be important. Hello.
Interesting. So this is a jealousy story.
The best kind. Drama.
Mimi appeals to Rodolfo because of her illness. Mimi is a... Okay, what? Appeals? Whatever, I'm done looking at this.
I don't think...
Is there something I can do for you?
So what are you doing there?
Oh, just inventory.
Guess I'm lucky I had the day off, huh?
Yes, what a lucky coincidence.
God, people are so passive aggressive.
Yeah.
No, just picking up some things for the house.
Oh, okay. Does your brother need any, shaving products? We've got some on sale.
I think he's got everything. But, thanks.
Good.
Does your brother
Well,
need to
you let me know if
shave?
we're running low on anything you need.
That is not how you have a conversation with
No.
someone.
No.
No, never mind.
People are so incredibly awkward. Coffee maker. I don't know if it's just me. I don't ever leave my coffee maker plugged in unless like there's actually coffee.
Can I help you, Allison?
I'm going through your
no
stuff. I'm
thanks.
snooping.
I'm good. I'm
I
just
don't need your help.
looking for something that I forgot. Man, Tessa keeps track of everything in these notebooks.
Like what?
Any loans she's given out, stuff she lets regulars take for free.
Does he need any
even her tithes.
condoms?
She starts passing out more heads and people don't come back.
I think she just likes having a record. She's gonna hand it off to St. Paul like a resume.
Bird!
Oh,
Take the bird.
What's this doing here?
Yoink.
My the pious pelican? Pious means like really religiously, right?
Yes, pious means like yeah. So the pelican's one of the animals in the storybooks, the storybook that we have. So we had to read this. Yeah, this is apparently our we made this with our mom, and it's a bunch of fantasy stories. This is a story we had to read to solve the puzzle, the door puzzle.
That's a lot of text.
It's how do we go in the story?
That's like an actual book page.
Oh, it's yeah. Yeah, I mean it's four screens of story,
Christ.
and there's like
God,
this many stories.
Jesus.
Yeah. So, kind of interesting. I think we'll probably have to read more of them. I don't think I'll read through all of them unless I have to. We did read through 2 though. I read the first one and I'm like, holy crap, this is like really long, really interesting, actually good stories. So, this first one was about the frog earning the right to speak. They were being chased by a character, named the hunter was his name. What was the name of the?
I think his name was Jeff.
One of you. Oh, that's the frog. Mad Hunter. The Mad Hunter. So the Mad Hunter was pursuing the princess. The princess comes across this frog, who lives by a lake deep in the forest. She tries to ask the frog for help because apparently frogs talk in this world. The frog just croaks at her, jumping around. Finally, she understands that the frog wants her to jump on her back, and the frog like literally like anime One Punch Man jumps across the whole forest and gets away from the Mad Hunter. The Mad Hunter has a all-seeing eye, kind of like you can't escape his piercing eye is what it's called. So the frog is able to like use their anime powers to jump out of range of the piercing eye and gets the princess to safety. The princess thanks the frog, kisses the frog, and then the frog is able to speak directly to the princess. So
Does the frog have friends on the other side?
I think he might have friends on the other side. He's got friends on the other side. I love freaking the Princess and the Frog, and I love that particular scene.
The cards, they tell the past, the present, and the future as well.
Are you ready? Are You Ready is the name of the song, I think? Yeah.
Are you ready?
Love it. I love it. But yeah, we had to read this story to open the door. And the story, the animals, so it's the pelican, the muskrat, the moose, the frog, the bear, and I don't remember what the other one is. What's that one in the... Well, all the animals are taking the princess to a banquet. And basically there's we're having a good time at the banquet, and all the animals threw the banquet for us. They got us presents, and we forgot to thank them. So some fairies saw that we were, not being gracious, and they lured us off. And when they lured us off, they basically made all the animals and everything in the party disappear, and said that you can have, we'll bring all your friends back if you can guess which of your friends got you these 3 presents. And we had to use the story to understand the characteristics of each animal to be able to determine who gave us each gift. So there was a torch that would light the way anytime we were lost. It would show us the path. There was a sword that would defend us. It's like a magical sword. We don't need to swing it. It's a self-swinging sword. Dude.
A self-swinging sword?
Yes, it's the magical sword that can float and fly around.
It's a Tesla sword?
It's a Tesla sword. And the best item in, I think, any, like, if any magical item, this one wins, was a money bag that would automatically fill with the amount of money you needed if it was something that you truly needed to buy. So
Ayo?
Yeah. So it will, if you need clothes, it will automatically fill up with enough money to buy clothes if you truly need, but only if you truly need them. Which those shoes, I need them. These games actually involve reading. Yeah, they do. So based on the characteristics of the bear was the sword. When we were going to the banquet, the animals came and picked us up. We jumped on the bear's back, and the bear basically was saying, jump on my back. If any wolves attack us, I'll drive them off. The moose was actually, I don't know how, well, I mean, of all the things, it's not all that crazy. The moose was actually able to somehow clear the sky of clouds because it was cloudy. So that they can, I guess it was cloudy and foggy, so the moose was able to blow away all the clouds so that they can enjoy their banquet. So he was the torch. And the pelican brought all the food in their mouth, apparently. So the pelican was providing all of the, food for the banquet. So the pelican was the bag of money. So the door had a wheel. Each one had a wheel on it with all of the various animals. So you had to select the right set of animals to unlock it.
Gotcha.
And that's, I think, the item we just picked up was the Pelican.
Are these in order of when you pick them up, or are these like just like
So
when you can find them? If that makes sense, you know what I'm saying?
these are in order. Yeah, this is the order we picked them up in, and I didn't know you could listen
The
to stuff.
pious pelican is the princess's generous friend. She has a magical beak that is always full of food and never empties.
That's cool.
Magical beak full of food and never empties.
We're the goblins.
The crafty goblins are two cunning little thieves who live under the princess's house. They're always getting into mischief, but they have good hearts.
They steal a bunch of stuff, but they're not bad kids.
Yep.
The Mad Hunter is a cruel and ruthless creature. Once he starts hunting someone, he never stops. He'll chase his prey to the ends of the earth if he needs to. No one can escape his piercing eye.
Okay, I thought you were just making some phrasing up. That piercing eye is an actual thing.
Yes.
That sounds anime as heck.
Yeah.
The wise princess is a runaway from a far-off land. She won't tell anyone what she's running from, because just thinking about it makes her cry. She's friends with all the animals in the forest, and has a kind and generous soul.
Interesting. Guess we are. Whoa. Stuck. Guess we are ready to go. Or not? Nope. I guess not. Okay. What are we supposed to do? Oh, there's a memory. Hold on. So those sparkling things show you that there's a memory nearby. Then you can hit right trigger to see. There it is. There it is.
Hey
Oh, the memory.
guys, you all done yet?
Yeah, Mom. Can we go outside while you and Tessa play cards?
I'm afraid there's no time for games today, sweetie. Now let's go.
Marianne, can you come here?
Sorry, Tessa, I'm in a bit of a hurry.
Oh, what's your excuse this time? Emergency repairs for the beaver dam?
Tessa, look.
No, I don't want to hear it. I want to talk to you now. Or do I need to start calling in your debts?
Yo.
Whoa.
Huh. I'd completely forgotten about that.
I remember it, but not exactly like that. Here, let's see if we can call up my version, okay?
Wait, we have different versions of the same memory? How does that work?
I mean, two different perspectives, right?
Yeah, I guess so, yeah.
Mom? Can we go outside while you and Tessa play cards?
No, there's no time for games today.
Marianne, can we talk?
No, we can't. Just leave the groceries, kids. Let's go.
Don't. Please, let's just talk for a few minutes. Okay?
Interesting. That is a very different.
We remember that slightly differently. I guess that makes sense. Rashomon, you know? But whatever happened, after that, they walked to the counter, and then Marianne lashed out at Tessa, right?
No. Marianne defended us because Tessa got all preachy.
Which is it going to be?
Choose Allison's
I want to
memory.
talk to you now.
Tessa was
Or do I
angry.
need to
Ooh.
start calling in your debts?
That just
No,
doesn't.
Tessa was. She went all Jack Thompson on her.
Please, let's just talk for a few minutes. Okay?
You hearing this?
Tyler's
Marianne was
memory.
looking for a fight.
Please, let's just talk for a few minutes. Okay?
Marianne was angry. I mean, based on the well, so Tyler does remember their mom being angry all the
Please, let's
time.
just talk for a few minutes. Okay?
I was about to say, like,
I want to talk to you now. Or do I need to start calling in your debts?
I think that just has more information, though, to it.
I want to talk to you
Yeah.
now. Or do I need to start calling in your debts?
Because it also kind of plays into the fact that, okay, she was clearly
Please, let's
loading
just
up her
talk
gun
for a
for
few
someone, not for Tyler, you know?
Yeah.
Earlier. Is this what is this the route of it?
I want to talk to you Now.
I don't know.
Or do
This is interesting.
Yeah. I think. I mean, it doesn't seem like, because they were friends.
I want to talk to you now. Or do I need to start calling in your debts?
But you're right. This one has more information
I wanna
that they were
talk
in
to you
debt to her.
Now. Or do I need to start calling?
And this one is just the mom just kind
Please,
of goes
let's
off
just talk for a few minutes.
for really no reason.
Okay?
Which is
Or okay. So they were getting the groceries they weren't paying for their groceries, they were putting it on a tab. And so it makes sense. I guess either version makes sense, that she wants to talk about the debts in private,
Please, let's just
or
talk.
she wants to talk about, or she's just going to talk, she's just going to drop
I
it like
want to talk to you
that.
now. Or do I need to start?
Does that make sense, I guess? Or does that
No,
sound...
I get it. You're saying that one of them is taking the polite approach, while
Which
one
is
of them is a
going to
lot
be?
more assertive.
Mm-hmm.
I guess. How do you believe the mom was? Do you think the mom was more kind of a jerk, or do you think the shop owner was the jerk? Because that's what the question's asking.
Yeah, I feel like the mom would be more the jerk, and she's like, put the groceries away because they know that she can't pay for them. So she was just going to put them on the tab, and obviously Marianne's not going to let her put it on the tab. At least not without a conversation
What is
first.
it going to be?
I feel like the mom would kind of pop off like that because that's the personality that she seems to have. So I think going with this one makes more sense.
Please, let's just talk for a few minutes. Okay? Please, let's just talk for a few minutes.
I'm going to go with this one.
Okay?
Okay.
Please, let's just talk for a few minutes. Okay? Please, Marianne, I'm just trying.
Stay away from my children. They don't need your guidance.
I'm just trying to help.
I don't need help. Not from you, not from anyone else in this fucking town. I'm done with all of you.
You're done with the food I give you? The fuel? Maybe you are, but the kids
Are my children, Tessa. Mine, not yours.
Please, let's not do this here. Let's go into my office.
Fine.
Gotta follow.
You two, wait here.
We got some interesting jams.
I'm still skeptical, but okay. For now, let's say Marianne was being Marianne. But once they got into the office, they both went at it. Hard.
What do you think they were arguing about? Me?
It's
Don't
not
know.
always about you.
It was impossible to hear anything after she cranked up the music. But hey, now that we know she was lying to our faces, let's ask her.
Yeah. So there was an allusion to something about, in an earlier memory, there was an allusion about her kids being taken away, or like she just wants to see her kids again, or she specifically said her little goblins. Which didn't make any sense because obviously she had the kids when she got killed. So when did,
Your day off and you spend it in the office?
Yeah. I guess
Why are
I
you
missed you
talking
guys.
through a wall?
yeah, I know, yeah. I didn't even hear what you said, just mumbling.
There's another memory going on.
Is there something I can do for you?
You can kind of invoke it at any time, but there wasn't one.
Oh, okay.
Earlier you said Marianne kept everything to herself. But you two had a big fight a few months before her death, didn't you?
We argued all the time. You'll have to be more specific.
This wasn't about who cheated at Canasta. This was intense. You locked yourselves in the office so we couldn't hear.
I'm sorry. It was a long time ago. Now, I was in the middle of something.
Okay. We'll leave you to it. Damn it.
I think she knows more than she's letting on.
Duh. But there's no way to nail her down when we don't even know what we mean.
If we could pinpoint what it was about, she'd be out of excuses.
Sure, but how do we do that? The music was too loud to make out what they were saying.
Marianne and Tessa were obsessed with that song. It was on all the time.
What are you thinking?
We've been getting these visions whenever we see or hear something really emotional. Maybe listening to it will trigger something.
Let's invoke our PTSD.
Maybe onto something here, Ronan.
We can't go back
PTSD
to
powered
hoping
memories,
anything
not good.
Fast. We should go talk to Tom.
That's
Make
literally
sure we
just
build
Persona
as
3.
strong of a case as possible.
Okay.
I've never
Let's see if we
actually
can figure out what song it was.
played Persona. I've watched a number of streamers play it. I haven't actually played it myself.
So in Persona 3, it's like famous for this. So in order to invoke your persona, a persona is basically like a stand, like you're the embodiment of your fighting spirit as a ghost, right? That's what it is. In order to invoke your persona in Persona 3, you have to go through a very physical, intense, like emotional state. And the way they
should
do
go
that
talk to Tom,
specifically
right?
is
See
there
if
is this
he
thing called an
remembers the song.
invoker. It looks like a gun, and they just put it up against their heads and just like, yeah.
Oh.
Every time they want to like invoke their persona, it looks like a gun. It's not an actual gun, okay? So, yeah, they have to invoke PTSD to summon their fighting ghosts.
Lovely.
Let me see if I can find a gif of that. It looks so silly.
Can you believe Tessa and Tom were ever young?
I heard that.
Got
I
him.
may have a little less going on in the hair department, but you should see the rest of Delos High, class of 81.
Fair enough.
This is so edgy. Hold up. Oops. Did I put it in the wrong spot? I'm gonna throw it in the VC chat.
Okay.
If you just want to see an example of this tomfoolery. Oh, that's a web. It's not a GIF. I'll find another GIF real quick.
Okay. No worries. Supposed to find the song.
Did you finish Shape of Yesterday yet?
Oh, almost. Sorry,
So
I'll give it back
edgy.
next week.
Oh, there's no rush. I was just wondering if you were enjoying it.
The teen pregnancy plotline was a choice, but her descriptions are nice.
She has such a way with words.
We're supposed to
Are you
leave?
sure there was? Wasn't there? Are you sure there wasn't a memory inside the office?
No, that was just me. So you can do this at any time. So like
Okay.
invokes the memory thing. Maybe, actually, it might be now because we're supposed to find the song, right? Let's see. Already in there.
Can I help you, allison?
Oh, no thanks. I'm good. I'm just looking for something that I forgot.
We're looking at your, documents about our tab from, what, like 10, 20 years ago?
Oh, wait. Yeah.
Can
is
I
that what
help
that-
you, Allison?
Oh, no thanks.
She really
I'm
doesn't
good.
like us opening.
I'm
That's probably
just
what this is.
looking for something that I've...
That actually was like 10 years ago.
Track of everything in these notebooks.
I'm not sure if it means anything.
Any loans she's given out, stuff she lets regulars take for free, even her tithes.
And then what? She starts passing out horse heads if people don't pay her back.
I think she just likes having
Godfather
a record.
reference.
She's gonna hand it off to St. Paul like a resume.
It's a famous scene from the movie The Godfather, probably the book as well, where there is a Hollywood producer who refuses to cast one of the Don's like nephews in a movie. So
We should go talk to Tom, right? See if he remembers the
Tom,
song.
okay. He sends actually his consigliere Tom Hagen is the kind of the like advisor to the boss of the family. So Tom Hagen flies out to Hollywood, to try to get the producer to sign, you know, his nephew or whatever he is. And he refuses to. So then I think it's one of
You should go
the
talk to Tom, right?
one of the
See if
Don's
he remembers the song.
captains is sent out next, and he takes one of the Hollywood producer's prize horses, heads it, and somehow sneaks it into his bed. So he wakes up and he's screaming bloody murder, and of course signs. That's what they're referencing into. If you don't repay your loan debts, they'll go Don Corleone on you.
Hey, Tom.
There's something I can help
Yes,
you
sir.
with?
I'm not. IRS auditor, I'm going to go through your financial records, right? Be able to see chat better. How's business?
How's
Hey,
business?
remember that one
Oh, a
song?
little light on customers, but that's given us time to finish up the inventory. I think we might close early. Maybe catch the final of Survival on Ice live. Don't tell Tessa, but I'm rooting for Butch. She thinks he's too cutthroat. I say that's the game. You tried that new chocolate bar we got in last week?
Oh, no, not yet.
I didn't think I'd like it. Habanero and chocolate. But it's not bad. What'll they think up next, huh?
Was the campaign?
What's next on the campaign trail?
A rally down at the harbor. The fishermen are getting pretty fed up with business as usual. I've got some ideas about how to keep the fish populations up, but also put food on the table. Grab some flyers. Help spread the word.
The first Life is Strange really emphasized stream. I need to see stream. Really emphasized fishermen and the fact that there was a turn in fishing, downturn in fishing. Interesting. Also, there was the big dead whales thing.
This might be a weird question, but do you remember the song that Tessa and Marianne used to love? They played it all the time.
They argued to it all the time.
How could I forget?
I mean, it was 10 years ago. It'd be easy to forget.
She's still got the CD back here. A little worse for the wear, of course. Hold on. Huh, here it is. I was happy when it got put away, to be honest. A bit cheesy for my tastes.
Ain't nothing but a hound dog. Yes, the PTSD is coming back.
This is it, right?
I think so.
Ooh. Midichlorians.
Whoa. I just got hit with a flood of memories. You seeing what I'm seeing?
Yeah.
Should we check this one out?
Nah, we should just, forget about it. There it is. Use the force. Guess it's over here. Oh yeah, it's right here.
Mom, stop! That's so embarrassing!
Oh, yeah? Tessa, come join me. I know you love this song.
No, I couldn't possibly. Some of us are actually trying to get work done here.
She's moving.
I forgot how carefree she could be.
Yeah. What the hell happened? You think
That's
there
not
are
how I
memories
remember it.
lurking around?
Yeah.
I don't know. Let's see.
Here, let me remember. My memory went like this. She's just destroying the whole store.
The kids keep
keep pestering me for these candies. They're so expensive.
I'll just grab a bag. It's fine.
Oh no, I can't, Tessa.
It's nothing.
Okay. But write it down in your little notebook.
Okay, okay. Whatever you want. There. Happy?
Yes. And I'll be by on Wednesday to help you close, like I promised.
Tessa acted like she was Marianne's mom sometimes.
I think you mean Tessa was self-righteous and treated Marianne like a charity case.
She was trying to help.
We should go find that notebook she was holding. Pretty sure I saw one marked 2004 in the office closet earlier.
I big-brained it.
Yeah.
I knew it. You had to look through financial records. Man, if only we just resorted to looking at the records first.
Right? Oh, here's another memory. Remember.
What are you doing here?
I thought you needed help at the store.
I needed help 2 hours ago. Have you been drinking?
What? No, I just had a day, okay? I took a pill. I'm fine.
Marianne.
I said I'm fine. Kids, come on, let's go.
Wait, please. I have something for you. Take a look at this when you get home, okay? They can handle this confusion. I've been working with these people for years. They can help.
Is she a schizo?
What do you think that pamphlet was Tessa gave to Marianne?
I don't know. I saw it in Marianne's room. It had a creepy vibe, but I didn't think much about it. It was bad, though. Like, maybe conversion therapy bad. I'm sorry.
Oh.
Yeah. So we found that in the book
True.
with the.
I want to know how Marianne felt about it. And we need to hit Tessa with some hard proof.
So when the big bombshell is that we found the book, The How to Raise Transgender Kids. Next to it was a pamphlet that was, it wasn't really described what it was, but it looked like a fairly, it did look like a kind of conversion therapy, pamphlet, which, the two being was like, why would she have both of these things? So it looks like Mary Ann or Tessa gave her the conversion therapy pamphlet. Is what my guess is.
That sounds right.
She doesn't support that lifestyle. Ooh, we got a snoop.
Tessa? Is it okay if I run a quick Google search? My phone's dead.
Sure, but make it quick. I'm going to need the computer.
Ooh.
Hey, can I just open the business computer real quick? For no reason.
Urgent. Do not miss on this opportunity. What if I told you the government owed you up to $10,000 in cash? This is not a loan. You won't have to pay back. This is not a scam. Take this seriously. Click below and take the 2-minute questionnaire to claim the money. All right, where's the link?
Where is the next one? That my Nigerian prince?
It must be. We so at work we send out these actually fake scam emails that encourage users to click on them, and we do it in a way that some of them are obvious scams and some of them are a lot less obvious. There's actually you could actually hire a company to create these messages for you. You'd be surprised on how many people click on stuff still. Like, really? In 2023, you're gonna fall victim to scams? But they've gotten, honestly, the scams have gotten very, very impressive. Where we get targeted scams a lot, like where people will try to spoof real people who work in our organization. And yeah, it's getting a little crazy.
No, there's this. So at my job, the same thing happens. IT sends out. What is this?
Wait, what?
Sorry.
Whoa, hold up. Oh, no, I was just reading that.
Oh, okay, yeah. Sorry.
No, that's fine. I was just reading the email. Yeah. I'll talk what I have to say in a second.
I don't know what to say.
I'm sorry, Tyler.
Yeah.
Let's see how Tessa explains this one away.
But sorry, you were saying about work?
Oh yeah, I was saying there was this one targeted one. There was like, so at our job, if we ever get an email that's like not internal, right? It'll have ext in front of it, like external, right?
Mhm.
Because it's an external mail, like not from the company. And so like, I actually fell for this one, the test one, right? But it was so like rude. It was like saying that, oh yeah, our back end systems have been updated with the new software for keeping track of your tasks and stuff like that. If you could click on this link to I'm not exactly sign up for, but like to sign into it, so to make sure you have login access, right? But it had exe in the front of it, signifying it was an external source. I'm like, I'm being dumb. Like, yeah, sure, I'll click it because they did actually do like a maintenance update, right? Like the same week also. So I'm like, okay, that makes sense. Let me go ahead and see if I can log in. They're like, and as soon as I click it, there's just this giant like PNG that says "You've been fished." I'm like, what?
Le fish.
That's like, come on, like that's rude. Like that's jerkish. Like I get it, right? I mean, I know I'm the like I guess click the quote unquote phishing email, but like, you guys told me that you guys were updating the things anyways, right? You also did say in that same email, like actual same email, like, hey, make sure you can sign in when we actually update the system, right? And update our our everything. And then you send like a fake, like quote unquote fake email to confirm they can sign in, right? I'm like, it's
stinky.
Whatever. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's very stinky.
The way ours works is it actually doesn't do anything. So you click on it and basically it sends a report back to us saying it'll tell us who clicked on it. And so basically what we look for is generally we don't even say anything to the end user. We'll just say, hey, we sent this out, after like a few weeks, we sent this out. This is what happened. 50% of the people reported it as a scam. 30% of the people just ignored it. 10% deleted it, and another 10% actually clicked on it. So we'll send the breakdowns of what everybody did. And sometimes it'll actually take them out to a site where they'll have to sign in. And then it just won't do anything. And then, maybe we'll have another bracket, like of the 10%, X number, 5% actually signed in and gave their credentials up to this bad actor, which is just us. So normally we will just send that out and say, hey, make sure you're on the lookout. Here are the signs to look out for to not click on this. Here are the red flags, and we'd show off, it was a external domain or someone spoofing our domain, trying to spoof our domain. It was the external email. We have that too. We do use a solution that actually scans the contents of each email and looks for red signs, and will not only mark it as external, it'll also mark it as potentially harmful if it's potentially harmful, which, not very many emails. It's actually pretty good, so it doesn't like alarm fatigue you, it's just being too like, be careful, and people stop paying attention to it. So it'll actually make a big red banner on the top of the email saying, this looks like a scam. Yeah, pretty. We don't generally like single people out or make them feel bad for doing it. That's kind of stinky. Unless we have the same person like over and over getting caught, we'll have to send them some training or something. So yeah, we try not to be stinky about it, but you got to do it.
Yeah, I know you have to be stinky about it, but I just think what the stinky part about this one was like,
you've been fished.
Like no, the idea of like, okay, there are several emails that are, yeah, I guess I know it makes sense, right? Like, social engineering is that good, I guess, nowadays. It's like, there are several layers of like, oh, IT has actually said there's going to be an update. Oh, IT has actually said I need to sign in and check, right? Oh, IT said the servers are back up, right?
Yeah.
Or are going to be back up. And then like the last, quote unquote, the last email about that had the external bad actor email sent saying, oh, the servers are back up and you should be able to sign in now. And then like,
yeah, that's a little, if they're gaming it that much, that's kind of much. That's kind of a lot. and that just kind of creates distrust, and it'll create disengagement too. You don't want people to become disengaged from, especially from IT, where they're suspecting what you're sending is potentially gonna embarrass you or something like that. That's not the right way to do it. Definitely not the right way to do it. But yeah, social engineering is pretty good. They probably won't. So one thing that we've, because healthcare has been targeted a lot. One thing we have learned about the big ransomware attacks is often the attackers will be inside of your system for potentially months before they initiate their attack. So we've seen that at a few hospitals where they'll be able to get some internal access, and they'll just kind of camp out for a very long time. And they do that in part to find out what the best attack vectors are, what's going to be most impactful, what's going to make the institution most likely to pay them. And in part also to find more weaknesses, to maybe try to get more privileged access before they initiate the attack. So they can find very specific information out as well, depending on where they're able to infiltrate your networks. So yeah, it is kind of stinky, but social engineering and just the infiltration tactics they're using are a lot more sophisticated, kind of crazy sophisticated sometimes. But I'm not as I'm also learning about these attacks have made me in some ways a little bit less afraid of them, because even though they're sophisticated, a lot of them aren't as like, a lot of them aren't as, it's a 0 day where there's no, people are just able to get into your system without any intervention. That's very, very rare. Usually it's someone's become compromised by providing passwords, privileged accounts, getting privileged account passwords, having a flat network where anything can get to anything. For the most part, most of those attacks are not, someone gets past your firewall through an exploit. Most of them is they were let in and they've slowly accumulated more and more access. And then once they've gotten enough access, then they can initiate an attack against a weak part of your system. So it actually makes it less scary for me in a way. Oh no, we didn't do that Windows update the instant it released, and they were able to break into, no, that doesn't happen usually. Let's see, Alliance for Traditional Families. That was the name of that was the pamphlet. It was the title of the pamphlet. Watch Dr. Whitmore's talk, articulating God's design for sexuality. 10 powerful Christian quotes that will change your life. Oh man, these must be some juicy quotes. Parents' Guide to Preventing Same-Sex Attraction. Virtue Seekers Youth Camp, now in its 20th year. Admission for 2015 open. Yo, Slick. Welcome.
Hi.
I hope you're well. Slick is a cracked Warzone.
No gun
gamer.
game.
Streams on Twitch and on Kick as well.
Wow.
Hope you're doing well. Playing with a friend, Miho Missouri. Miho's a VTuber and a variety streamer. And he's we're playing Tell Me Why, which is a very, very interesting story narrative game. So Mio's hanging out. He's got his little wine glass there. So yeah, welcome in.
I'm a marketable plushie.
Indeed. I love that model. I love all your models. I love the Do you still have the scuffed model? The budget
Which
cut. The
let me lose my budget.
Yep.
Can lose my budget.
I haven't done that one in a while. Oh, I haven't seen it in a long time.
Is it this one?
Are you on your new PC?
No, I hadn't set it up yet. I've been meaning to. I've been lazy.
No, no worries.
Down to
Oh,
it.
is it a new PC or is it just fixed?
It's just fixed.
Okay, cool.
Oh, that's not the one. I'll go down here. Give me a second. I think it's this one. I have way too many models, man.
I actually I think I'm gonna commission a new model. Probably soon. Yeah. I'm gonna commission a new model soon. Oh, he's angry. Why is he angry? The budget's been cut.
The budget's been cut. Take
I
that
love
off. Yeah, no, Chiseko made this one, and he's sorry, they straight up admitted, like, yeah, I didn't know what I was doing with these before. I hate how I made these before. I will never make these ones now. I will make better ones of these now.
It's perfect though.
I feel like a cookie.
What's that?
I feel like a cookie.
Yeah. Definitely have that almost gingerbread. Like I think it's the smile, because like it's almost like it's drawn on by one of those frosting things.
Frosting?
The things they use to put the frosting on the cookies. I don't know what it's called. Or icing.
Yeah.
Your order has been shipped. Hello. Thank you for shopping with us. Your order of garlic peeler kitchen tool? Oh, okay. One of the garlic smasher things has arrived. Don't know why that's in here. Thank you. Hey, Tessie. Wait, can I not scroll? Oh, there's why I scroll. I just got back from my workathon and found the girls in bed, sleeping like happy logs. Who's this from? Nicole Aquino? Adrian said they were riding high when he picked them up from your place today. And apparently you got them both to eat kare kare. Please let me know what saint you prayed to pull that off. All morning they've been going on and on about their camping trip with Auntie Tessie and all the s'mores they ate and bugs they caught. I can't remember the last time they were both this happy. At the same time, that was a weird cadence to read that in. They were both happy at the same time. Usually it's one happy, the other one crying. It do be like that. I know you're busy with the store and getting ready to be first lady. So thank you for making time for them, and so sorry about the last minute drop off. You know how work has been. The girls say, we all love you, Auntie Tessie. Yes, you and Tom should come for dinner sometime. Adrian's been dying to show him the new media room. Which will keep them busy while we're drinking wine in the kitchen. Your favorite little sister, Notorious, NIC. Oh, wait, nope. Elephant in the room. Or Mayfield. I know y'all don't want to have this conversation, but Lisa has flaked on rehearsals again. She hasn't shown up in weeks. I know we're all moved beyond words by a performance of Danny Boy at Carl's funeral, but what's good is a beautiful voice. What good is a beautiful voice if you can't show up on time every week? Everybody else. I think we should start planning the winter gala without her. Thoughts? That is a pet peeve of mine. I haven't been in a group in a while, but
Can I help you,
show up on time
Allison?
if you can.
Oh, no thanks. I'm good. I'm just
And
looking for something that I forgot.
sometimes it's not a big deal. Like in the last group I was in, it was actually pretty far away. So because of work, I'm like, do you want me to keep coming, because I can't get here on time, because you start like, it's, for me it was like a little over an hour drive, and even if I went there straight after work, there was no way I was going to get there on time. But yeah, if you can make it, do show up on time.
2004.
Anything interesting?
All our debt.
Culmination.
Read. Elijah.
It's not 10
June
letters tall.
24 for the meal at the restaurant. Paid off. $11. No, or $11 for kid. Elijah. That's a strong Christian name. Well, so is Timothy. Eric B. February, $50. Paid off February's debt. $20 for gas paid in full. Man, weird times, wasn't it? So, yeah, when I was growing up, yeah, you pretty much all the pumps in my area were unlocked. So you drive up, you would fill up your car, and then you would go in and pay. Paying with card wasn't as big as it is now. So a lot of times, even if you had to pay with card, you still had to go in to do it. So they started, I remember when I was a wee baby Tim, they started installing them at the pump. But yeah, a lot of times the pumps were unlocked. And like, if you went to like someplace in Kansas City, you know, you'd have to pay before you pumped. But yeah, now it's all pretty much card. So there's no, I actually remember when I was in college, I remember that. Yeah. I'm old. I'm thousands of years old. Yeah, I'm a true millennial. Like, not a zoomer. I'm basically a boomer. But yeah, back in my day, same.
1910 times are weird.
Yeah.
1910 times are scary.
Wait, was that it? There's only 2 pages in this whole book. Oh, wait, no, we can turn it again. Okay. Oh, okay, you have to kind of look over. Got it.
You have to look at the page before you turn it, man.
No show. It looks like Mary Ann started flaking on her debt in October 2004.
5 months before that night. I think we've seen enough.
Yeah, we've got a good sense of what went down. Let's talk to Tessa.
See, April, $50 gas paid off. May, $37 for groceries, $30 for a new jacket for Allison, paid off. Helped at the store. $21 for medicine, paid off. $40 for grocery, paid off during rush inventory. $140 for washing machine repair, no show. $55 new shoe for kids, check bounced. No show, not returning calls, no show. So yeah, October after the $140. That's when it all went off the rails. Pet peeve of mine is when someone calls someone else a boomer.
Let's go talk to Tessa.
If that person, yeah. Yeah, I was being ironic because a lot of the younger folks, you're either Gen Z or what's the new one? Is it Gen Alpha now? I don't remember. You're either Gen Z or you're
Sigma.
literally 50 years old. Like there's only two ages. With nothing in between. So yeah, that's also Drew. That's also a pet peeve of mine. But yeah. So I was being kind of.
Let's go talk to Tessa.
Kind of ironic there.
Is there something I can do for you?
Our mom owed you money.
And then we killed her.
Sorry about that, because you're getting your
We're
debt back.
With details that should help your memory.
Oh, really?
Yes, really.
Mary Ann was having one of her days. You were trying to talk, but she wasn't cooperating. The two of you
Ironic
started
indeed.
arguing, and you went in the office and cranked up that song you both loved.
And when was that?
Well, our memories don't exactly have timestamps.
It was October.
October 2004. That was when she stopped trying to pay her debts, right?
Yes. I don't know why. She always found a way to pay before that. But we never argued about money. I was frustrated, but you can't squeeze blood from a stone.
Yeah, we didn't think you guys
And
were
what?
arguing about money.
Squeeze blood from stone.
Is that I don't know that saying.
I don't know that saying either, but I guess it makes sense. You know, they're saying if it's already been squeezed dry, what's the point?
Yeah. You're mad she bailed on you. You told her about the camp. Well, yeah. She was done being judged. What with X? Sorry.
I know you support the
Sorry.
Alliance
Yeah,
for
yeah, I
Traditional
was about to say- I
Families,
was about to say
and that you
X
gave her the
seems-
pamphlet about their camp.
I'll let you jump
What
in.
camp?
I was about to
Um,
say it's like, yeah, she may have stopped paying your debts, but you'd really want to mess with her life after that.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, exactly. Virtue Seekers Youth Camp, Camp of Transitional Spirit, Camp of Graced Waters. It's Y, right? Virtue Seekers Youth Camp?
I think I don't remember.
The Virtue Seekers Youth Camp. It was conversion therapy. You told her that Tyler should go there.
Look, your mother was in a bad place.
We
It
did
was
it, I
clear she
think.
was coming apart at the seams. She told me she'd been struggling with you, and I'd heard such good things about that camp.
Your answer to my mother's bad moods was to send me to conversion therapy?
It's what I thought
When
would
you put it
help
that way.
He
both
really-
of you at the time. Tyler, it was worse than bad moods. She was not well. Not well at all.
She stopped
Do you
paying
know
me.
what they do to kids in those places?
She's smiling.
I do. Now.
And how did Marianne take your helpful suggestion?
Badly. She wanted to let you be whatever perfect little butterfly was in that cocoon.
Why did
And
you say it
yes,
that way?
We argued about it.
So she was cool with who I was.
She was more than that. She loved you. Listen,
Oof. And then I
I
stabbed
don't
her.
mean to be rude, but I really do have a lot on my plate today.
Okay.
No, you're just being rude.
Well, get out of your
No,
way
that's
then.
rude. Yeah.
Thanks, Tessa.
Your plate can honestly wait.
Can we grab our groceries?
Michael already put them in your trunk.
Okay, thanks. Bye, Tom.
See you later.
Yeah, he's just completely
What are you thinking?
oblivious. He's just
Trying to wrap
completely
my
oblivious.
brain around all that.
I can't believe you got Tessa
See
Vecchi
you
to
later.
talk about the past. Bravo.
Yeah. And Marianne, she had my back.
I agree, Drew. 100%.
It really doesn't change much, right? She was still fucking crazy.
Mm-hmm.
She still tried to kill me.
You sure about that?
But knowing
Are
she
you
was
sure
trying
about
to
that?
protect me before whatever the hell happened that pushed her over the edge, it feels good, Allison.
Hey, look at me. You are allowed to feel however you are feeling about this.
God, I could use a smoke.
You're speaking my language.
They smoke together. Sibling smoking.
What?
Which
Sorry, I'm just thinking about what this means.
Yeah, me too.
It means you
he was in juvie for a while, though I guess he graduated 3 years ago, so I guess he'd probably
It's a
have
good thing Eddie's expecting us. He knew
ability to
Marianne pretty well, and he was in charge of her case.
Did he ever mention anything about the investigation to you?
No, I never asked. And I'm sure he thought I was better off not knowing.
Guess that might have made for some awkward dinner conversation.
Exactly. But I mean, he's a good cop. Thorough. I'm sure he's got something. Let's go.
All right, I'm going to take a quick break, friendos. I need to nibble on some snacks real quick and just get up and move around, move Libati around. So yeah, if you guys want to take a break as well, I would recommend getting up, getting the blood flowing, and we'll be back. Give me a couple minutes. Give me a couple minutes.
I'm gonna get some water.
All right, I'm gonna be on this scene. I don't think they're gonna be able to hear you, by the way, Meow. So,
Okay.
But also, it's just muting your mic just in case.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone, I'll be right back.
Oh no, I'm scared to even look.
This is so goddamn cursed. Maybe I should just end my stream here. Oh my god.
That's one art.
That's a dog.
Strong Philip.
That's right, I forgot his name is Philip.
Wait, what did you say?
He said his name was Philip, right? What? 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 What?
Hey, if that's what you think, by all means.
Alright.
You know what they say though, right?
Oh god, why am I scared? I don't know, what do they say?
Philip on
Grandma's bread. Get out here, bread. We don't need.
Very accurate, Bubsy. This is Swolecat's back end. Wait. Hold up. Wait. Alright. Here's what I want to know. Why can I kind of see like a chubby cat in this dude's butt? Can anyone answer that for me? Why is there like a cat face? I can see like there's the ears right here. There's the eyes. Why is there a fucking cat in this dude's butt?
No gun game.
He's running. He's fucking running.
10 seconds left.
He's trying to get that knife. He's trying to get the knife. Someone's getting this knife. Oh, that's a knife.
What? What was that?
Oh, snap. Woo.
Listen, all our problems would be solved if we could just fast travel places. Think about it.
I mean, one day we're getting there. There's gonna be flying cars, okay? I anticipate that happening here soon.
Yeah, but imagine the gas prices on that. That'd be insane.
It wouldn't take gas. It's gonna be electric. We're gonna use electric magnetic fields, and that's gonna.
You think electricity gonna fly here in California where nothing but
No,
rolling
there's electricity
blackouts?
in the
Let's
sky.
go.
There's electricity in the sky. Like you would just use it from nature. What?
Grandma's bread. Out here, bread. We don't need.
I can't believe I'm doing this, but for 5 gift you can play with my nipples. Not a joke. Here's what it looks like.
Hello, everyone. You're back. Oh my god. Hello, Mian. That was perfectly timed. Heart of cheese.
I'm a fully disembodied head.
Hello, Mian. Hello. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Definitely gave me a minor heart attack. Mian played the ghost of it. You were holding that one in for a long time. Well, welcome, welcome. Hope you're well. I hope you're well, man. Here. Let's see. How's the game going? Haven't seen anything about it. Actually, so we're playing with Miho, Missouri. Hello, Miho. We're playing with Miho, Missouri. Miho actually put me onto this game, and thank you for that. Thank you again. This is a game by the same studio that did Life is Strange. It's a yeah, hi Miho. It's a interactive story game similar to Life is Strange or The Walking Dead, which I enjoyed immensely. So I'm glad Mio put me onto this one. I've been actually, as soon as I saw it, as soon as he told me about it, I was chomping at the bit to play it. It's been very good. I can give you a quick synopsis if you would like. If you're planning on playing this though, yeah, don't want to spoil anybody. So if you are planning on playing and you want to just leave a tab, I appreciate it. But quick synopsis with all the spoilers so far. We are in the first chapter. There are 4 chapters, just like Life is Strange. It's an interesting game so far. We're basically discovering our past. It's pretty long, yeah. And I'm also kind of we're kind of taking our time. We're kind of chewing through it. We're not on a speed run strat for sure. I think that normally it's around 12 to 14 hours. I think it's probably going to end up being longer than that for me to play through. So I'm probably going to stop at the end of chapter 2 this stream, because what I read is chapter 3 is by far the longest chapter. So if it's a 12-hour game and we're already 5 hours in the stream and we're not even done with the first chapter, I think that, yeah, it's going to take a while. But essentially what we are is, or where we are is, the game starts off with a child in a police interrogation room. They're covered in mud. Police officer sits down and asks us to tell him what has happened. And the child's name is Ollie. And Ollie, she is she stabbed her mom. She's 8 years old. And she tells the police officer that her mom had a gun, confronted her, and was going to attack her. So she killed her mom. Yeah, definitely. It starts off intense. These games get intense. So then the game fast forwards 10 years. We're now Alyssa. And we are going to pick up Tyler from juvenile detention, from the juvenile detention center, I should say. Alyssa is Tyler's sister. Tyler transitioned, at some point transitioned. Ollie transitioned, and his new name is Tyler. So his sister's coming to pick him up. They haven't seen each other in these 10 years. Tyler apparently graduated, or like was I guess discharged from the juvenile detention center, but stayed on after he graduated to become a mentor to the younger kids in the facility, and he was living there and staying there for 3 additional years. So his sister picks him up and takes him back to their hometown where it all happened, to Delos, to sell their house. Alyssa wants to sell their mom's house, and they want to move to Juneau. They're in Alaska. Delos is in Alaska. We find out that they have a connection to each other where they can speak to each other like telepathically, and as kids they were able to share thoughts and emotions. Now they've discovered, when they reunited, that they could also see they can share their memories. They can, like, basically Drew put it well, like it's a holographic memory. They can see kind of their memories playing out, and they can project that to the other siblings' mind. But they also see the memories as they see them, so the memories aren't shared memories. They can see their own memories, and sometimes they're different, which is pretty interesting mechanic. So we've been piecing through what has been happening. Tyler was having a rough relationship with his mom. You caught a glimpse of that? Cool. Yeah. It's an interesting mechanic. This dev does a good job of those mechanics. Tyler was having a rough relationship with their mom. Their mom was a single mother. They barely made ends meet. We found that they were actually in debt, and struggling with that debt. So as we were exploring our mother's house, we're basically looking for things that we're going to keep, things we're going to throw out, things we're going to donate to get the house fixed up so they can sell it. We find that Tyler, wanted to, their mother was opposed to pretty much anything that Tyler was wanting to do. Wouldn't let Tyler play hockey. Wouldn't let Tyler cut their hair short. Wouldn't let Tyler watch, I guess, what Tyler interpreted as, I guess, like more like masculine movies, like, which Star Wars isn't all that masculine, but got in trouble for watching Star Wars with a friend. And kind of came down on them. They fought. I think the mother might have been maybe bipolar, a little bit, maybe bipolar. Not sure. There's not enough to go on, but she was definitely suffering from mental illness. There was some medication which they imply was for mental illness. They didn't actually say what it was, but they implied was for mental illness that she was clearly not taking. A lot of repression. Yeah. Let's see what else is there. I'm probably missing some stuff in this recap. We were able to get into the mother's, into her room. There's a weird lock on it, Resident Evil style lock almost, that we had to, we have a book of stories that they wrote, that the mom and the kids wrote together. We had to read one of the stories to be able to get into her room, which is kind of a cool mechanic. But we found in a room that she had, so right before we ended up stabbing her, she took Tyler's diary. And he interpreted when she was coming at him with the gun that she found out that he was trans and was gonna pull the plug, was gonna put the kibosh on it. About the house. About the house. Without the so he interpreted it as she was going to attack him because she found out that he was trans. I Jack Wildy, thank you. They got into the mother's room. They found out that why are they at the house? They're at the house to sell it. Yeah, they're at the house to sell it. To clean up, to find what they want to keep and what they want to get rid of, and to get it ready to be sold.
To move on. They want to move on with their lives.
Yes, they want to move on. Exactly.
They don't want to have a house that their mom died in. Do you want to have a house your mom died in? That's kind of weird. Actually, no. I have mixed opinions.
I think
I have mixed opinions on that.
Yeah. The circumstances of the death do make a huge difference.
Yeah.
I think that the house you killed your mom in, you probably wouldn't want anything to do with it. But if she, died peacefully in her sleep, surrounded by, friends and family, you'd probably be, some people would still want to not be there, but I think that's a little less traumatic, Yeah, that's fair. So they discovered in the mom's room that she had a book on raising trans kids, but she also had a pamphlet on conversion therapy. In the United States, that's like basically
gaslighting.
Yeah, it's gaslighting. It's the whole, the when I was growing up, they called it like pray away the gay, is what the phrase they use, that you can use prayer to change people's
You got to pray the gay away.
Yeah. Obviously it's a terrible thing. It doesn't work.
It's gaslighting.
It's gaslighting. Yeah. Dark humor. Yeah. And a lot of times it's very dangerous. A lot of those institutions are not trained in anything that's besides religion. Yeah. So they can be very dangerous, actually, in a lot of cases. At any rate, so they found both of those items in the room, and that added confusion because Tyler thought that his mother was completely opposed to him transitioning. So he didn't understand why would she have a book on raising transgender kids. What else was big? The next big thing is we went to the store where his sister works, and found out that it was actually her mom's friend that provided that pamphlet and apparently put pressure on her to send her child to a conversion therapy camp. What else? We found out that the mom was in debt to Tessa, the shopkeep. Also, we're on our way to what's his name? Uncle something. Can't remember his name offhand.
That was the cop, right?
No, cop. Yeah, the cop that basically found us after we had killed our mom, and he was the cop that questioned us. He ended up adopting our sister and taking care of her. He was also the reason why our sister didn't visit us while we were in juvie. He did not allow it at the advice in part of the juvenile detention center, to not visit. So we have a little bit of resentment. I'd say some of that resentment's fair. Some of it isn't, especially if it was given professionally, or not professionally, by people who are quote unquote professionals. But also, that resentment's not fair because in the last 3 years he could have come to visit her. He could have come and visit his sister, like, but chose not to. Now for various reasons. Part of it he wasn't ready, I guess, but at the same time, the resentment is kind of it's not 100% fair. If you had power to also come visit and he was preventing her from coming to you, yeah. So is what it is. We're heading to his house now. After we confronted Tessa about the conversion therapy, and about the money owed. Yeah. Also, in the vision we had of our mother, that vision wasn't the kind of holographic vision. That was like a actual like cutscene vision. We're not even finished with the first chapter. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they're dropping some bombshells. In that vision, we see then Ollie. Ollie's sister just cut their hair to very, very short. Something that Ollie had asked their mother to do, and she refused. So Ollie had sister cut their hair short and heard his mom pull into the driveway. Excited, ran down to see her. She was in the shed, and when he opens the door, she's loading a shotgun. Her mascara is incredibly, she's obviously been crying. Ollie surprises her. She knocks over some shotgun shells. Startles her. Ollie runs off. And then the mother doesn't like give chase, but is very concerned for Ollie, it seems, in that cutscene. Didn't look like she was going to shoot Ollie to me or had intentions to. It looked like she was scared of something or upset by something else. So yeah, some mystery there. Had the shotgun. Yep, had the old street howitzer. So that's where we are. Welcome in. Achievement unlocked, full confession. So I guess we got the full confession out of Tessa. It's an achievement. Good job, we did it.
Wow.
This is kind of bleak.
It's usually more crowded, but the other officers punch out at 6 o'clock sharp.
There's no crime after 6?
In the mean streets of Delos
No.
Crossing, just bears and drunken disorderlies.
Yeah, welcome in.
And Uncle Eddie can usually handle them on his own.
Eddie.
But what about drunk bears?
Drunk bears.
Anyway, he's probably in his
Little
office.
cocaine bears.
Upstairs.
What was that from? Was that from? Not super.
Damn. They still
Cocaine
got this
bears?
creepy
Yeah.
mascot, huh?
That was an actual movie called Cocaine Bear.
Yeah, I keep telling Eddie to get rid of it. He terrifies all the kids
It's about
that
a
come through
bear
here.
that ate a bunch of cocaine and became the apex predator of like a national park.
Lovely.
And then he died of a heart attack.
As they do.
Hold on. I want to catch up on all
You're
the
meant to
Delos
watch
Crossing
that?
gossip.
Maybe we'll have to watch it in the Discord.
It's one of those movies that it's like it's not a good movie, but you're gonna laugh about it because it's just so.
Oh, that's all just
stupid.
public safety stuff. Nothing that interesting.
Like it's good in the sense that you're gonna have a good time watching it once.
Gotcha. Let us take you for a ride. Want to see what a police officer does on the job? Register for the ride along program. Huh. Neat.
Ride Along, like that one movie called Ride Along.
Another one that I not seen.
Of course.
Actually,
it's locked.
do need to watch Last Pirates movie. We're doing the Tall Tales and Sea of Thieves.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the Caribbean.
Yes, yeah. The Pirates of the Caribbean. The Tall Tales integrate Captain Jack Sparrow into the Sea of Thieves Tall Tales. It's actually really quite fun. We did a couple with Mian. So maybe we'll get to do. I think we have one more in the Jack's Life, which I think they're adding more Jack's Life Tall Tales.
Well, I did hear that Disney revoked
too
their statement about not working with Johnny Depp.
Good job, Disney. I think Johnny said he was done with him, which I don't blame him.
Fair. I'm just saying, like
maybe,
they I think they said like we are willing to work with him again.
Yeah. Sign the petition. Protect salmon. Stop hunting lodge construction on Fallen Creek. Yeah, I wouldn't hold my breath. I would like to see more. I would, but I don't know if he's actually going to come back. Actually, no, I think he said he was done with Hollywood and he was only going to do independent stuff. I think that's what he said.
Home sweet home.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You spent a lot of time here growing up?
Yeah, whenever Eddie was working. The whole precinct's basically family.
Well, who knows?
He does seem like sorry. He does seem like the kind of
freezing
guy to just be like, yeah, this is stupid.
Yeah.
But not a bad way either. He's just
No,
he's just
I
a
don't-
dude. He's just a dude.
Yeah. I thought it was just Disney he was done with. But that was so long ago. I don't know. Well, no, this is recent. I'm pretty sure he said that, like in the past few months he said that. Memo to all police department personnel from Pleasant Bay Mental Health Institute. Patient transfer to all Dulles Crossing police departments. Please be advised that due to overcrowding issues, the patients Dean Booker and Kevin Sutton will be transferred
Yeah.
to Fallen
I thought
Creek
you were still here
Correctional
when it
Facility
happened.
I don't remember it.
on Monday. Dean Becker. Oh wow. So that patient ID. So a lot of patient IDs are 6 digits. That's interesting. It's an interesting detail. 5'7", 165 pounds. Is there no? Can't read the notes. Can't read the note. What's the point of this? 5'8", 189 pounds. Slightly taller.
Oh, Greg's. Just leaving this out on display again.
Greg's.
Yeah.
Like Officer Greg's?
Yeah.
The
You gotta
one
lock
who
that
was
stuff
with
up.
us that night.
Yeah, he's still here. He became a bit of a local celebrity after nabbing a murderer from Juneau. The guy was hiding out on a fishing boat and got really, really sick after eating out of the chum bucket. So it was actually a pretty easy takedown. You remember Dan and Shelby?
I think so. The high schoolers who were always pissing Tessa off because they would blast fish and make out in the Vecchi's parking lot.
Yep. Dan's a cop now.
Do what to
They're
fish?
married and have a kid, a dog,
Blast?
the whole shebang.
Damn. When did everybody decide to become an adult?
What does that even mean? Wait, how did they? Wait, aren't they? Oh, okay. There must have been high schoolers when they were little kids. Okay. Yeah, they weren't in high school at the same time. So it's like, how the heck did they have it? Freaking 6-year-old kid already. If they're only 18.
Yeah, man, you heard of adoption, right?
I mean, that's it's actually kind of hard.
The mailbox
Parents
thing.
tried to considered it for a while.
Come on, man. We can't make these poor kids sleep here.
Well, where do you suggest they go?
Right? Can I see
Social
the?
services will be here in a few hours, and this is the only room with a bed.
Anywhere but a cell. We'll find some other place.
At least in my state, it's difficult.
Go again.
God, not here too. I'm not ready.
Me neither.
So they put. Okay, they initially put the kids in holding cells.
What the?
That's Denise Wilson's desk. Remember her?
Crazy D? The woman who set fire to her ex's trailer?
Allegedly set fire. She was acquitted. And that's Officer Wilson to you.
Mm-mm.
Oh no, it was her birthday. I completely forgot.
You're a terrible person.
It's your fault. I was so excited to see you that it completely slipped my mind. Remember this fella?
No way. Is that Jet?
Yep. He died last year putting himself between D and a bear.
Oh, damn.
Oh.
Poor D.
Rip doggo.
She's obsessed with sled dog races now.
Is that even a thing?
Clearly.
Oh yeah, she goes to the
obsessed.
Iditarod every year, and
Yeah,
she's
Rip
got a
Doggo.
fantasy league called Musher's Little Helpers. It's really cool.
Man, I forgot what kind of kooky shit people are into out here.
Hey now, I'm in the league.
What's the command? Is it rip? I think it's rip. Hold on. Oh, that's not the right. My commands. I don't even know my command. Probably figure it out. Oh, it's just F, isn't it? Yes. Yay. Rip doggo. Yeah, if you put a F in chat, it'll drop a flower. Leave a note, draw a dog, wish her happy birthday. Happy birthday via post-it note.
Flower in my face.
Perfect. Should we wish her happy birthday? Or should we draw a doggo? Or leave her a note? I guess wish her happy birthday? I don't know. It seems kind of weird to wish. Whatever. It'll be weird.
Maybe she won't notice that I added it afterward.
I mean, I think it's equally weird to just leave a picture of a dog. I don't know. I mean, I do it, but I'm just saying, right?
Yeah. Iditarod. What's that race? Where's Balto?
Those Balto movies are weird.
I only saw the first one.
At some point, they start chasing the Northern Lights.
Was that in the first one? Or is that in the
Was that the first one? I don't know. I also know that he gets like a girl at some point too.
Oh, sorry, you
They
kind of
have
cut out for a little bit.
At some point, he gets a girlfriend and they have puppies together. But Balto movies are weird.
Yeah. I think that must have been the second one. I know that he gets the girl in the first one.
Oh.
I don't remember if they get.
Looks like she forgot her locker key here. She's gonna give me so much crap for forgetting her birthday.
Happy 29th birthday. Keep up the good work. Another year to prove that older doesn't really mean wiser. Oof. Have a kick-ass day. Enjoy your last year of youth before joining the bitter 30-year-old lady club. Don't waste it. Hope you enjoy those spicy chocolates. Happy birthday, D. Happy birthday, you don't look a day over 100. Got him.
Thanks.
Right? Treading dangerous waters there, right? Is this the... What is it? What am I reading?
Something's in the way.
Wait, 2015 year? Oh, just the calendar.
Tyler, you coming?
I'm guessing this is where they stash all the guns and stuff.
Well, it's not exactly Fort Meade, but yeah.
Marie.
You think we could find some files about Marianne in the archives?
I don't think so.
Never mind. I'll ask Chief Brown later.
I mean, unless she's been arrested or investigated. Well, yeah. I mean, there'll be something on her because she, you know, got stabbed for. Weird. Where is it? Knock knock.
Allison, hey. Just finishing up a call. Trying to convince Melinda the Ravens and her garbage aren't police business. Give me a few minutes.
Sure.
Make yourselves a cup of coffee. Here's the key to the break room.
Thanks.
Come back upstairs when you're done, okay?
Is it the master key?
Coffee sound good? The machine is in the break room
Everyone
downstairs.
gets coffee in the armory.
That's where I get my coffee. That's where they put the strong stuff.
Yeah, that's where the coffee's loaded.
Oh, memory. Remember. Just phase through the door.
You know, I really thought I'd locked those memories in some deep, deep part of my brain.
Same here.
Wait, was there a memory in there? Could I open this?
Whew, Rose never lets me back here.
Where'd the memory at? I don't see it. Oh, is it through the window? Hmm. Can you go somewhere? I don't see where the memory is. Oh my gosh, move. Anyways, let's snoop real fast, and then we'll find that memory, I guess. Always got to snoop on the computers.
Huh.
Oh, it's
Rose
passworded.
left the computer on.
R. Jackson. Rose Jackson. In the memo. New administrative software. Please reset your password. With introduction of new administrative software, all employees must reset their password. Please note that the reception desk computer can now be accessed using any officer's ID and password. Talk to Sally or me if you have questions. They changed the software, Miho, just like they did in you.
No.
Whew, that is going to smell lovely tomorrow.
It's from Tessa's restaurant, right?
Uh-huh. Everyone eats there all the time. It's as exciting as food gets in Delos Crossing.
So any officer's password. Got a snoop. Something I'm missing. No. Can't read the post-it notes, they're too blurry. Maybe the birthday? What day is it? Oh, maybe, what was our dog's name again? I didn't even see what options we had to, enter.
I should take her out for a birthday drink. Remember this fella?
No way. Is that Jet?
Yep. He died last year putting himself between D and a bear.
Jet?
Oh, damn. Poor D.
Poor bear.
Rip. It's gotta be 5 characters, though.
5? What is the proper name of Jet? Jetson? I don't know. Won't want to fit there.
A plane?
Damn it.
Careful. You don't have the space
Oh.
time you might be.
We have to, yeah, we have to just lock everybody out.
God. Oh my god. That'd be so rude.
Should have given me the should have left their password on a sticky note somewhere.
Man, this is
Wait,
a
maybe
this is the long way to get coffee.
Yeah. Where's this memory though? It's driving me crazy. Literally. Oh, there it is. Why were we getting the memory?
Where are we going?
Memory sparkles that far
Sit
away.
down in here, and I'm gonna ask you a few questions, okay?
Okay.
You okay?
Yeah. I just usually try my best not to remember that night when I'm here.
I would too.
He really gave us the master key. Armory time.
Well, they say, guess it's time to go into the armory. Also, sorry if you randomly hear just random noises that seem like I'm banging against something. I actually am banging against some things. I ended up picking up like 4 Xbox One controllers for like $20.
Oh wow.
So one of them is broken. 2 of them have drift, and the last one's in perfect condition. So I'm just trying to see if I could just Frankenstein one of them. Yeah, and fix some of the drift.
Yeah,
Do
no
you
worries,
remember
no
Dan
worries.
and Shelby?
I think
Shelby.
so. The high schoolers
Shelby?
were always pissing Tessa off because they would blast fish and make out in the Vecchi's parking lot.
Yep. Dan's a cop now. They're married and have a kid, a dog, the whole shebang.
Damn. When did everybody decide to become an adult?
Shelby, maybe?
God, being an adult's so boring.
Right? I steal.
Man, I hate paying my taxes.
Yeah. $20 and you got one that's in good condition. That's a good deal, even if it's just the one. These things are. I got a Xbox. I had to buy a new Xbox controller. My 360 controller finally died on me. That was the controller I was using games like this. It finally died on me, and I had to buy a Xbox.
Wait, you actually had the adapter?
It was one that was specifically for Windows. So they had the 360 for Windows controllers. That little Bluetooth. Yeah, they had that little Bluetooth adapter that came with them.
Yeah. No, like so those adapters are getting really rare nowadays.
Really?
I have, no, they're pretty official ones, not like those like third-party ones. The third-party ones don't come with the drivers in them.
Ah.
You can download drivers online, right? Like, I'm not saying you can't, but like it's just a pain because like sometimes it just won't even recognize the damn third-party device.
Yeah.
So those first-party ones are really so try to keep it as long as you can because they're getting rarer and rarer as the days goes on.
I see. Yeah, 360.
I have one, and like I had to Frankenstein that back together because like long ago my dog chewed the heck out of it, so like that happened. And I sold my other one I had to a close friend of mine because he had a bunch of extra 360 controllers. I might see if I can buy back off it.
Okay, let's go in.
Maybe we'll find something here.
I don't know if I'm just old school or I'm just stubborn, but man, my hand just feels way more comfortable in a 360 controller. Still.
I don't really mind the newer ones.
Oh no, I'm not saying I don't mind them, right? They're good. The Xbox One controls are nice. It's just that my hands are smaller than the average a gamer, I should say.
Didn't Tessa bust Dawn for smoking weed behind the store once?
Yep.
Hey, is this Crazy D's locker?
Is this Crazy D's locker?
Yep, I think so.
We need a key to open it.
I know the key.
It's the coffee key. You can use the coffee key to open it.
It's this one. Coffee key opens anything. But we have
much power for
She won't notice if we borrow this, right?
As long as we put it back right where we found it, we're good.
Put back.
No,
Care if
put
it's
it
her-
back.
Care if it's her stupid birthday. Do it.
Mikey.
Oh wait, that's
Something's in the way.
we can't open the holding cell. Not only does key open the armory, it also opens the holding cells.
I mean, I know it's a small town. I know, like, she's like a trustworthy person, but like, imagine.
Really shouldn't be
Ain't
in
no way.
here.
Yeah.
Yes, but you
Ain't no
never
way.
know where we might find information about that night.
I guess so.
I'll go.
Balto came through.
Balto. Is it maybe Balto?
Balto came through.
Cease.
So Wilson leaves her locker key in her desk and her password reminder in her locker? That's so irresponsible. An intruder could easily access all kinds of police files with this.
Yeah, like 2 goblin intruders.
Yeah, about the same like us.
Exactly. Did she?
Man, so irresponsible. They really, it'd be terrible if someone uses nefarious deeds.
Anything else in here? So is the
I
password-
know. I'll steal it. No one will ever know.
No one will ever know. Let's go put the key back. Let's try Balto, maybe. So I know there's going to be something that makes us leave. We won't be able to put the key back, so let's just put it back now. Honestly, why would you not have the key to your locker just on your keychain?
Yeah.
It's D, right?
Dr. Wilson.
Damn it.
Nope. Obviously, that's the one we're supposed to use, right? But I didn't see anything.
Maybe read the document again.
Maybe I have to do the key though. Nah. Nah.
Snowmies?
Snowmies.
Why does that? What is a snowmie?
I don't know, but it's only good enough to get third place.
Ugh, they've let this place get gross. I'm not that hungry.
Oh, cookies. Like, what the heck are those? Okay, coffee pot. Wash your own clothes.
Those are oatmeal cookies.
Oatmeal.
I actually started to have a bit of more respect for oatmeal cookies.
They're not my favorite, but I don't mind them. I like peanut butter cookies.
Yeah, I know peanut butter cookies are pretty good. Have you had peanut butter cookies with with the Reese's chocolate in them?
I've not.
Yeah. Basically make a Reese's cookie. Those are great. Boy, I
Yeah.
tell you.
Sounds fire. Police Chief Brown asks council to reconsider budget. Dock strike to begin this week. Mayoral council candidate Tom Vichy supports gun control. Money for local schools.
You think they'll mind if I take one?
These are definitely the same cookies that were here last week, but knock yourself out.
Ugh, I'm so hungry.
I love how they just have boxes of pizza. Oh, do they not have a fridge? Actually, it doesn't look like they have a fridge. But even so, why would you just... like, just boxes? This is one thing that they always do in Life is Strange. They just have random pizza boxes everywhere.
It's probably
I'm
because they
not
got a
going
good
in.
deal on those models.
Yeah, they just like the... What was it? The mayo bottles? They were like those mustard-looking bottles that bothered me so much.
Those mayo mustard bottles.
Yep. I think they finally got rid of those in the last Life is
Why is
Strange
it still
game.
warm? You sure you want coffee this late in the day? You'll be up all night.
I don't think I'll sleep much anyways. Too much on my mind.
Those dusty couches won't make it any easier. Hey, you okay?
Wait, is the coffee room right next to the interrogation room?
I can't do this. Calm down, Allison.
Yeah, it looks like it.
Stick to the plan.
Wait, what?
Come on, don't freak out on me now. I can't. Please, I can't lie. We already lied. It's all gonna be fine, okay?
Oh. She snitched.
You okay?
Honestly, no. Do you ever regret?
No. No way. Well, maybe once or twice early on, but now, no way.
Regret what?
I mean, look where we're at. Look where I'm at.
Allison stabbed her.
Uncle Eddie's probably done by now.
Yes.
Maybe, I
We
don't
should
know.
go find
Yeah,
him.
yeah. Wait. No.
Do you mind if I
can't be
go
right.
inside that room for a second?
You sure?
But maybe. But.
Well, I mean, the motive is there though. It's like I
Yeah.
can't be the person
This is
who
the
I
first
want to
time
be
I've
out
been in
here.
since
They'll probably give me more chance in there.
know, juvie.
Yeah.
But he was so uncomfortable, he dropped a vase.
Interesting.
Here. Have a seat.
All right.
Damn it. Oh. Sorry.
Huh, they kept this?
What?
It's that vase. They glued it back together.
You confused what's happening? It's okay, we're all a little confused right now.
Huh. What's that back there? No way.
Yeah.
Have you been hiding back here all this time?
It's a figurine.
So the children versions, they hid something from the police officer when they were interrogating them. Allison wanted to tell them, and Ollie
Tyler.
did not.
Oh, Ollie did
Well,
not.
Yeah, then Ollie. I don't know if that's. Do I continue? Do I refer to him in the past as Tyler in past visions?
You're asking someone that isn't. That is. It depends on the person. I from my understanding, most people just don't like dead naming, but in this case, I think it makes sense for the distinction.
Yeah, yeah. I don't
I'm
think
pretty
that.
sure Chief Brown is done with his phone call by now.
Yeah, that's good. I don't know. But yeah, since we are not time traveling, but we're having like different perspectives. The game does refer to when they're children as well.
Why did you separate us? Is Ollie okay?
Ollie's just fine, honey. They're all in the other room having cocoa. Everything's gonna be okay. I need to ask you some questions now. Come with me.
You're awfully quiet.
Yeah. Sorry. Trying to deal, but it's a lot.
I'm just dealing with my PTSD. You know, it's nothing too hard.
This is
It is
heavier
kind of.
than I expected.
It is a little bit messed up that they actually have to like, you know, again, actually deal with the PTSD, but like it's given a physical manifestation.
Yeah, it is. I would say yeah, that's definitely a little messed up.
Grab the key.
She won't notice if we borrow this.
I'm gonna check
right?
that note
As
again.
long as we put it back right where we found it, we're good.
Make sure there's nothing else I can. Yeah, there's nothing else I can check out in here. Just these two things.
Balto came through.
Okay. Can I flip it over maybe?
Winter on my 20th birthday.
No.
Can you read it further? Okay, let's see.
Well,
Please
police
say your
department.
password. Must reset password. Please note the reception desk computer can now access using. So wait, is the password just the birthday since it's been reset?
Maybe. So that would be 10/29. That's too long though. Maybe 29. No, it's only 5. It's 5 characters, right?
It's 5 characters.
Yeah. So that's gonna be too long.
Reset your password with the introduction. Our new employees must reset their password. Okay, so is there just a generic like new password they're given to users?
Not that I've seen. Instructions of our new administrative software. All employees must reset their password. Please
So,
note.
isn't Brown waiting for us? We should head back to his office.
No, we're not heading back to his office. We need to do some snooping still. Talk to who and Sally?
Rosie.
Okay,
Sally.
maybe there is a generic one at Rosie's desks.
Which one was Rosie? Was that the receptionist?
Wow.
In Joshua
I'm
Greggs.
just spitballing
Yeah.
ideas. I really don't know.
Maria.
Maria.
Oh, excuse. Can't read anything, can only interact with the computer itself. Wait. Reception. Reception. It's old food. And this place has got to just be absolutely funky. You just leave all kinds of food out.
Yeah, 'cause
Shelby.
you don't have a refrigerator.
I should take her out for a birthday drink.
Dog's name is Jet.
She's obsessed with sled dog races now.
Is that even a thing?
Oh yeah, she goes to the Iditarod every year, and she's got a fantasy league called Musher's Little Helpers. It's really cool.
Man, I forgot what kind of kooky shit people are into out here.
Hey now, I'm in the league.
It was 5 characters, right?
5.
I don't know. Do wanna snoop more.
I
But
can't believe they're going to prison for nothing.
Well, there's a generic new password, right? There has to be. If there's a minute.
could be. But
What's the point of that information then? You know what I'm saying?
right, right.
What's that on memo?
It's the same memo that we read.
Okay. Oh, okay. And what was inside the case again? What was inside the locker? It was just the picture of her dog? Is that it?
Yeah, Balto, which I tried that. There's not even numbers, so it's not gonna be a name or a word.
Damn it. Damn it.
Yeah. Maybe we'll. Yeah. I mean, I feel like we're gonna miss whatever is in there, but maybe it's something that we can't unlock yet. Did you move? Oh my god.
What?
Hmm?
Okay, I'm gonna be quiet about this because I don't.
Did you look it up?
Understand. Yeah, I gave up myself.
I don't mind yet. What is it?
So I guess let's start from the beginning. Which account are we trying to hack into?
This person, Officer Wilson, Denise.
Wilson. Okay.
Denise.
All right. Yeah. Okay. That's. I'm gonna see. Like, let me just look through the quote unquote the correct way to do it instead of just the word. To open the cabinet in her locker room, you'll find a password reminder inside, and the clue is the winner is on my 20th birthday. We know it's her birthday today. We also know she really likes dog racing, and she happens to have a list of all of the winners of the dog sledding races to the right of the monitor. So...
Okay. It's true.
I should
So
take
we
her
looked
out
at
for a
that.
birthday drink.
Oh, okay. So it's going to be the name of the dog from 20th, so 9 years ago. Which is 29. That would have been, what, 2006? Is that right?
Let's see. Yeah, 2006.
So Salem. Wow. Yeah, that's tricky. That is tricky.
Oh, they also just say if you wanted to brute force it, Salem's the only one that's 5 letters on that list.
Yeah. There was there was a couple clues there. All right.
Oh, Sam.
What about him?
Just a heads up,
He
since
got
you're
arrested for public intoxication last week, and that was not his first offense. He's on a bit of a downward spiral.
Just a heads up, since you're picking up the relief shift again tomorrow, Sam Kaczynski spent the night in the drunk tank again. Maria picked him up outside Bernie's last night, drunk out of his mind and terrorizing customers. He dozed off pretty quickly once he got to the station, so he should be better by the time you get there. He might have a huge hangover though, so I'd bring a big ass coffee and donuts if I were you. Lost and found. Miss Reynolds bought a set of keys that she found lying on the ground outside of Vichy's this morning. 3 small keys and a bottle opener keychain. If anybody comes looking for them, they're in the lost and found cupboard. I would have filed this properly, but the new administrative software BS was down all day. Seriously, whose idea was it to change it? I'd like to invite them to this new two-way rifle range I found. Weird, but okay. Hello, thank you for shopping with us. Your order of Just Between Us Season 2 complete DVD set has been shipped. It's between us. Hi there, D. Are there any slides or reading material for your lecture on Friday? Also wanted to let you know we had lots of people sign up, so expect a good turnout. And wear your nicest suit. I think these kids really enjoy your talks. Keep it up. Ella Bennett, Co-Executive Director, Juneau Coalition for Equity. When I dare to be powerful, to use my strength in all service of my vision, then it becomes less and less important whether I am afraid. Hi, Kayla. Yep. I'll send you my slides as soon as I get home. I'm so glad to hear this. Here's my secret for keeping kids' attention. Tales from the detox tank. Last time I told them about how to get into a high-speed chase. Last time I told them about how I got into a high-speed chase with a drunk guy on a snowmobile. I might have embellished some details, but it was all spiritually true. Lol. Whatever it takes to get your point across. Is that hashtag scared straight in an email? No. Though I know it was an ironic hashtag, but girl, you're preaching to the choir. Looking forward to Friday. Achievement unlocked, hacking 101. Not really. But just like I did put her key back right. Yeah, it's not my little inventory thing. But just like all the coding work I had to do, I just Google it.
Yeah. Do you watch Neurosama much?
I have not watched Neurosama at all.
Are you aware of them?
Its name rings a bell.
All right, long story
Hey,
short,
sorry that
AI
took so long.
VTuber.
Sometimes
I didn't
these
realize it
old
was gonna
folks
start
want us to
that
come
cutscene.
out just because they're lonely.
No worries, Uncle. Hey, do you remember this guy?
Yeah, of course. How can I forget? Tyler Ronan, back in Delos Crossing.
It's good to be back.
And just look at you. A man grown.
Yep, guess I ate my Wheaties.
The whole clan's so proud of you. How you work with those kids at Fireweed. I always say children are the future.
I thought that was Whitney Houston.
Come on, bro. She stole her entire act from me. Everybody knows that. Look at you two.
That was pretty good.
Reunited and it feels so good, huh?
Yeah, not sure how I got by without this dork. Look, Eddie, we aren't here just to say hi. We found something in Marianne's room. Things aren't really adding up anymore, and we've got questions.
Oh, yeah?
Oh yeah? Just Marianne, was Marianne worried about something? What were her last days like?
Did she mention anything about us that might have been worrying her? About Tyler in particular?
No. She dealt with
Can't see
those
the
kind of
choices.
worries
Oh, I'm
all on
sorry.
her own. Kept the
I'll
rest of
read them
us
out
at
loud
arm's
next
length.
time.
Oh, I can become
I see.
smaller.
I think
will tell
I'm
you one thing,
the
though.
one in the way.
Your mom.
Can become small.
Never knew her to hate anyone for being unconventional. Usually, it's the other way around.
Yeah, I'm the one that's in the way. Marianne worried about something. What were her last days like? Oh, so it's the same cheap choices, and thank you.
Did anyone mention anything about her behavior in the days leading up to that day? Anything at all?
No. Everyone I talked to said it took them by surprise.
Did you see her at all? Like, in those last few days?
No. I hadn't seen her for weeks. Maybe a month before.
And it's just the same three choices.
Thanks, Uncle Eddie.
If you want my advice, nothing good comes from stirring up old memories.
We can't help it. It just happens.
We don't really have a choice about that.
Yeah.
There's always a choice, son. I know sometimes it doesn't seem like it. But
No, we
there
actually
is.
don't have a choice.
Can we take a look at her file? Maybe we'd see something you didn't.
Her file?
Her case file, or police file, whatever you call it. You keep those pretty much forever, right?
We do, but I can't just pull it out right here, right now. There are procedures.
But you're the chief.
Which makes it even more important that I follow procedures.
Look, Chief Brown,
Yo,
are you gonna
chill.
help us? Or are you gonna be a cop about
Tyler!
this?
No, it's fine. Tyler, I know you resent me, but Fireweed was the best deal I could get you.
I'm not mad about Fireweed, but I may be a little salty you kept my sister away for 7 fucking years.
That's what this is about? Look, that was the court's recommendation. They're the experts. I just went along.
Yeah, sure you did.
Trust me, son. We all believed that what happened that night was self-defense, but we couldn't be sure.
I can't believe this.
Look, we couldn't be sure, okay? I was trying to protect you both.
So you still not sure?
What?
You still think keeping us apart was the right call?
She was traumatized.
We needed each other to heal, and you took that away from us.
So why didn't you let your sister visit when you turned 18
Uncle,
then, huh?
please. Let's move on.
She's never gonna tell you how much that hurt her, but it did.
That was about me. It wasn't about her. Allison gets that, And 3 years is nothing compared to 7.
I
Right,
mean,
Allie?
I mean, there's a little bit of cope in that statement. There's a little bit of cope in that statement. So Eddie did his best. Being kept apart was wrong. I do agree that being kept apart was probably wrong, but now knowing that it was the court's recommendation,
I think I don't think Eddie. I honestly think he tried his best.
yeah. And he did kill. Well, the thought is that he did kill somebody, and yeah. I think 7 years is probably excessive for sure, but 3 years is nothing compared to 7. That's cope. That's cope, my dude. I think wise to Eddie did his best for me rather than being kept at heart was wrong. I think that it's going to drive the two apart more, but I think that that's the answer. This is gonna be this is a big one though, because
You can tell because you can see her face worried.
yeah. So we're gonna hurt one of our either the relationship with Eddie or the relationship with Tyler. I don't think it hurts Tyler. No. He needs a lot of cope. I'm gonna go with. I think I'm gonna say Eddie did his best for me. Yeah.
I don't think he did anything. It's one of those things. Given the circumstances, I don't think he did anything necessarily wrong.
No.
He tried. He realized he wasn't the smartest person and just followed orders. You know, I mean, he is an officer, right?
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't just following orders. It was he went with the best recommendation that he thought he had.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna go with Eddie on this because that's some cope, Tyler. That is some cope.
Eddie was just doing his best to protect me.
Oh no,
To
the
protect his
bond.
family.
I thought I was your family.
You are. 7 years apart didn't change that. 10 years apart didn't either. But Eddie's family too. Look, we've all fucked up. We've all hurt each other. But isn't that what family's for? Can't we just move on?
Sounds like the right call. Times like this, I wonder who raised who.
We're gonna stay the night at the old house. We better get going.
You want to grab a bite first? It's on me. Don't want to send you out there with empty stomachs.
I would not turn that down. Okay, let's go.
His face.
Just a little angry. He's like,
Did you see that?
I did not.
There was like well, I'm gonna clip that. Hopefully I caught it in the clip.
Whoa.
Allison! Allison!
Shotgun.
Do you see that to the right or right behind him? Yeah, he's looking at it. That's what was in the.
The Manhunter.
That was in the police station just now. Thing.
Ew.
Please, Mom. I'm sorry I cut my hair. I won't do it again. I'm going to kill you! No. Please. Please. Mom. Mom, please. No, don't do this. Ah!
So yeah, that's how an 8-year-old can take on a adult with a gun. Sneak attack.
Killed her. I killed her. Allison, we need to call for help. I killed her. No, you didn't. I killed her. And when they come, that's what we're gonna tell them. No, no. Yes. We look out for each other. That's what goblins do.
Isn't family for hurting each other?
And brothers and
Sometimes.
sisters. It's gonna be okay. We're gonna be okay.
Is that chapter 1? It is.
Chapter 1.
All right, let me look up that. I'm gonna see if I got that clip.
Tell me why ain't nothing but how does that song go?
Ain't nothing but a heartache, I think.
Ain't nothing but a heartache. That sounds right.
Let's see. Did the clip not work? Wait, no, I gotta here. There it is. Okay, let me see.
I
Thank you, man.
want it that way.
Okay, yeah, I think I did get it. I'll bring it up on
Boom, 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 da, 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 dum.
his face.
Just a little angry. He's like,
I don't know if you if you have a
Did you
stream up
see
or
that?
not. Miho.
oh, I see it now.
Yeah. I don't think that was the same thing though. Or was it? I don't know if that was the same thing. There's the heartache. Indeed. All right, we're gonna skip. So our choices: 78.4% accepted the ring, 15 refused the ring, 11 threw the ring into the water. Oof. Oof. So when we first met Allison, she gave us a ring that Eddie had gotten for us. He got one for Allison and one for us. One for Tyler. So yeah, that was Allison admittedly came on a little strong, trying to get him to accept Eddie like the second that he got out of or he left juvie. But yeah. Let's see. Allison was delighted to solve the princess riddle with her brother. 81% solved the door puzzle. 19% busted the door down. Nice. Tyler felt supported by Allison's trust at the store. 52% chose Tyler's memory. 48% chose Allison's memory. So Allison's been hiding that secret for 10 years. Yeah. She's been holding that one in. That's a big one. That's a big one. And yeah, Tyler didn't kill his mom. Yeah, that's a juicer because Tyler. I mean, that almost makes the separation, keeping this two separated, even worse because he didn't even do it. Yeah. Tyler felt supported by Allison's trust at the store. Tyler sensed a rift between him and Allison when she sided with Eddie at the gas station, or at the station. 70% sided with Tyler. And we're in the 30% that sided with Eddie. The grief, yeah. I mean, I kind of wish that we knew that before we sided with Eddie. I think I would have. I mean, I don't think if it were me, I wouldn't let Tyler take the blame. First of all, second of all, knowing that keeping them apart was though Eddie didn't know that, so that was really on Allison and not on Eddie at all.
Yeah, I still think Eddie's tried his best though. Like,
Right,
if the question
right.
was, did Eddie try his best? Yes.
Yes. But I think from a character standpoint, I think from, you know, her being grief ridden for not only killing her mom but letting her brother take the rap for it, I don't see that they would be in a place where they would side with Eddie.
Oh no. I think that is a fair statement to make. But yes.
Sam Kaczynski, Tyler earned Sam's respect. 55% call out Sam. 45% didn't call out Sam. Tessa Vichy. Tessa opened up to the twins about Marianne. 47% learned the truth. 24% didn't get an answer. And 29% antagonized Tessa.
I mean, I still want to antagonize her.
Yeah.
I'm surprised at this stat.
Eddie felt validated by Alyssa's family plea when she sided with him at the station. Yeah, 30% sided with Eddie. I knew that so 30% sided with Eddie, 70% sided with Tyler. I kind of figured it'd be pretty skewed because I think from a storytelling standpoint, they've been building up the relationship between the twins and not between anybody else. So I think to get the good ending, you probably siding with Tyler probably helps, assuming that there's a good ending, which there usually is in these games. But usually also you can make a few choices that pull away from the good ending and still get it. Yeah, me too. Yeah, I mean, just kind of knowing the genre, I'm actually not surprised by this because a lot of people are trying. Most people are only going to play this one time through, and that's the logical choice from what the game is pushing you to do.
Okay, that's fair, I guess. It's just like, I guess from a story perspective, yeah, that makes sense. But I like from a moral perspective,
Yes.
I
So what
still,
now?
you know,
Well,
yeah.
He's obviously not going to
you
give
do
us
some
the
more.
truth.
Yeah, I'm gonna do
So I
one more
say we
chapter.
Go
I
get it
think.
ourselves.
Okay.
Wait, you're not seriously thinking of breaking and entering a police archive?
Go big or go home.
Once upon a time, in a deep and ancient forest, there lived a pair of crafty goblins.
The crafty goblins did everything together. Until one day, when darkness overwhelmed the big wooden house in which they lived.
Blamed for the darkness, Brother Goblin was forced to leave the forest, while his sister had to stay behind.
Years later, they were finally reunited, and together, they decided to confront the darkness in the big wooden house.
Though they sought the help of their friends in the forest, they found that no one wanted to delve into the long-gone past.
This is how the goblins found themselves alone in the woods, trying to discover why darkness had submerged the big wooden house.
And Tessa was her name, Drew. Got some drums.
tomorrow we should play Compass and North Star in the woods.
Be sure to wear your hat then.
You be sure to wear your hat.
All right, who wants ice cream?
Me!
Holy crap.
Eat up.
An entire tub of ice cream for each of you.
Without a word, she went out and buried the tiara in the ground beneath the sapling. And as the final scoop of dirt fell, the tiara felt truly gone, and with it, the final link to her old self. She could only go forward and find a new place for herself in this world, where she was no longer truly a princess in a tiara and a beautiful gown, but a wan woman, alone in a deep and ancient wood. And that was how the princess lost her most precious treasure, and her title.
I don't like that story. There were no goblins, and it was depressing.
We won't read it again.
I love you, Mom.
The story stinks.
Not me. Just kidding. Love you, Mom.
Who wrote this awful story?
I love you
Author
too.
is Mom. Terrible.
Sleep well and dream, my doves.
That's
Yes.
why she stabbed her.
Thanks for that depressing story, Mom. Huh.
Ollie? Ollie?
So I think the question is there something supernatural going on here? Or is it just their imagination? Run away with me.
I do think it might be
It's
kids'
my
imagination.
imagination. Well, the thing is they have telepathic powers, though. So in a world where telepathic powers exist,
What a waste.
Are you
Tired,
saying
Tom?
it's not? Are you saying it's not impossible for little goblins to be running around their house?
Ollie? Allison, help!
it is, yes, in this world where there's telepathic powers, you can't count out fantastical creatures, right? Or maybe just my imagination. But why was the mom? So she was disturbed before the kids even got there.
And apparently there was that hunter guy, just vibing there.
Yeah, the hunter was vibing. Also, Tyler, bad on you for cornering yourself. Why did you come here, of all places? Why didn't you just...
I need to call for help. Allison. I killed Mom. I killed her.
Tell me why. Chapter 2, Family Secrets.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Brings a tear to my eye. Ooh, so sparkly.
Okay, I know this is just like a stylistic choice that this like developer always does, but like they just have this like music playing and doing just like a montage of random things.
Yeah. Oh, stop.
Try to keep it
I don't know why. I was expecting her to... Wait. Oh, we're mixing... Okay, we're going from the past to present. I was really expecting her to eat shit when she jumped down the stairs. I don't know why, but I just saw like the slow motion, like I'm like, oh nope, she's not gonna make it.
Like from Toy Story.
we supposed to be seeing something in this montage that I'm missing?
Maybe the mom wasn't a bad mom.
Yeah.
Just throws pillows at her kids, you know? Pretty good life. This could have been the life he would have had if the mom didn't get stabbed in the back. Oh, wait, no, are they just vibing in the house right now?
Yeah, it keeps jumping from present version to past version. Or 8-year-old and 10-year-old, or 8-year-old and 18-year-old.
Man, 10-year-old having that 5 o'clock shit.
I was thinking 10 years later instead of 18. But yeah, it keeps jumping from 8 to 18-year-old, and they're like jumping around. So how far forward have we gone? Days, weeks, months?
You doing all right?
I thought coming here would be closing a chapter of our lives, you know?
And instead, we've spun off a whole miserable prequel trilogy.
I get it, because
Yeah.
Star Wars.
Yep, Darth Jar Jar immediately popped into my head.
We're not letting ourselves do this again. Come on. Up.
Maybe Jar Jar's the
Mind-numbing
hunter.
labor's a great way to forget your troubles.
Oh my god.
Can't we just have coffee instead?
No. On your feet, soldier.
So it looks like the house has been cleaned up.
Let's take a break from packing and
No,
sort
no.
out the furniture. If we get enough done, I'll drive you into town and buy you a gallon of ice cream.
Mint chocolate chip, 2 gallons. Let's do this.
And yes, I am an enjoyer
Goblin face is keep.
of mint.
Dollar sign is donate or sell, and trash can as well. Trash. By the way, I cleared out most of the stuff from the bathroom this morning, but I left you the toilet.
How very generous of you. Crummy table and wobbly chairs.
Trash.
We ate way too much expired food on this table.
I mean, if you're selling the house, they're not going to want the.
What's that smell?
What's that smell?
It's you, Stinky. Go take a shower, gamer. Uh-oh, Stinky Gamer.
What's that smell? Smells like delicious garbage. Ooh, yes, delicious indeed. Or could it be Stinky Pants Sam? Oh, Stinky Pants Sam!
Oh, Stinky.
Actual gremlins.
Literal.
Be nice. A skunk? What did you do to her? Is she okay?
Aw.
Sure is. She just went hunting for food and couldn't get back out. All she needed was a little nudge to get her on her way.
Sam Kansky, hero of skunk kind.
I remember being super impressed by him, and it made me want to be a wild animal superhero too.
What?
Wait a minute. How you didn't recognize him though? That was the guy that was
Allison,
watching the house when we.
I asked you to clean up the coffee table 3 times already.
Oops, I forgot.
What?
I don't know. But that wasn't Sam the guy with the shotgun?
All right, I'll clean it up.
Thanks.
I'm pretty
While
sure
you
it
do
was.
that, I'll check out the furniture.
So why didn't we recognize him?
I'm
He was
guessing
like,
you want to keep the coffee
Allison,
table?
do you know this guy? I think this. Yeah, we keep the coffee table.
Yeah. Is that okay?
Sure.
I think it could
I'm
be
not really
argued
planning
away
on
because he
bringing
was drunk.
furniture to Denali. And
Well,
if
no,
I need
I
a
understand why
base in Juneau,
Sam
you'll
didn't
have all the
recognize us. Why
furniture I
didn't we
need.
recognize
How
him?
very non-committal of you. All right,
Because
I'll keep it.
wasn't Tyler like, Allison, do you know this guy?
Oh yeah, you're right.
And if we were super impressed with him,
I really like that
I
armchair.
think we would have remembered him. But I guess it was 10 years.
I mean, there was a shotgun. Wait, it was a shotgun.
It'll
Was a
look
gun,
sharp
right? A
next
gun
to your
Yeah, it was a
tree stump
shotgun.
pointed at you.
nightstand.
Yeah.
I'll be the most stylish mountain man ever. But I was actually thinking it should go in your library.
Library? We may not even have a living room.
I have faith in you.
No, we trashed the couch.
Another one for the landfill.
Oh, wait, no, I don't want to trash the... whatever it is. I don't know.
And finally, I hate to say it, but the couches get a one-way ticket to the dump.
No protest here. I think I have permanent knee damage from a decade of bumping into the corner of those damn things.
Well, then that's it for the living room. You are relieved from your duties.
A deer call.
Elks have scary sounds.
They do indeed.
Goddamn
Ugh,
banshees.
Rose stain is gross.
What happened?
Some unfortunate spillage that brought about the end of indoor tea parties. I hid the stain with my toys, forgetting that they would eventually be picked up.
Brilliant move, Ronan.
Well, I seem to recall a time you stole an egg, put it on the couch, and sat on it because you wanted a pet chicken.
We don't talk about that.
Uh-huh.
Well, at least I didn't leave a stain.
I mean, eggs is where chickens come from. So if you I'm pretty sure. Actually, so yeah, my sister. My sister tried that as well.
Sat on an egg?
Yeah, but not like put a couch cushion over it.
What to do with this?
Keep, trash, sell. I don't know. Can we sell this? I'll try to sell it.
Maybe someone would be willing to refinish it.
Not gonna lie, I kind of find it funny that like the sticker just like appears in her hands.
Yeah.
What's this doing down here? Is that gum?
Oh, we forgot to look at the other one
That was
too.
probably me.
Goblins were here.
The big frog.
Goblins are here.
Collectibles. We didn't look at Ice King.
The Ice King.
The Ice King is the lord of the whole forest. He is so powerful that no one dares to challenge his commands.
Big frog.
The beak.
The
Okay,
big
that looks
frog
kind of creepy.
is an effervescent creature who tries to be kind, but is also a tireless gossip. The Ice King punished her once by telling her his deepest secret. If she ever tells anyone, she'll lose her voice forever.
She's a good person, just talk shit a lot.
I want to tell you something. Just don't tell anybody. Immediately tells everybody.
I completely forgot we had a pet vole for a few days.
Poor Volcano. She was in rough shape when we found her. Good thing Marianne actually knew what she was doing with injured wildlife. Allison.
I remember something, Allison.
Volcano.
Lasagna! Lasagna!
Finish your salad first. Thank you, Tessa. You're a lifesaver.
Hey, can you come here for a sec?
They're just leftovers from
Come
the
here.
restaurant.
What about Volcano? She needs to eat her lunch too.
Oh, quite right, love.
She can have my corn.
Here you go, little one. Must be hungry too.
You must be hungry too.
Guess I really did keep us all fed.
She always tried to take care of everyone. Still does, I guess. Allison.
Yes.
What's up?
Should I throw these pictures out?
No.
I mean, most of them are pretty happy memories.
I guess.
You look cute here.
That's not me. I mean, it is, but...
But not really. I get it.
It's just weird. Seeing myself like that again. Damn. Didn't think a picture could throw me like this anymore.
I'm sorry. That sounds really rough.
Yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm like 1,000 times better. But I've got a ways to go before I'm comfortable taking my shirt off. Which is why I'm scheduling my top surgery as soon as we sell this house. No more putting a binder on every morning. God, that sounds fucking amazing.
Yeah, totally. Just so you know, I'll be there to help out when you do. Whatever you need.
Thanks.
All right. What's your verdict, Ronan?
You know what? I'll keep a few. To remind us how far we've come.
Plus, you don't have to, you can keep them in a box, but if you destroy them, they're gone forever if you ever want to look at them. Who?
He looks handsome. That can't be the drunkard that was at our house.
No. And I think when we saw the vision of him, he still had a beard, didn't he?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. So who is this? Are they just like super inconsistent with Sam? Okay, we're gonna find out.
I love this one.
Why do I look so pissed? I remember loving this.
Maybe because Marianne was sticking a camera in your face?
Come on, smile like Allison.
Yeah. Memories.
Come on, honey, smile like Allison.
Hold up your fish.
It's not my fish anymore. Allison stole it.
What is it, like the Darksaber? You have to fight to possess the fish?
My sister, the fish thief.
You were just being bratty.
Was I, though?
Yes. All I did was help clean it when we were out on the porch. Eddie had to force you to share.
Eddie.
Oh, that was Eddie?
Who was Eddie again? Oh, that was Eddie
was
the cop. Okay, that's right.
Steady now. Take your time. He's not gonna jump up and do the cha-cha.
What about me? I want to clean the fish too.
It's
I
not
want to
even
do the
your
cha-cha.
fish. You didn't catch anything.
Ugh, only because you wouldn't stop talking and scared all the fish away.
Keep your eyes on what you're doing. Allison, when we're done with this half, you can take over and do the other one. That sound fair?
Yes.
You're right. I was kind of being brat.
That's a nice vase.
I wonder if my horse figurine is still in there.
What?
Yeah.
You're what now?
You know, my blue toy horse. With the kind of melted face. The one
Oh.
you stole from me.
What? That never happened.
Yeah, it did. I won it at that little Halloween carnival they had at the school every year. You grabbed it and hid it in the pot. Then when I tried to get it back, you said there was a snake inside too.
What?
Whatever you say, Horseface.
We have the same face. Hey, Allison, come take a break with me.
Best calf original. Tea on. Brightens your day.
Starting the fire again?
Yeah, I'm gonna boil some water. You want something to drink?
Do you want tea or coffee?
I want the horse.
We can't have the horse.
I want the blue horse juice.
There is no horse juice. That sounds terrible. Let's do some tea. I don't actually mind instant coffee because it says it's powder. It's instant coffee, I think. I don't actually mind instant coffee. I do instant coffee sometimes when I just like want one cup.
Earl Grey or chai?
Your call. I'm fixing myself a good old cup of joe.
Ah, a nice pot of wakey juice.
Papa needs his rocket fuel.
I am so glad Eddie came through on the caffeine.
Shh, did you hear that?
The Ice King is sending us a warning.
Oh, where is... There it is.
For your punishment, said the Ice King, you shall be banished from the forest. And if you dare come back before the new moon, you shall feel my anger in your gut. Hear it in the wind. Whoosh!
Huh. Do you think the Ice King would really react that way? He may be intimidating, but he's always fair and never mean.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Maybe he tells the goblins to help the people they hurt instead?
Great idea, sweetie. Why don't we think about it at dinner? I'll put everything away for safekeeping while you go wash your hands.
That's okay, sweetie.
Can you put them in the binder so they don't get stained?
Of course, love.
I still think my dark and twisty version was better.
We put so many hours into that book.
Yeah. Our binder was full of extra drawings and incomplete stories. Think they're all still in the kitchen drawer?
We should go take a look.
I guess you'll take a look.
Come check this out.
Game, please.
Allison's first drafts. Right. Because I didn't contribute at all.
Come on. I know you did. I can't believe she kept all these.
You'd think putting them on the fridge for a couple of weeks would have been enough.
You know how we thought of ourselves as the goblins? Did you ever get the sense that maybe Mary Ann was the princess in the stories?
Yeah. She called her bedroom the princess's sanctum, and she was all alone in the woods, in this
Sanctum
house,
Sanctorum?
until we showed up.
She was. Alone, but with a few friends who helped her along the way.
What are you doing?
Research. So, if Mary Ann was the princess, then who were all the rest?
And here we go.
Oh, come on. Humor me.
Goblins.
Do we have to read now?
We're not going to read this entire book right now, though. Is there one story in particular? Princess and Two Thieves. Princess makes new friends, maybe? Hold on. There's a memory. Maybe we should do the memory? Okay, let's do the memory. Okay, so it's Sam, Tessa, and Eddie. Ah, okay. So we have the pelican, we have the... Okay, so Tessa's gonna be the pelican because she's always bringing us food.
Oh, that makes
You
sense.
go here.
Can I just put them where I want to? What is this swap nonsense? Here we go. Swap those two.
This one.
Okay, so Tessa is the pelican. Protection is gonna be
Gonna be Ed.
yeah, it's gonna be Eddie. That's the bear. And then the moose is Sam. Sam is the...
You done?
because Sam always bought us whatever we needed, or he always took care of. Well, actually, wait. There's a fish there. Is that right? I think it has to be right? What was the moose's thing, though? Princess's party.
The moose shone the light.
The moose, yeah, the moose showed the light. Yes, that's right. So the light was cleared up the sky. It provided let's see. Inside there was a torch, which when lit revealed the truth. Someone wants to make sure I don't get lost in the woods when it's dark, and I will always be able to see right from wrong. And then the bear was protection. The second box, inside there was a magic sword which would leap right out of the bear's hand to defend them. Someone wants to make sure I'm protected if I'm ever under threat. And then the third box, someone wants to make sure I have money to buy food when I'm hungry and is clothed when I'm cold. So yeah, that's gotta be... Okay, so that's gotta be Tessa. I think the bear is gonna be Eddie. And yeah, Sam is gonna be Moose. I don't know about the Ruth. So can I lock this in? Or is this wrong?
Final answer.
Yeah, my final answer.
Alright, I think I'm done.
You sure?
Definitely.
How do you like them apples?
I mean, yeah, sure, maybe. What about these guys? I don't see them being real life people. Or this one.
Pelican.
She was the most generous one.
Yeah, but there was always a catch.
That's the catch.
The bear was the most helpful one. He was always around.
Stalking her?
What? No.
I mean, he was kinda always there. Lurking.
Poor Moose. Really didn't do him justice.
Justice? Kind of ironic, huh?
Considering he was the lawful good one?
Too bad the law isn't really just.
Oh, so maybe the moose was Eddie and the bear was Sam, because Sam was always coming around and fixing up the house and stuff.
Oh, okay.
And I guess and Eddie was showing us how to fish. So yeah, I think it was the other way around. That's okay.
You better hurry, or the Mad Hunter will catch us! We need to hide. This way! What's going on? I don't know.
You need to call the Ghostbusters.
Is he really here? I'm scared. Go away! Yeah! Go back to the forest!
I forgot about that.
How?
We've been pretending he was there.
And then, suddenly he was.
That was the only time that happened, right?
How did you forget about
Allison? Wait. It felt way too real. It was...
Us. Pushing our imagination way too far.
That's my imagination.
Sam Kansky, Grandmaster of Bad Timing. We're not done with this conversation.
Morning, Sam.
Ahoy, goblins! I ran into Chief Brown, who said you were starting the cleanup on the house this morning, so, I kind of figured you might need some supplies.
Thank you. That was very thoughtful.
Oh, also got something for you, Tyler.
What'd you bring me? Oh. Why would you bring...
Every man needs a good knife.
Why would you bring someone a knife that you think stabbed his...
Thanks, Sam.
Man.
Good. Oh, and before I forget,
here's a
the
gun
lady in
too.
the house.
Here's a gun. Here's some bullets too. You want some bird shot or some?
It was your mom's favorite
buckshot?
recipe. Still make it darn near every week. Think of her every time.
Le fish.
Thanks. But we don't have a stove. Still no electricity.
Oh yeah, that fuse box is busted.
And has
Just another thing I've been
someone
meaning to
been
put back
paying
together around here.
electricity for the past 10 years?
Where is it? I can take care of it.
Or is it, do we have a generator,
I
I
don't doubt
guess?
you can. But
Your
I've
guess
been
is as good
kicking
as
this
mine.
thing back to life for the last 20-some years. I'll give you a hand.
All right.
Boxes in the barn. Follow
Okay.
me.
We'll be right behind you.
And here's another gun, just in case. You only killed one person, right? Yeah. It should be fine. Yeah, that is a weird gift. That is a weird gift.
Well, I guess old bears can learn new tricks.
Yep. Come on. Let's go get our electricity back on.
Because he thinks it was self-defense. Yeah. Still, though.
Yeah, boy. Every man needs a gun.
Tyler, you're known for stabbing people, so I got you a nice knife. I thought you might like it.
So, how's school?
I graduated already. Outdoor studies.
Oh, outdoor studies, huh?
How
So
the
he-
kids.
He does
Good
have a
thing I
bachelor's
came
degree.
along when I did. You know, I built this here barn for your mama.
Good lord.
You really helped her out, huh?
Now, you know, just a few chores here and there. As
A few chores? This is not a few
I was glad to
chores.
help. Your mother, she...
Yeah.
No.
I think it was supposed to be
I
awkward.
bring myself to leave her high and dry. Anyways, we'll find that darn key.
You know, a few chores, fixed the washing machine, built a barn. Oh, wait.
Wait, Sam. You have more of our keys?
Yeah, the one for the barn's called a railroad key. See, it's got this special tip that you can...
Fascinating. I'll take that off your hands now.
Well, I, figured I might still need to do some maintenance, so,
Nope. We're good. Thank you.
fair warning, door's a bit temperamental.
Haven't you been taking care of this place?
Bro, that's not
Didn't
his
oil
job.
the doors?
What? You think I just hang out here all day or something?
Right? Tyler, what do you mean?
Here, son, give me a try.
Good.
Here, when you twist it as far as you can to the left, give it a nice little jerk.
Damn it.
No shit.
Well, it's open at least. Now Sam has to fix the door too. Good job, Tyler.
Well, at least the door's open now.
Yeah, that's easy enough to fix. Now, that fuse box.
Oh, no. You and you are going to clean up your mess. I'll take care of the fuse box.
But I didn't do it.
I'm not asking. Go on.
Tyler, you 100% did it. You're being so freaking stubborn. Tyler, I was standing right here. Freaking gaslighting, man. There's nothing else in here, it looks
Look at
like.
what? The whole jam needs to be replaced.
Nah, just need to sand that part down. We could refinish the whole thing, but that's a lot of work for an old door.
All right. Fuses go into plugs. Should be easy enough.
Okay. Marianne, I wrapped up your electrical board. Gotta run, but in case you want to check it out, careful not to overload the circuits. You'll have to use 15 amp fuses for the garage. Amp total up to 120 amp for the whole house. Yes, pretty proud of myself. For once, I respect right color coding. We need to call an electrician. Each fuse should have the right color cable. Oh, Lord. You're gonna die. Alright, so garage needs 15 amps. Generator, heater. So it's washer, dryer, kitchen, outlets, lights. What's up with the text? Your what heater? Okay, so we know 15 amps for the garage. What else? Oh, it's already. Okay, the 15 amp fuse is already in the garage socket. So how much does the heater need? Do we just need 120 total? So let's do another 15. We need to do at least one 15 amp. Okay, so it looks like white is 15 amps, right? So the garage is got a white cable to it. That's 15, so this one's probably also going to be 15.
Let's try this one.
We need. So then there's one red cable, red and yellow cable, and 3 yellow cables. So we need 120 amps. We have 30 now, so we need 90 left. So we need to do, it's going to be 3 20 amps and 1. So this one's going to be 30 amps. And the rest are going to be 20 amps. And that should add up to 120 amps total.
Seems good.
We did it. There's an outline of a shotgun here.
You damn fool.
Everything okay?
So Sam gave her the shotgun.
You two look like you got this all in hand, so, bye.
Bye.
What was that about?
I wonder why Sam got so upset.
Oh, he probably forgot he was all out of bourbon.
Bro.
Come on, man.
Hey, that's not cool. Sam has a serious problem.
Sorry. It was a low blow. He really freaked out when he saw that gun rack. Remind me to take it down later.
Preda rep. What's that?
Wolf pee.
Ew, what?
Do not spill it on your shoes.
What did he say?
Preto rap?
I sense a story.
Well, if by story you mean using it at fireweed to get rid of some rats, and then spilling it on my only pair of shoes, then yes.
Oof.
Hey, it was not funny.
Sure thing, P-boy.
Hey there, little buddy.
I mean, I do not like spiders, but
Are you cooing at a spider? It had better be a tiny one.
Don't listen to the mean lady. You're an 8-legged beauty. Oh man, I'm gonna put together the sweetest
Wolf P.
toolbox
Okay.
ever.
Thank you, Drew. That's what I thought he said, but I wasn't sure. So it's Wolf P.
Huh, look at this. I think this is where she made all her toys. Toilet paper tubes, rope, cardboard.
Wonder what she planned to make with that. Maybe a car? Ooh, or a tank.
She was so crafty.
And she could draw and write and take pictures.
She could have been an artist instead of just locking herself up out here.
Allison,
I guess
do you
it
know
keeps
who
other
this
animals
is?
away. It doesn't attract wolves.
Yes.
So you're kind of
Well, I guess it depends. If it's female
Look at this.
Wolfie,
I think this is where she made all her
it'll
toys.
attract male. I guess vice versa. Never mind. Scratch that. Reverse that.
What did you find?
Do you know who that is?
Yeah. That's Carol, Eddie's mom. I've seen other pictures of her, but never this one.
Man, look at Brown. And Marianne. She looks really happy.
Can I?
Careful, the glass is broken.
Are you okay? It stings. Let's go see Mom.
But she'll get mad. We weren't even supposed to be here.
memory. Bridge Farm remembers.
Come on, it's gonna get infected.
Where we going?
I don't want to. She said not to disturb her and Eddie. Where are you going?
Things were different when she was around. We were family, Eddie. How could you do this to me?
Huh?
Look.
What were they talking about? I can't figure out what's going on.
I don't know, but I remember that whatever Eddie had to do, whatever that call was about, it was tearing him up.
Tearing him up? He was being a total cop, and Marianne got pissed and threw him out. Here, I'm gonna show you what I remember. There, by the house.
I had to make that call. I was just following the law.
Oh, yeah? And this little visit right here? What would the law say about this, huh?
Look, I didn't have to come out here, but I did.
You're a goddamn hypocrite. Get out of here!
Marianne.
I said get out! Out!
What? She didn't throw the picture at him.
You sure about that? He was being a complete dick.
How can you be sure?
Oh,
we were
what?
eavesdropping. We could barely see a thing.
What do you think happened then?
I'm sorry, it's going back and forth is kind of funny to me.
I had to make that call. I was following procedure. What I'm legally required to do.
What are you
Why
doing?
are you here? Pretty sure this isn't procedure.
I wanted you to hear it from me.
Please leave.
Marianne. I'm sorry.
Please just go.
How do we keep
Wait, what's
remembering
that?
the same things so differently?
It was a long time ago, and, well, memory's a tricky thing.
Wait, when did that happen?
I'm not sure. I think it was The exact same day she attacked you.
That's what I thought.
But Uncle Eddie said he hadn't seen Marianne for weeks.
Yeah, that was bullshit. And what was all that about following the law? What was he doing here exactly?
I have no idea.
I don't know. I have no idea. We shouldn't jump to any conclusions.
Look, I know he took care of you, but that doesn't make him incapable of lying.
I can't see him being that cold with Marianne, even if he was being a cop.
I mean, I can, but who knows? I guess memory's a tricky thing, huh?
You're a god.
I don't like this choice because there's like not enough context. Marianne was sad. Choose Tyler. Marianne was angry.
Get out of here.
Well, at this
Goddamn hypocrite.
point,
Get out of here.
Marianne was pretty agitated, I would say. Like she was popping off on people, and she apparently wasn't taking her meds, whatever their meds were. So I'm thinking that anger would not be. I think that.
Get out.
And also, we sided with Eddie last time, and I think our relationship. I think this impacts our relationship with Tyler more.
Goddamn hypocrite.
So I think going with Tyler's memory is probably the play, because she was clearly agitated this day.
Goddamn hypocrite.
Maybe it was a wellness
Get
check.
outta here.
Yeah, it could have been.
You're a
I'm gonna go with.
goddamn hypocrite.
I'm gonna.
Get out of here. You're a goddamn hypocrite.
I'm gonna go with Tyler's memory.
Get out of here.
What do you think, Miho? You think that's the right play?
I think that makes sense.
Get
I
out
think that
of
makes
here.
sense.
Let's do it.
You're a goddamn hypocrite. Get out of here. Get off my property right now.
Goes. Oh, is there more?
So, we agree. Brown came out here and bullied Marianne the same day she attacked us. And then lied about it. Now what?
We go and get a straight answer from him.
Right now?
Yes. I'll go get my car keys.
But what will these mountains of trash do without us?
Fuck the trash.
She said a bad language word.
Man, I can't believe Brown lied. I mean, I may not be the guy's biggest fan, but he's always talking about the truth and the law and shit.
Do you have to be so happy about it?
What?
I know you've been waiting for something like this. Something that proves Eddie's an asshole. But gloating about it is really not cool.
Captain America wouldn't be happy with her.
How to take this. Yeah, just a sec. I'm parking the car.
Guess I'll just go stretch my legs then.
Guess I'll
No.
just stretch my legs.
Just give me a sec.
Wait, what are we stopping here for?
To stretch his legs.
Oh, because she needs to make a phone call.
Yeah.
Okay, Tina. What's going on?
Hi, hon. I've got someone who is super interested in seeing the house.
Oh, that's amazing. When?
They're just in the area for a couple of days, so they'd like to come by day after tomorrow.
Oh, I'm not sure it'll be ready.
Hon, this guy is very motivated, but I know he's looking at other properties. And it's not like you've had people breaking down the door.
I appreciate that, but we've kind of got a lot going on over here.
Did I mention it would be an all-cash offer?
All cash.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. That's both really good and also kind of sus.
Let's Do it. Now's not the right time. Ugh.
It's not the right time.
A cash offer, Allison.
I'm sorry, but it'll be a total mess. I don't want to waste anyone's time.
Okay, well, you tell me when you're ready.
Huh. Well, I think I just made Tina's shit list.
Sure did.
Yeah.
I mean, I think it's more important to figure out the mystery than selling the house right now, though.
Well, yeah, no, that's fair, right? No, that's very fair, but it's things too. It's like
But money.
money.
So much money. Yeah, all cash offer.
This guy's motivated.
He's motivated. He's just a house buying powerhouse. Just walks around with big old Monopoly bags of money.
Whose votes are you looking to
With a
win
little bit
out
of a
here,
limp.
Tom? The Bears?
Oh, there's another thing to read here.
Dee and I did that trail a couple years ago. We drank ice cold beers when we reached the summit.
Black Creek Trail. Everyday shuttles to Trailhead from Dulles Crossing departs at 8 a.m. In front of the community theater. Neat.
The artist really nailed this one.
Kind of suspicious though, yeah. This guy's the real villain.
Kind of rings a bell.
Maybe it was the hunter.
Can you imagine, like, just the hunter pull up with money bags? I
mean,
want your house.
He is a bounty hunter, so he's got a lot of money probably.
I'm sorry. Whenever I hear the word bounty hunter, I think of dog.
Dog the bounty hunter.
Dog, the bounty hunter.
I don't
When I
actually
first watched that, yeah.
Oh no, go ahead, go ahead.
I
When I first
love
watched
to be
that
able to
show, I
make
was
something
upset there was
like
no
this.
dogs on it.
Whenever I think about Dog the Bounty Hunter, I actually think about the South Park episode. I don't know if
Oh.
you've seen it.
I have not.
There's an episode where Cartman is a bounty hunter, and he takes the moniker of that he's the dog, the big bad dog. I don't even remember much about it except for a little song, because he would have that little like Dog the Bounty Hunter like intro. I don't know how to explain it, but that's what I was thinking when someone mentions a dog. Kind of let's see, Han Solo or Boba Fett. Boba. Han Solo wasn't really a bounty hunter though. He was more of a courier, or
Yeah, boy, does his resume say?
Spice runner. His spice is the
You're right. You're right.
spice is the drug of the Star Wars
Looks like you
universe,
found a nice
or
spot.
the narcotic.
We've been here before, right?
Boba, Book of Boba.
I feel like I've been here before. So?
Oh yeah, they also did that
Tina?
on Sly Cooper.
Tina West, our realtor.
Oh, that Tina.
Sly Cooper?
What'd she need?
She had
Spice
someone who
being
wanted to see
the
the
narcotic
house,
of that
but
universe.
He could only come by day after
Sly
tomorrow.
Cooper.
And you told her no?
Yeah, we need more time than that to get things cleaned up and, you know.
Thanks. But what if it's the only call we get?
And I guess we just grow old and lose our minds in that fucking house.
Sounds like a plan. So, before Tina called, we were talking.
Yeah?
I'm not happy your foster father fucked up.
Oh yeah? Because you sure sounded like
He
it.
hid information about Marianne.
I know! You just don't have to rub it in.
He doesn't get a pass just because this is uncomfortable for you.
I'm not giving him a pass. It's just hard.
Tyler's kind of
This whole damn
relentless.
situation is hard. You think I
Yeah.
liked learning all that shit about Tessa?
This town, these people, they're just memories to you. But it's my home, Tyler. My friends, my family.
thought I was your family.
And as much as I want answers, I'd rather not lay waste to my entire life to get them.
I didn't come here to ruin your life, Allison. I just want some answers.
I know. That's why we're doing all this, right?
Oh, there's a memory here. Wait. Oh, this is telepathy. 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 Eddie wore telepathy.
Her hometown looks pretty picturesque from here, doesn't it?
You're way more attached to this place than you let on.
You still want to, oh, sorry, you guys probably can't see all the choices. About the house sale, you still want to live in the wild? Come on, help me out. Let's ask about the wild, if he wants to be a wild man.
So, you really want to live somewhere super secluded like this? Alone in a cave, speaking for the trees?
I do. Is it really that hard to imagine?
Didn't know you were a loner. Who's gonna visit you? Didn't know you were a loner. Wait, we did know he was a loner. But I don't like the other answer.
I just don't think of you as a loner. You and I always did everything together.
Well, you're way less terrible than other people.
I don't know why that was so quiet. Kind of weird. Snowing.
You feeling that, Ty?
Yeah.
Found you! North Star! Okay, now you're the star and I'm the compass. Okay, and don't cheat. I know you were sending me fake hints last time. I did not. Yes, you did. Okay, I won't do it again.
Little cheater.
You were always accusing me of cheating.
Because you totally did.
It was a cool game. Guessing where you were just by feeling what you felt.
No one else could play with
No
us.
one else could play it with us.
That was the beauty of it.
For real? You never wanted any other friends?
Nah, not really. I mean, we had each other. That was enough for me.
So, not too disappointed I turned down our chance to be billionaires?
Nah, all that money would have made me soft. And I've spent way too many years polishing my edgy side.
Oh no.
You were right to call me out earlier. I was being a jerk about Eddie.
I'm all for enjoying the wins as they come, but maybe not at the expense of my father figure.
I'll try my best.
What's oh no, mijo?
My iPhone did.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I see your models.
Just a little sleepy.
So I have to warn you, I'm not sure we're getting any answers out of Eddie.
You won't have a
Give me a
choice.
second.
We're not
No
10
worries,
years
no worries.
old anymore.
I don't know what these choices are. It's overprotective. No, I should have said the other one.
He tries to protect me from everything.
Occupational hazard.
He was always so worried about how I was left out at school, so he'd make me throw these huge birthday parties and invite everyone.
And they'd all have to show up because you were the chief's daughter?
Bingo.
Better.
But then they didn't actually talk to me, so I felt like a stranger in my own house.
I know the feeling.
Remember that time both the bridges collapsed?
Yeah. It was a week before they got the roads reopened. And Sam had to bring us supplies with his boat.
Felt like our house was on a deserted island, but way colder.
Man, Sam is such a homie.
Remember that time both the bridges collapsed?
Yeah. It was a week before they got the roads reopened. And Sam had to bring us supplies with his boat.
Felt like our house was on a deserted island. But way colder.
Warning: bear encounters are frequent during salmon run, May to October. Exercise extreme caution along all rivers, local trails, viewpoints, and glacier roads. During autumn, bears move to higher elevations to feed on berries and den for the winter. Do not feed the bears. Keep all food properly stowed and contained. Stay alert. Learn to spot fish and game carcasses and scavengers. Make noise while hiking. Bears don't like surprises. Never hike alone. Always carry pepper spray when hiking. In case of encounter, do not run. Stand your ground. Wave your arms. Talk loudly. Do not climb trees or poles. Bears are extremely efficient climbers. In case of violent attack, fight back vigorously. So if it all goes to hell, square up with the bear. That's what the sign told me.
Seriously?
What even are
How do
those?
people think it's gonna go?
I can't even tell what those are. Those.
I thought you make a circle around you. I hope the bear doesn't enter your anti-bear circle.
That's why they call it a barrier.
Oh God. Was was that the joke that I never picked up as a kid?
I've honestly never heard that before.
Hey, it's the
look
sea
what I
bear
found.
thing from SpongeBob.
I didn't watch much SpongeBob.
It's okay.
Grown. Yeah.
Aha! I knew it was still here.
I knew we'd been here before. We claimed it as part of the Ronin kingdom.
And it still is.
Look
All
into
it
my
needs is a
kingdom.
little update.
Oh, good thing Sam bought you that knife. Try not to stab anybody with
doing?
it, but I guess you didn't stab anybody.
What I wanted to do back then,
Allison's the real stabber.
but I didn't have the guts. There, looking better already.
You're right. Way better.
But yeah, I didn't watch much SpongeBob's. I grew up when I was a wee baby Timma. I grew up on well, I didn't grow up on. I was terrorized by Rocko's Modern Life.
Rocko's Modern
So?
Life.
What's the plan?
Yep.
Rocko's Modern Life.
Ren and
Go
Stimpy
inside
terrorized
and
me.
calmly ask Eddie why he was there that day.
All right.
I still
Let's
don't
try to let
understand how
him
Ren
get
and
his
Stimpy
side of the
was,
story out.
you know,
Okay.
allowed.
Yeah, right.
Uh-huh. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I let that sail by. I let
understand,
that
Mr.
sail by,
Barrow.
Drew.
I'll be sure to let him know.
I would
Yes, I
100%
have it
let
all
that sail
written
by.
down. Have a good day, Mr. Barrow. Morning, Missy.
How'd you get stuck working reception?
Rose called in sick this morning.
Oh.
I'm covering for her while I try to get my paperwork done. What are you doing here?
Just checking in with Uncle Eddie.
I'm guessing from the identical features that this is Tyler?
Tyler, Denise, Tyler.
Hello.
Wilson, could you tell Officer Vincenzi that I'll be... Oh, good morning, Allison.
Hi, Uncle.
I'm gonna take Dr. Torres' statement. No need for Vincenzi to come back to the station.
He doesn't seem like he's in the best of moods.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on, but he's been a little off all day. Good luck.
Thanks, D.
He has an excuse to brush us off.
I'm sure he'll make time if we say it's important.
But yeah, I let that sail past. I was gonna swing at that one.
Hello, middle-aged adult.
Wait,
Everything all right? Your uncle said you two were going to be knee-deep in trash for a few days.
A few days?
but real quick, Rocco and Ren and Stimpy, I was a little too young to watch, I feel. But my sisters were old enough and they liked it, so I had to watch them. and those shows scared me when I was a wee baby Timma. Honestly, like because I remember we actually watched like when Rocco Modern Life started airing when I was a wee baby Timma, and the first episode was a Suckomatic, where it was like, you know, seen on TV, buy the Suckomatic, it'll clean your entire life. You know, it's the like world's greatest vacuum cleaner. So everybody was buying these Suckomatics, and in the end, the Suckomatics literally took over the world and sucked up, like they become like Terminators and just started like vacuuming whole entire people up. So yeah, by the end of the episode, the like little episode outro was everybody was just stuck inside their Suckomatic, but they were like living inside of them. Like they had like, you know, their little living room TV set up and everything inside of them, and all the trash from their house also like just piled up all around them. And there was nothing left but Suckomatics. That was the first episode. I'm like, well, everybody's dead, so
Well, the thing is, you say you maybe like, I don't know how young you were. Like, think about it. Like, it was aimed at.
I was a pretty little kid.
Like, if it was, I mean, it was on Nickelodeon. It was aimed at kids, so minimum, right? 6. Like, go with the age of 6 to like 13. That's I still disagree that it was meant for kids because age group, but you know, that's theoretically what it was aimed at, which is again, I disagree.
Yeah. Also, that's a pretty broad age range too. I mean, but yeah, it was it definitely gave me a few nightmares. Like that show scared me. I still watched it though, and not all the episodes are scary to me. But I also grew up with like Doug. Of course, grew up with Batman the Animated Series. That was my favorite. And that I will say that as a little kid, I always thought that the Joker gas, I thought that was deadly if it wasn't treated. It wasn't until I was a man that I found out that no one actually died from Joker gas, because they show a few people that don't ever get treatment. I'm like, oh, yep, they're dead. Yep, they're gonna die. But no, it doesn't actually kill in the show. In other media, the Joker gas does certainly kill, but in the animated series, it didn't. And then getting a little bit older, you know, Justice League Unlimited, always loved Superman. Yeah. So not really SpongeBob was I was a little it came a little after, and I wasn't really watching. I was watching anime by that point. Though I watched a little bit of anime when I was a kid on Toonami, but I didn't really have any other ability to watch anime except for Toonami, and a few channels ran, like Pokemon was on I don't remember what channel it was on Toonami though. But it was on one of the other I don't remember where it aired. Yeah, it's like the anime I watched when I was little was Pokemon. Gundam Wing was one of the, like, Gundam Wing was the one that made me like really take anime, like, oh, it's not just cartoons, because to me Pokemon was just another cartoon more or less. But Gundam Wing is like, oh, anime is something else. Yu Yu Hakusho, watched when I was a wee baby Tim, and Rurouni Kenshin. Love me some Rurouni Kenshin. But yeah.
That's optimistic. It feels like every time we clear out a drawer, 2 more just appear out of thin air.
Ah, yes. You got my sympathies. When we emptied Linda's parents' house, oof, I thought we'd have to rent a backhoe.
How is Linda? I feel like I haven't seen her in months.
Good. Yeah, she started working over at the high school as the librarian. Pay's not great, but she gets to see the kids every day, so.
I bet Brendan's thrilled.
Oh, yeah. Happy as any teenager who's got to spend extra time with his mom.
Well, I'll let you work.
No worries. You're not a bother.
Dr. Torres.
By the way, Miho, how long do you want to go?
With you during the incident?
Yes, she was.
I might have to tap out soon because, well, the iPhone died, so I'm using the webcam. But
Okay.
honestly, I'm just kind of like vibing right now. I'm sorry. I just been super like
No, no worries.
hyperfixated on these hyperfixated on these controllers.
No, no worries. I'll probably, whenever you want to stop, I'll probably stop.
How's Delos treating you so far?
I might try to get through this episode, but I don't know if we'll get that far.
I don't think that's gonna happen. If an episode's gonna took like what 4 hours? How long was it?
Like 5.
Yeah, I don't think we're gonna get to the
good to
second
see
one.
Allison.
She's been talking nonstop about you lately. I know she's happy to have you here. Hey, been meaning to say, Allison showed us that article you wrote for the Juneau Daily last year. You were spot on. The state needs to be giving way more money to youth centers. Fireweed was lucky to have you.
Loved working with those
Thanks.
kids.
I spent a lot of time fighting for more outdoor activities. Made some enemies in the administration over that one. But the first time those kids summited Mount Roberts, man, they were so proud. It felt great.
I know exactly what you mean. I volunteer sometimes with the JCE. You know, give lectures about police work, lead group talks when I can.
We already know what JCE is.
JCE?
We snoop her
You know.
emails.
Juneau Coalition for Equality.
Oh yeah.
Oh. Wait, really? That's awesome.
Yeah, and I don't mean to preach, but the kids in those groups, be it Fireweed or the JCE, they need people who really understand them. People who know where they're coming from and will fight for what they need. Anyways, sorry for the rant.
All right. Incident report states you called yesterday at 6:13 a.m.
Yeah, just let me know whenever. I'll probably actually drop then. I'm coming up on 8 hours, so that's what I wanted to get to.
Okay, you're gonna tap out at 8.
Well, I can go as long. I could easily go 12 hours, but it's not necessary.
I mean, if you want to go 12 hours, you can. I just thought I'll probably have to tap out. Honestly, I was thinking honestly, 15 or so.
What's up? In
about 15 minutes or so.
Okay.
Huh? I didn't think so. Move on.
Right. Sorry.
Yeah, of course. But listen, we really appreciate you coming in.
I'm not trying to push you out or anything. By the way, I just want to make sure you're comfy.
No, I'm
Did you
good.
need
I'm
something else?
again. I'm in demo stuff right now. I'm just looking at all these parts on my desk that
I feel you.
you know. I think I made a bad decision of doing this now instead of doing it like tomorrow or something. Because now I need to quickly put them all back together, or at least
Could you go through the full details of your
group
morning
them
with me,
together.
Dr. Torres?
Of course. I woke up at 5 and got ready for work. Isabella's
I don't wanna
father was
interrupt
coming
this
over to
guy.
pick her up at 6:30. So I woke her up at 6. I made breakfast, and as we were eating,
I would
realized
wait if that's an
I
option.
hadn't grabbed the mail the night before.
I would eat.
Isabella asked to come with me.
Tyler?
So
I
I
would
helped her
eat
into her
strap as
coat
much
and
as I
boots
can.
before we went out. We stepped outside. It was still quite dark, but she spotted it anyway. Something was going through our mailbox. My back was to it because I was shutting the door. But Isabella is certain of what she saw.
She
She
see?
says it was a little kid, around her size. She shouted at them, but by the time I turned around, they were gone.
A little kid.
That's what she said. A little kid wearing stripes.
What about you? Are you sure you didn't see anything?
Tyler, you ready?
No, I'm sorry.
Little kid wearing stripes.
It was the Hamburglar.
A hamburger.
Morning, Chief Brown.
Good morning, Tyler.
Hey, could we talk to you in private? It's a little urgent.
Can you excuse me for a second, Dr. Torres?
I'm just taking a police statement. It's
What's going
not like
on,
it's
you
anything
two?
important.
We had a few more questions about her mother.
Look, now's not the best time.
Well, maybe we can
Right,
come back
true.
later then?
Excuse me. Come on. Guys, I'm understaffed today. I've got a receptionist out sick, an officer dealing with personal issues. I need to finish taking this woman's statement, and I don't have time to chat right now.
We were
Fair.
just hoping for some answers.
Well, I don't know what more you think I'm going to say. I already told you everything. I need to get back to this complaint. Sorry, guys.
And we already went through the conversation of, I'm not going to open up a case file because you guys asked.
Yeah, so about that,
Oh, I hate when he's stubborn like that. So what now?
that's one thing that all of these games kind of mess up. So now I don't think Allison would want to do this, but Tyler certainly could. You just need to file a Freedom of Information Act release for a 10-year-old case file. There shouldn't be any reason you couldn't get a FOIA for that, and that would compel them to turn over the documents.
I guess then the next question is, do you think you'll be quick enough to actually be meaningful given the bureaucracy system, especially in
So-
Alaska here?
Well, I mean, also, this happened 10 years ago, and she's already dead. She's not getting any deader. It doesn't really matter how long it takes. Obviously, the house cell is kind of important, but you probably be able to find everything that you're going to find from the house. And yeah, you might be able to, you'd have to probably hire a lawyer, but you'd probably get it expedited because you're selling the house. You probably have some, extenuating circumstances, and there's really no reason not to release the file.
Okay.
So you probably get it sped up, but it'd probably cost you to get a lawyer to get that moving. Love this game. Love you, Scooter. Welcome in.
Welcome in, welcome in.
We are
We're just
playing
glad-
with Miho.
There go. Oh, lordy. It's you.
Wow.
I'm punching air. It just. What? Oh, it just rendered out into friggin' existence! I. What? I'm
Ja-
not
is that
the
a
only one who
Jaguar?
didn't see that, right? It rendered out of existence.
Yeah, I
for
think
a
that was
second?
Wait, is that Far Cry 1?
That happened.
Jaguar
right?
Airs. Maybe. I never finished Far Cry. I didn't play for
Far Cry 3.
3.
Oh,
Was that-
alright. It looked a lot like lower res than what I remembered it to be, but to be fair, like I don't remember playing that game at all. So I just remember some of the beats,
Yeah. Welcome in. But yeah, we're playing with Admiral Miho Missouri. He was I have a thing. Yeah.
I'm Mochi.
Yeah, do check out Miho. Miho is a homie. Plays a lot of RPG games. Love hanging out. He's gonna be streaming later this evening, maybe.
Yeah, I should be. I don't see why not. Yeah.
So I'll be hanging out there for sure. You know what you're playing tonight?
I think I might be continuing Moon. Were you there during much of Moon?
I was there for a little while. I actually I passed out.
Fair.
Actually, I've had weird, like yesterday I actually fell asleep at like 10 o'clock or something crazy. I don't know why. Like I've just been like dead at the end of the days.
Of course.
Oh crap, what's the choice? I don't remember what the choice is. We get the truth ourselves. We get the truth.
Well, he's obviously not going to give us the truth. So I say we go get it ourselves. Where do you think they'd stash our file?
I don't know. The archive room? Maybe Eddie's office? Wait, you're not seriously thinking of breaking and entering a police archive?
Go big or go home.
Where's Isabella now?
I mean,
send it to
he
jail.
wasn't juvie.
Could I get
Yeah.
Mr. Henderson's information from you? I think it'd be helpful if I could talk to Isabella.
Yes.
They are understaffed.
Well, there's like 2 officers and 1 secretary.
Yeah. Well, technically 3 officers because the secretary is
Oh, yeah.
out. So.
Tyler Ronan. Good to see you again. You've gotten tall.
That usually happens between ages 11 and 21.
Yeah.
It's a weird response.
Welcome home.
Tyler's got some
Thanks.
weird takes, man.
It's been a while.
So, what brings you two around?
He's always freaking just busting people's chops.
We just can't get enough of the fluorescent lights and smell of old takeout.
Oh, come on. It's not that bad. So,
He
sir,
does have some
anything I
attitude.
can help you with?
He does. Can we maybe Mary Ann's file? Let's ask him how his day is first. Hey,
Busy day
How
around
you
here?
No. The fire alarm went off 3 times in the span of an hour this morning.
That's annoying.
I thought the chief was going to rip that alarm right off the wall. So, Tyler, Chief said you were a mentor over at Fireweed, huh? You ever think of joining the force?
Greg's, he just got here.
Yeah, I know, but we could use more people like him.
Well, people who've stabbed. I don't think I qualify.
People like me.
Well, yeah, you know, people with natural authority.
Are you really trying to recruit
Natural.
each other?
And why not? We're short-handed right now. And since you've shot down my offers, I figured I'd try the other Ronin kid.
Wouldn't hurt to lower the average age around here, I guess.
Yeah. Can cops? Don't you have to be 21 to be a cop?
Allison?
Uh-huh.
Glad to see you hanging
That's a good question.
I mean, I feel like the
I don't-
answer is
Right.
yes,
Break room or lobby.
because in most states you can't own a pistol until you're 21. You can own a long gun at 18, but you can't hold a pistol.
What are you two up
Hey,
to over there?
what's going on over there?
Yeah, everything's fine. We're just, I was just telling Tyler where the upstairs bathroom is. Tyler, help me out here.
Oh, yeah. Toilet emergency, lake water, you know, Mother Nature's juice cleanse.
There's a bathroom just past the break room. Behind you. First door on your right.
Forget it, Tyler. There's no way we're getting upstairs out in the open like this.
Oh, this problem's easy.
Suspicious. There must be another way up.
Oh, fire alarm?
Yep, that's exactly what I was thinking.
There was a fire drill notice on Vincenzi's desk. Are there any kind of fire exits?
Oh my god. Why didn't I think of that? Lobby, now.
Push.
Push the
You
button.
heading out?
I need a.
Wait, actually, no. Something to find
Actually,
here?
no. I'm staying here.
Oh, wait, is the fire alarm door where?
It's upstairs. Or the fire door? Or the
Yeah,
fire
the fire
exit.
door, yeah.
Yeah, it's upstairs. I want to check something out first.
There's no access to the first floor this way. We need to find another way up.
Okay. What's this? What is this?
Oh yeah, the male bandit. Remember?
Oh. Yeah. Mailbox bandit. Investigation.
Locations.
Wow, it's all over the place.
I guess you could say we got ourselves a prime suspect.
Ugh.
Yeah. Wait, hold.
So mail fraud though, that's a federal crime.
Yes.
So
yes, it
when
is.
I don't remember, I think it was the FBI. Like the local police did they came out. I think a federal agent did come out, or at least was involved when our mailboxes got broken into. I don't know, maybe it was like I don't know if there's like a post office, like federal investigator for that sort of stuff. I don't remember who it was exactly. It was some federal agency. I can probably check actually. Let's see, 10/27/2015, approximately 10:03 hours. Officer Greggs and myself were dispatched. Again, self-defense. Yeah, that's true. That is true. Self-defense. We're dispatched to 239 Woodlawn Road to report theft. There are, though, in a police department, there are going to be a lot of optics. And, oh. I just realized that you gave me some cool glasses. Let's see. We arrived approximately 10:22 and spoke with owner Lawrence Cooper. 7/15/1967. Cooper reported that his mailbox had been broken into. Cooper stated, "I checked. It was 2 days ago because I'm waiting on my new phone. And they made me pay extra for the shipping to get it here on time. But I said I ain't having that shit. I'm gonna pay what I owe and not a dime more." They backed down and sold it to me. Yeah, you go. You go.
Based.
They backed down and said it would be here Tuesday. But this morning, the lock was smashed to shit, and there wasn't nothing in there. Probably that punk ass Toe Don. No, Toe Don is a street alias for Jervis A. Sallow. Jervis Tetch, the Mad Hatter. I knew it. Known to myself and Officer Greggs, and formerly number 12882. Last known address, Alameda Plaza Apartments. Cooper stated he had been home all night prior to the incident and heard nothing unusual. Cooper went on to state, "When I find Don, I'm gonna stuff his ass up." I'm gonna stuff his ass up. Cooper was cautioned against making criminal threats. Cooper then stated his willingness to prosecute Sallow, and was directed to seek charges with the prosecutor's office. Shove his ass up his own ass. I don't know if that counts as a criminal threat. That's like more of an evil magic trick. I don't know.
It's more of a promise.
Cooper doesn't mess around. Dear Chief Brown and staff, this letter is to inquire about the mailbox bandit. It has been 9 days and I still haven't had any mail. My granddaughter, Madison, is on her honeymoon at the Great House Resort in Jamaica. Ricky does computer work. She said she would write, and Madison keeps to her word. Blech. I've called every day for 9 days. And every time Rose makes some kind of excuse. It's because I didn't write the recommendation for her son. Tell her that has nothing to do with doing her job. If this is because I didn't write the recommendation for her son, tell her that has nothing to do with doing her job. Oh, she was supposed to write some kind of recommendation? Stealing my mail may not seem like much to you. Getting away with crime makes the criminal more bold. How soon before you're after the mailbox? He goes from mailbox bandit to mailbox monster murderer. I remind you, we donate to the Policeman's Fund every year. This is insufferable. And it isn't easy for us, but we do it because we believe in law enforcement, unlike some others. But in this type of service, we could expect perhaps the firefighters could use our support. Warmly? There was nothing warm about that, Laura Ann. You should have signed off coldly. Disgusting, gamer. And remember,
There's no access to the first floor this way. We need to find another way up.
we donate a generous $20 to the policeman fund every year. You don't want to see that. You don't want to see that cash cow dry up.
I'm gonna go out for a smoke.
Oop, just a little smoke break. Little smoke.
And by smoke, I mean go up to the fire door upstairs. Is that what they're trying to tell us to do?
Yeah.
Those garbage cans are like the opposite of bear-proof. You know, it's actually really unhealthy for animals to eat our trash.
Simmer down. We don't have time for a ranger rant. And I've got the Wildlife Channel too, you know.
Dang.
You know, for the longest time, I didn't understand why rangers were called rangers. It's because they're on the range.
What's that red warehouse for?
Shooting range.
Like a mountain range. Like I just feel dumb for never like realizing that.
I never even thought about it, to be honest.
Is that supposed to be Greg's?
Oh, yeah. Well, no one knows for sure, but the resemblance is uncanny.
Who's the artist?
Gold case.
It was you.
I think specifically the reason I looked into it because like the word ranger is also like a class in Dungeons and Dragons, and I'm like, what does this mean? And then I felt dumb for forgetting that like you know mountain rangers exist also. It's again just someone that's on the range.
On the range.
On the range.
I'm on the range.
Fire exit's right behind me.
On the range.
Just looking for trinkets. Don't want to miss any random figurines.
That sounds like me at a con. Looking for my trinkets and my figurines.
There. Fire exit.
It opens up to a staircase on the side of the building, but it'll definitely be locked from the inside. If one of us were to create a diversion, the other could slip upstairs and open the door. And since you're the troublemaker, I nominate you as the one to make a scene.
Wait, what?
Really?
Got a better idea?
Break the window.
No. No.
Break the windows, forehead. Make it obvious.
Really? No.
Right. Let's go.
I mean, honestly, if you just hit the fire alarm, it'll probably unlock.
That sounds right too.
Well, maybe not. We need a diversion.
Smoke inside. Set the fire alarms that way.
Oh, speaking of which, yeah. Actually, a good idea. Can we go in the bathroom? No. We don't want to just push it, because, you know, right here.
It's too cold to smoke outside. I'd rather smoke inside.
Need to cause a diversion. How do I cause a diversion? I mean, if we're standing right next to the freaking fire alarm and we push it.
Push.
Shit. They used to do things at work.
How about saying someone's climbing the fence?
Really?
I could pretend they're outside, trying to break in.
Into a police station?
That sounds... No. What?
They're trying to break in. Okay.
What about those missing people posters? I could pretend I've seen someone.
Yeah, sure. Might work.
That one's a bit iffy.
That's a crime.
I could flick the lights on and off.
Guess I probably can't trip the circuit breaker, but I could turn the lights off.
Just go. Improvise.
What?
I mean, I feel it wouldn't be too hard to overload the circuit breaker. Let's go stick a fork in the. Don't do that. Don't do that.
I still think the idea of like wait. There is a. Is that a read or is that a thing to do?
Just a read for the restroom.
I'm talking about like the thing right there. Yeah.
Oh, this. Oh.
What? Oh, never mind. Okay.
National-
That's just a read.
Yeah. Read.
Can you go back outside?
No.
Okay, looks like your options are turn off the light, commit a crime, or
commit a slightly less severe crime. Okay, I think this one is the least.
I think it's the dumbest one.
I think it's the dumb. Well, I think turning off the. Oh, I'm just gonna.
Well, actually,
turn off the light. Like, oh, they just walk over and turn it back on immediately. If 3 cops can't, they're like, what's going on? Why is it dark in here? Nobody panic. We have flashlights, remember? Oh yeah, we all carry flashlights on our person at all times. And having them, someone might actually go outside to look. This will require them to actually do something rather than just flip a switch.
That's true. No, that's true. I guess that makes sense.
Greg's? I think someone's trying to climb over the station fence.
Must be the Harold kid again.
Huh?
Yeah, Jackson Harold's kid. He climbs over the fence because he doesn't, and I quote, feel like going around the block.
Ah, right.
Tyler.
I'm gonna laugh if the answer is just turn off the light.
I mean, honestly, that was the response I was kind of expecting. Like, someone's climbing over the fence. I think they're going to try to break in. Okay, their funeral. I don't want to say I've seen a missing person. That's crazy. That's going to be the answer, though, isn't it?
Oh, oops.
Tyler.
Sorry. It worked.
All right, I'm in position.
What now?
Turn right when you exit the station and follow the side of the building. The staircase will be right there.
I know, we were just there.
Do a double check to make sure you find any figurines.
Okay.
Sweet.
Oh man.
Figures.
If you don't get them all, you're gonna lose your chance for the true ending.
True.
That actually might be kind of to the true ending, by the way.
On the other side of the building.
Yeah. Ooh. Snoop.
Break into someone's car.
Which one's Brown's car?
Why?
What a slush
Tell a lot
times.
about someone by the car they drive.
The love language of car people.
Caution. Oh, is this the bear warning again? Yeah, this is the bear warning.
Do not feed the bears. Again, with all this mystical stuff happening, I wouldn't be surprised if you had all the totems or something to like prevent the Armageddon or something stupid.
Shit.
Where are you?
Right here. Open the door.
Quick, get in. Oh God, what did I just do?
You took control of your destiny. Own it.
Thank goodness this door doesn't have a alarm. Most fire doors do. All the fire doors at where I work have them. Like you have to push there's like a bar over them. You have to push it for like 5 seconds and then it'll open and it'll set off the fire alarm.
How old is Brown?
38.
Oh, wow. Graduated really young.
Youngest officer to ever join the DCPD. If Eddie
Bro, you're
catches us
18 and
here-
you've graduated.
There's no turning back now.
Department of Public Safety Training Academy. This is to now certify that Edward Brown, having completed the requirements training and upon nomination by Dello Crossing PD, has been granted his Advanced Diploma of Public Safety. Police Investigation. Nice job. So we got that in 94. I'm not doing the math. That's too much math. There's a lot of, oh, is that just his class? Or is that, yeah, that's just his class.
That might be his class.
I was going to say, that's a lot of officers for this tiny little...
Well, they did say there were about 3 people
Looks
out,
like
right?
this is where Brown keeps all his personal
Well,
mail.
yeah, one of them was a receptionist, though.
Oh, yeah, true.
And there was like, at night, there was like no one here except for him. Got a snoop.
Looks like he's working with the Office of Child Services on the case.
None of our business.
It is now our business.
Let's see, a fax. Six numbers in this fax. Okay. Edward Brown. Howard's deposition. Okay. It's just a fax, a receipt of the fax. Wait, was there more to read?
You have to look at the paper to... Okay.
I want to read the memo under it. New administrate. Oh, it's the same memo. Come on.
Are you sure you checked all the emails?
You applied to a summer drama program back in 2009?
I did, but they rejected me.
What?
Michael and I were supposed to go together. He went, but I was stuck here for the summer with no one but Justin Beaver for company. Why?
Well, this letter says you got in.
What the hell? So he just turned it down?
I'm sorry, Allison.
Shouldn't be surprised he's lied to me in the past.
Yikes.
Oh,
I'm
damn.
delighted to inform you you've been accepted to our contemporary drama summer program in the College of Fine Arts at Juneau University. We're excited at the prospect of working with such a passionate candidate. On behalf of the College of Fine Arts, I extend our most enthusiastic congratulations. You may sign up and read about what awaits you this summer on our website where you first applied. Looking forward to welcoming you in person. Ooh. So she did say he was very protective, but that's crazy. If that's why he did
On a
that,
first name basis with the director of Fireweed. Oh,
What'd you find?
it's an invoice. Eddie Brown, you'll find enclosed the final invoice for resident Tyler Ronan. The Fireweed administration would like to thank you for all of the support you've given us over the years.
I knew Eddie pulled some strings to send you there, but...
wow.
That's a lot of money.
More backdoors and secret moves.
Maybe he didn't want to make you uncomfortable.
Well, now I feel like I'm in his debt.
You kind of are, kid.
Like actually.
Let's
Hey,
say
this amount. Wait, that means
3,000.
there's multiple. Wait, how
This is
many
the final.
invoices were
Yeah, I don't know. They said this invoice 16. If that. So, yeah, that's a lot of money. Jeez. First of all, hold up. How okay are these 16? So he was there for 10 years. So that's not. Wait, when is this dated? This was dated 2012. Okay, so this was for 7 years. Still, that's a
Are you sure you checked all the
That's
emails?
probably twice. That's like twice a year, and maybe like a deposit or something. Yeah.
What, they're all. Wait, are they all just here? Oh, never mind. Just 2. Never mind. Sorry.
Yeah. Pay the amount by 3/25/2012. Transactions are prorated. Due to the prior to the quarterly period. If you have questions, please contact the Division of Financial Services as soon as possible. Eddie Brown, you'll find enclosed the final invoice for resident Tyler Ronan. The Firewood administration would like to thank you for your support all these years. Sincerely yours. Let's see, meal plan 400, housing 1800. This is actually, if this is like completely them paying for this, student health, so like 400 for a meal plan twice a year, so $800 a year for meals. That's pretty darn cheap. I don't think they were eating too good there.
You finding anything?
No.
Oh, should
Moose.
Moose.
Huh. Hey, you.
Mia. Collectible.
Moose. The moose is
So
collected.
we are destined to burn. We emerge as stardust.
Is that? Oh no.
Oh, yes.
Burn it. Burn it with fire.
Floating amid the Parasites? Is that right? Is that what? I don't know what that is. Parasites. I search for you, my Alwaid, in the dragon's head. I roam alone while other stars burn into my zone, but they cannot be observed, for I see only you. Oh. And push the others out of my Milky Way into another galaxy, and remove the gradients to better view your radiance. And though we are destined to burn, we emerge as stardust and make the universe anew. And there's only me and only you. Ooh.
Are you sure
Little
you checked all
spicy.
the-
Little spicy. Moose.
The stalwart moose is a kind and loyal animal. He always criticizes the goblins for their tricks, but he actually likes them.
Moose.
Emails?
Yeah, I'm checking the emails. The Snoop.
Huh. The Delos
We gotta
Police
find the
Force is
moose.
getting a new officer.
Finally.
Aw, look at you. Allison Ronan. Perfect daughter.
Can we stay focused, please?
Perfect daughter. No blood on her hands.
This guy has a record, and not a short one. Why is he even in the running?
I
He
was.
has a really hard time hiring people out here. I don't think he has a choice.
There's
they're misdemeanors,
always a
okay.
choice.
Traffic. Okay, we can
Holy
forgive that.
crap.
Armed robbery. I don't think I could forgive.
No.
Flight to
armor-
avoid persecution.
How could he possibly be drug
Drug possession.
Yeah. No, thank you, sir. Yeah, no.
I was gonna say, okay, some stuff traffic violations. We could overlook that a little bit.
He might work. Wait, is this the same guy?
Are you sure you checked all the emails?
Named Donald.
Donald Murray, yeah.
That's him.
U.S. Army, private first class, E3. Okay, well,
That was 10 years ago.
yeah. Accountable for actions of team, assisted in training subordinates, equipment maintenance. Sandwich artiste. Metro sandwiches. Not Subway, but Metro sandwiches. Responsible supervise construction of sandwiches. Utilize cash register to engage in commercial transactions with customers. Morale leader. And then high school.
Okay, so he left the military at 2005. When was his first misdemeanor?
That's a good question.
Because there's a big gap in his resume.
There's a huge gap. Yeah, 2014. So just last year.
God.
What happened in those past 9 years, sir? General discharge. Okay. Under honorable conditions from the
sure
Armed
you checked
Forces
all
of
the
the United States of
emails?
America. This is the certified Donald M. Mert, private first class. Regular Army was discharged from the Army of the United States. Wait, what? 2012? Oh, okay. So he's still in the Army. He just put one item in there. I don't know why you wouldn't have a more complete resume.
Or,
And
just...
why wouldn't it just say to present?
increase the date from two... Yeah, but to say, yeah, well...
I mean, it probably wasn't. It probably wasn't. He probably, I mean, went up in the ranks in that from 2005 to 2012.
Are you sure you checked all the emails?
Stop about the emails. Man, let's check these stupid emails.
Whoa. Brown looked at our file this morning.
Wait, what? What does that mean?
I don't know. But there's a reference number. R68653.
We need to remember that.
I just take a snip of that.
Hi, Chief. Regarding your request this morning about the Ronin case. Oh, wait, is that R68653? It hasn't been digitized yet, so you can find the paper originals in the archives. For other reference about this case, transcripts of phone calls have been taken out, but you can find digitized calls to the appendix. Let me know if you need anything else. So he is looking into the case.
Interesting.
Huh. Tom invited Eddie over for dinner?
Oh, yeah. He's been trying way too hard to get Eddie's endorsement.
Does he? Support Tom?
He preferred staying neutral.
Yeah, you definitely would want to do that. Good morning, Chief. Tess and I would love to have you over for dinner Thursday night, and I know you cannot say no to her roasted salmon. I didn't catch it myself, but it's this morning's catch. Looking forward to seeing you. Implicit bias training. Good morning. Please remember your presence is required Wednesday, November 11th, 1300 hours. I need us all there to so speak now if you can't attend, and I'll reschedule. As I said this morning, we'll be talking about implicit bias. This is not punishment and has nothing to do with the dismissal of Randy Spears. Yeah, it does. We can all benefit from this position, no matter who we are.
God.
I've attached some materials we'll be discussing, and I'm available if there are any questions. I mean, Randy had to do something heinous. If they're about to hire this guy who's been in jail for a year,
Jesus, bro, you know what?
He must have been spitting something crazy.
I just love the idea of, like, you know, don't think it has anything to do with our recent person of this name. Don't like,
Yeah,
really?
It 100% does. He must have been talking crazy. Oh man. We would like to remind you of your upcoming council meeting, Saturday, November 5th, Juneau City Council. But we're not from Juneau. You two are a fun pair. Thank you, Drew. Thank you. I have loved streaming with Miho. I hope we can do some more streams in the future.
Yeah.
You hit reply. Oh no, you hit reply all, Sherlock. Oh no. I think it was a Super Bowl ad, where that happened. They're sitting there and they're like, I don't remember what his name is. It was like, Jeremy, you hit reply all. You hit reply all. And he's like, he just has this look of panic on his face and he goes sprinting through the office, like swatting the cell phones out of everybody's hands and pouring coffee on people's computers. And then he's like running around like the entire city, like destroying all their equipment. And he finally runs into the data center and just rips all the network cables out of the wall. And then like, oh no, you just replied to me. Never mind. I don't remember what the commercial was selling.
I do remember that commercial, actually. I don't know what it was for, but
Man who pissed in her cereal this morning? Oh, you're doomed. You are doomed. People, we're all adults here. Whoever keeps leaving dirty dishes in the sink better learn to clean after themselves. Or I'll personally stuff said culprit into the washer so they can see how it works. Yeah, yeah. Who sent an email like that?
One of his emails mentioned the archives. That's gotta be where our file
one of
is.
his emails mentioned Nacho Mama.
Brown really wants everyone to know what a fine, upstanding citizen he is.
I feel,
doesn't he?
I must be hungry for a cookie or something, because that looked like a cookie to me that was on a display.
I don't. Firekeeper award. Fire. Burn it all.
The police chief of Delos Crossing hosts charity events?
Oh, yeah. The community social. He volunteered to help, since he pretty much knows everyone, and more importantly, who's called the cops on who.
Allison, could you...
Maybe speak to us telepathically so we can understand what you're saying?
We have that feature, you know.
We got that update. Honor our elders. You are cordially invited to attend the 34th annual dinner and dance honoring all elders and our community's cultural legacy. I'm not going to try to pronounce that until I find the right pronunciation, which I will look up. Oh, I cannot read that. Hey, Eddie. You'll find enclosed your invitation for the annual social. As usual, I've included +1. The chance that one day you'll get to use it. Cheers, Elliot. Right. Oh, he's got masks too. Remember, those masks are pretty important, it seemed.
I was thinking just
Oh, wait,
walking down
armory.
the stairs.
Oh no, the army. Uh-oh.
Please tell me you know what the code is.
To the highly confidential police archive?
Then how am I supposed to open the door?
I spent hours playing next to this room.
Oh, a memory.
I'd see people go inside all the time. The keypad does this little tune. Dum da dee doo.
Seriously?
Go on, try.
Okay. Nope.
Damn. Deep.
You're pressing the wrong numbers.
Oh, we can.
How did that tune go again?
Dum da dee doo.
I'm sorry. I don't think I got that.
Dum da dee. Oh, shut up.
You never told me you had perfect pitch.
Shut up.
I'm happy there's subtitles so we know the.
Oh, I actually wasn't even paying attention to that. Yeah.
You're pressing the
Was
wrong
that actually? Thank you. E. There's D. Dumb. Go. Yep.
I think 0 is da.
Was it? Yeah, you're right. So it's and it was 3 was D, right? Deep. Yeah.
You're pressing the wrong numbers.
So actually, when I was at ASIN, there was a I did an escape room with a bunch of bugs. Right? It was my first escape room, and it was horror themed. And the escape room, it just felt like an RPG Maker puzzle to me, because like again, it was horror themed. You had to like examine to get like like progress in the puzzles and stuff.
Wait, you had to examine what? Sorry, you kind of cut out for me.
I'm sorry. I had to examine like weird things, like read a book, and then based off the book, you had to do something vaguely similar to what the book said.
You're pressing the wrong numbers.
Stuff like that. So it kind of felt like an RPG Maker in real life. And so the final puzzle was literally basically something like this, where you had to like kind of read sheet music. No, not even read sheet music. You had to decipher a lock based off the vague sounds that they had just written in like a paper. And it was just cool. Like it was like there's an organ that you get to play it, and you basically had to like decipher their code, and then like play the music, and then it unlocked the final puzzle. It was cool.
It was like
I just want to bring that up.
Was it Ocarina? Where you had to learn the songs?
Oh no, it was an organ.
Oh, it was an organ. Nice.
Oh, it was as much as an organ you can get at like an escape room. It was a keyboard that was attached to like pipes.
That reference number is a good place to start. Let's hit the archives.
Oops, wrong one. Which one is due?
The first two seem to be right.
What is due? Due is 1. Okay. So it should be 6041, right?
I think so.
You're pressing the wrong numbers.
6. Oh, wait. Wait, no, that's right. 0, 4, 1.
Yes.
I did it.
And then we have to use that reference number from the email?
Yeah. I don't know if they remember it for us or not.
Looks like they're finally going digital.
Oh, that's right. I remember Eddie complaining about this. They're gonna have to resort everything.
Great.
They've digitized their closed files, but only the ones before 1990.
Meaning?
Meaning our file is still somewhere in those boxes.
Perfect. A room of scattered case files and a half-done sorting system.
Yep. This is gonna be so fun for you. I'm gonna go keep a lookout.
What? Why do I have to be the one stuck with box duty?
Probably because you can't leave the door open.
Because if anyone sees me, I'll have a better excuse for being there. Reach out if you need anything.
Also,
oh yeah,
653. Look it up.
Look it up, she says. Okay.
Also, there's a camera right there. And right there. Also, they probably have a door door open sensor. If the door remains open for too long, it'll set off an alarm. That would be a very common defense tactic to keep people from just leaving the door open because they don't want to have to punch in the code.
Nope.
Yeah.
It's really common.
That makes sense.
So, what was the code again? Or did you get that?
It's 68.
68.
68 something.
Oh wait, are those dates?
Oh, I think they are dates.
2005. Okay, so it's gonna be. When did this go down? It's 10 years ago, so 2005, right? So probably in this box.
Not this one either. Where? No, that's not it.
Just hit all of them.
Nope.
Well.
What was that reference number again? 05 R68 653.
Wait, 05.
0568.
05, no. This one?
Not this one either.
Wait, what's this one? Yeah.
No, that's not it.
You finding anything?
There it is.
Here we go.
Imagine alarm just went off for you taking the box.
Looks like a step-by-step record of the investigation.
All right. Chronological record investigation case 68653. Notified by my partner officer, Christian Holt, of accident at 12 Canary Road, Dulles Crossing, AK 77477. Sorry. White female identified as Mary Ann Ronan. Date of birth 070864. Falling over deck into lake. Audio recording tape number 36359 and 36360. Brown. Holt and I arrived at the scene, briefed by patrol officer J. Chan of the incident. Located witness, minor's name redacted Ronan, and minor's name redacted Ronan. Date of birth 030794. Children of Mary Ann Ronan. Couldn't get a statement from them as they were under dire stress and shock. The children were taken under care of Patrol Officer Jay Chan. Coroner investigation. E. Dickens arrived at the scene, rolled prints of victim. Crime lab tech O'Tully at scene completed photographs of scene and recorded an unlicensed Ratzler 3121 shotgun. Bullets recovered from barn. I wouldn't think that Alaska was a state that required you to register firearms, but maybe they do. My state does not. You do not need to register your firearms. In a lot of states, there's a lot of states where you don't have to register firearms. Not a comment.
So far, I'm not seeing anything we didn't know already. It does reference some other files and audio recordings, though.
You might be able to look those up on the computer. Even if our file hasn't been digitized yet, they may already have it in the appendix.
Coroner took possession of body, cleared scene. Brown interviewed children at station, stated that after minor's name redacted, Rowan's hair was cut short by sister. Minor's name redacted, Ronan. Mary Ann Ronan threatened minors. Ronan with a gun. When minor's name redacted, Ronan fled from her. She pursued child to the docks. Minor's name redacted, Rowan stabbed M.A. Rowan, who was still threatening the child before falling over into the water. Witness states they called 911. Witness states
so.
They called 911 shortly after.
I think it's in reference to the kids.
Oh, okay. They called shortly. Okay, got you. Canvas crime scene did not recover pair of scissors claimed by minor's name redacted Rowan. Presented the case to DA B. Cruz. Charges minor name redacted with homicide. That's it. This seems to be a pretty light case file.
Well, they did say that there are some numbers in there you could look at.
Yeah. Did I need to record those numbers?
You might have. Do the entire animation taking out the box.
I can't take the box out again, so probably not. Oh wait, are they in?
I think they're in the computer behind you.
2008, 25.
There might be other references on the computer.
Oh, okay.
To the right?
To the right.
There is a computer in the corner.
Yes, you're right. Went left.
Alright, I'm in. You can search by keywords. What should I look for?
I don't know. Mary Ann Ronan, March 1st, 2005.
Add tag.
Oh, okay, that was easy. Crime report, autopsy report.
I think that's probably going to be the case file again if you look at the crime report, but I'm not sure.
Yeah. 24-hour homicide report, victim information plus crime summary. Personal rap sheet. Make sure. Okay, so we need to find 05. Hold on, let me scribble this down. Let's see. 05 is, I'm guessing, for 2005. R61889. And this one is going to be R62766.
And the rap sheet.
And the rap sheet.
Find her
bars.
mixtape.
References 05.
Speaking of
462,
mixtapes,
766.
This was like a weird, like, I was just hanging with my dad one day, and then like out of nowhere he's like, okay son, I'm gonna I need to go do an errand real quick. I'm gonna be out for a little bit. You want to join? I'm like, yeah, sure, why not? I have extra time. I want to hang with you. So he went out of his way of like, he took an hour drive like out of nowhere. This is like middle of nowhere. Went to like this apartment complex, and this like guy with like sunglasses and like like almost like a bougie jacket came out with like a USB stick. He's like, "Hey man, how you doing?" I'm like, he's like, "Hey, how's it going, man?" And he bought a mixtape off him. I was like so confused. I'm like, what are you doing, Dad?
That's not it.
Wow.
Like I was genuinely confused because like, I mean, I say mixtape, but it was like a USB stick, but like a USB mixtape. You know what I mean? So he just plugged it in his car. We just listened to like a bunch of Mexican music on the way home.
He drove an hour to get that?
Yes. He drove an hour to get it.
Oh my gosh.
I have her autopsy report.
Okay.
She...
Dad, let me introduce you to Dropbox or
What is
Google
it?
Docs or
Stab wound.
OneDrive or a million other ways to share files that don't involve driving an hour. Oh my. What? Maybe.
Yeah, I was gonna say that because I did notice like it was one stab wound, right? So like I don't think most people died of one stab wound. So it makes sense that she died of drowning.
Yeah. At least not dying immediately. Post drowning, 1x stab wound, assault by scissors by daughter, NIL known PMH. I don't know what that means. Bloody froth seen in mouth and nose, cerebral edema, waterlogged lungs, pulmonary edema, emphysema, extended stomach, fluid content, clean stab wound on left loin above, appears to be antemortem. Fluid in...
PMH is progressive macular hypomyelinosis. It's a skin disorder.
Oh.
So, not known skin disorder.
Fluid in paranasal sinuses and trachea, bilateral pleural effusions. Blood work, evidence of fresh water inhalation, diffuse hemolysis, low sodium, high potassium, NAS sodium, yeah, low sodium, high, and I think K is potassium. Other conditions contributing but not related to the immediate cause of death. Natural homicide, yes. If other than natural causes, how did injury occur? With scissors, victim fell over dock into freezing lake water. Was operation performed for any condition stated above? Yes, no. Organ procurement, technician is Sylvia. Witness to autopsy, Detective Eddie Brown. 15 centimeter stab wound. Non-fatal. Okay, 15 centimeter. Required examination review by DME. Body tag, clothing, x-ray, med record. Typing blood taken. Toxology. Okay. Heart blood, femoral blood, urine. Regular storage jars. Toxology analysis ordered, screen, alcohol. Analysis positive. So she had alcohol in her system.
She had alcohol and a gun.
And a gun. All the ATF.
God, that actually would make me feel super uncomfortable to realize that it wasn't the stab wound that killed her. Like, and in fact, we could have saved her.
I mean, I don't think they could have pulled her out of the what maybe they could have.
I'm not saying they could have, but like just that thought, right? Like
Yeah.
as like like you I know it's like you shouldn't regret things. It happened, kind of deal. But like I could feel that like vibe of like, man, if only I could have done this. I mean, you're a kid, so obviously they couldn't, right? But it's like, man.
There might be other references on the computer.
Oh, is that just the one file? Oh, we had 2 file numbers though.
You did have 2 files.
So why?
I think he's saying. I think they're like. I don't know. Got. I don't know what the other one's at. That's a lot of information.
Yeah, I don't think this is important.
Whoa.
Yes. Recording. Wait, running children. Video recording. No recording.
Okay,
there.
this search system is kind of annoying.
Yeah. Oh, I need to select it.
Delos Crossing Police Department.
Hello? Hello?
Hello, I can hear you.
It's my mom. She fell in the water and she's not coming up.
Okay, where are you now?
Home. We're home.
Are you alone? Where's your dad?
It's just me and my sister.
All right, honey, can you give me your address?
12 Cannery Road. Please, hurry.
Just stay right where you are, okay? We're sending someone out to help you.
Don't hang up.
Oh.
He hung up.
He hung up. Running children recording. Is that the same recording?
It's the
Yeah,
same recording.
it's the same recording. Okay. March. Same thing.
Ooh. I mean, have you done the crime report yet?
No, that's the other number though. Oh, can we? Is it because we can only select one thing at a time? Oh, that's silly. Wait,
Maybe.
no. Yeah, that's the same. That's the number I already written down.
Okay. I need to check out 05 R61 889. There.
It's right here. I tried to pick it up before. Crime report. Report of homicide. Marianne Ronan, Asian, female, 5'6", 138 pounds, age 41. Date of birth, July 8th, 1964. License plate, foreign language spoken none. Occupation employed. 12 Canary Road. Time of occurrence was 2200, 10 o'clock. Unreported, 29 minutes later. On dock at Lakeside, victims threatened child with a gun. Child stabbed her with a pair of scissors. Victims subsequently fell into the lake. Wait, a rookie. You don't hang up, right? Or what, a rookie? Yes. Reporting employee's initial last name. Detective Brown, Detective Holt. Minor's name redacted. Ronan. Ronan. Combined evidence reports. One item quantity. Particle shotgun. Serial number 3594355. Register owner Samuel. Yeah, Sam. It was Sam's shotgun. So yeah, when Sam looked up at that shotgun and said, "You damn fool." Yeah. Oh, whoa, hold up. Oh, okay. Wait.
There's an M9?
Well, no, I think they think it's that shotgun's coming 9mm.
Oh.
Yeah, I think it's just a bit
I was
of weirdness
confused for
there.
a second.
Yeah, I was too.
Real detective Malcolm. Brown's quite the wordsmith.
He's not a writer, Tyler.
Crime summary, March 1st, 2005, around 2200. The victim, Mary Ann Ronan, a 41-year-old white female, exited her home and entered her garage to start loading a Rassler 3121 9mm shotgun. All right. Shortly after her child, minor's name redacted. You know, okay. So I've seen that there are like adapters you can put in, like it's like a shotgun shell shape that you can actually drop other caliber bullets into it and shoot it out of a shotgun. That's like not. I've never seen that out of a like silly kind of mod, a gun mod that people are like
That's
Demolition
weird.
Ranch type stuff.
I mean, I guess I guess it makes sense. But
It
that's really,
it makes no sense because the barrel.
I mean, like, and this, like, someone really wanted to do it. Yeah, you can.
Yeah.
Right. But I don't wonder. Like, is that a? Yeah, I'm saying, like, is that a thing? Why? I guess why is that such a niche thing here, though? I mean, like, I'm kind of.
I think they just don't know that generally shotgun calibers are measured in gauge.
Yeah.
Rather than in diameter. I don't know. I played Battlefield 1, and that is like a bit. Oh, it's available for one of the shotguns. Oh. Maybe European shotguns measure theirs in some kind of diameter.
Hold up. 9. I'm just gonna switch this. 9M gun, because it's shotgun shell.
Putting
Shotgun
bullets instead of buckshot.
Huh. What is the point of 9mm shot? They are mostly for. Oh, this is like.
Oh yeah.
This is like for against like animals. Okay.
Interesting.
So it's literally just a smaller. This is weird. I guess again, I guess this makes sense, but
not like is.
I guess.
So what makes it 9mm? Is it just, or a shotgun? Is it that it's smooth bore and not a rifled barrel?
A 9mm brass nickel-plated case loaded with a plastic casing and shot.
Okay.
Yeah, it's kind of as you expect.
9mm rimfire also faces no restriction in European countries, even those with strict gun laws. So yeah, I think that's more of a European thing. Because most varmint guns are just going to be rifled. Like, why would you use a shotgun?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too.
Why would you want a low caliber shotgun? Like that doesn't. It's like, what do you? Just use a rifle, like a 22 or something. Yeah, weird.
A shell with paper or plastic cone with bird shot. It's basically bird shot.
Yeah,
Okay.
but you could just use 12 gauge and actually hit the bird. you could get bird shot in 12 gauge and yeah.
It's like that one skit. You want bird shot or buck shot? You can shoot. You can shoot this on the side of a car, and you'll leave some holes. It'll definitely take down a man. God, whatever.
All right. Shortly after her child, 11 years old, entered the garage to display a new haircut given by her sister. According to witness, I doubt the writers put that much thought into it. Yeah.
Well, I mean, the thing is, like, it's clearly it's an option that people have. I'm just more confused that it's an option. You know what I mean? I don't think it's the writer's fault. It's more of just a fundamental, like, why is this a thing?
According to witnesses, Ronan's statement, when she saw the child's haircut, Mary Ann became enraged and threatened with a shotgun. Ronan fled to the garage towards the lake, calling for help. Mary Ann followed, still armed, out onto the dock of the southern side of the property. Hearing a noise, also came out of the house towards the dock, where she observed Ronan, under threat of Mary Ann, defend themselves by stabbing Mother with a pair of scissors. At the time, both witnessed a state M.A. Ronan lost consciousness, fell into the water, into the lake. Bells Crossing Police Department Officer Christian Holt received phone call, Ronan detailing the incident. Patrol Officer Jay Chen was dispatched to the scene. Upon arrival, they set up a containment of the scene, began a crime scene log, and started tending to both juveniles. Their statement for further help, further description, notification of detectives. On March 1st, 2005, Officer Christian Holt notified her partner, Officer Eddie Brown, by telephone of the incident before being dispatched to the scene. Holt and Brown arrived at the scene 2258 hours. They noted the crime scene was located entirely outdoors. Nary Road is a secluded road, mostly comprised of a few residential cottages. Detectives observed a loaded Rattler shotgun on the dock. No rounds had been discharged. They directed forensic personnel to recover items. Detectives were directed to witness. Ronan stated that she heard screaming while she was upstairs in her bedroom, ran down the stairs and looked over the kitchen window and saw her sibling and their mother, Mary Ann, on the docks. Mary Ann was threatening her child with a gun, tried to run away, but Mary Ann threatened that she was going to shoot. According to both witnesses, she stated, "I'm going to kill you." Ronan then stabbed Mary Ann with a pair of scissors, trying to escape. Ronan then fell into water unconscious.
Shit. Eddie's coming up the stairs. What do I do? What do?
What do we do? Stall him? Stall him.
Stall him. No shit, Sherlock.
Say. Get him into his office.
Tell him you need to talk in his office.
Go ahead, gamers.
There's a ladder to your left? Where does that go?
Oh. Ladder's nowhere. Stairwell to heaven. Wait, what do we need to do? Do we need to get more information?
I think this is the make or break more information, yeah. Eddie and the children.
Oh, yeah. Wait, no, we got those already. Got that one. Oh, we didn't get this one.
Court order.
Court order, 63325.
Reference is 05/63 325.
This one.
Okay, here it is.
Well, that's a picture I definitely don't want to keep.
Order for temporary detention or placement of Superior Court of the State of Alaska in the matter of extended placement of minors Ronan, a minor under 18 years of age, having found probable cause to support the pending petition, or the minor having been determined delinquent or in violation of a probation contract agreement. The court finds, by preponderance of evidence, that the detention or placement outside the home of a parent or guardian is necessary to protect the minor or others. It is ordered that. So there was a point in the game where we see a flashback where she specifically says she wants her gremlins back. So I'm wondering if surely it wasn't Tessa. So she lost her kids for some amount of time, and then she got them back. Or maybe no, this was just she got the court order. Okay. When was this? Hold on, when was this issued? Hearing held on 3/16/05. Is that when the minor is committed to the custody of the Division of Juvenile Justice for detention in a locked or secure facility such as Fireweed Residential for Troubled Youth? Or is this after? Has discretion to release the minor without further court order. As above is supported by the oral findings below in the record and contained in the clerk's notes or otherwise noted below. On the recommendation of Courtmaster A. Benjamin, Superior Court Judge Erica Wright. Certify that on a copy of this order was sent to minor authority / parent or guardian. Placement or detention facility. What is that picture of her though? Or that's a picture of Tyler. Okay.
That's a mug shot.
Yeah. Yeah, that didn't really tell us anything we didn't already know.
Department has the discretion to release a minor without further court order.
The detention. So Fireweed has discretion to release the minor, or has discretion, so they can decide when they release the minor.
Okay.
Yeah. Which they did when we were like 16 or something.
Go back to computer and information in the court order with someone else? Okay, I don't know.
Here.
Ooh.
Figure I should be a little bit more deliberate about this. 0, yeah, methodical. 01 com EBR.
I need to check out 0501 COM EBR.
This one. This one. This one.
Here we go. Jesus. Unbelievable. Brown reported Marianne to Child Services. What? Where are you? What's going on?
Ronan family deposition. So this was sent on January 31st, Child Services. So, okay. Brown reported her to why?
I think that's the question we're supposed to be asking.
Yeah, yes, that's true. I'm thinking out loud.
No, that's definitely a why. Child service.
Oh, child service new. Let's make sure we didn't miss anything first. Okay, hospital discharge.
Oh.
Got something.
Audio recording.
Oh.
There's 2. Let's listen to audio recording.
That's the earlier one. It's in 11, 16, 14.
Yeah, you're right.
I'm saying to listen to it.
We want to make sure we get this one though. This is probably the juicier one. 0568 MISC.
Reference is 05 R68 MISC.
This one?
There.
Not even gonna lie, I'm pretty sure you opened every box at least once at this point.
I think so, yeah. But without knowing which file specifically.
Why is that here?
Meadow Clinic. Juneau, Alaska. Patient last name Ronan. Date of birth is 03/07/93. It's the MRN. Diagnosis concussion. Okay, so we fell out of that tree. Remember that we fell out of the tree. Description. Oh, that's why. So we fell. Remember when we were talking about that tree and they fell out of and he got a concussion?
Oh.
Or wait, was that before you joined? That might have been before you joined the stream. The tree outside of our house we found, we fell out of it and we got a concussion.
Interesting.
Description of symptoms: pressure on the head, headache, loss of consciousness, nausea, dazed, hospital release. Patient name, Tessa Vichy, hereby release St. Meadow Clinic from liability following the patient as per terms of this release agreement. I have read and understood this hospital release form. Okay.
Who is Vici?
Tessa? That's
Oh, that's Tessa. Okay.
Yeah, the shop owner. But why did Tessa take us to the hospital? Oh, because it's in Juneau. Maybe because
Tessa's name came up. Search for her.
we need the other.
First, I want to hear this audio recording of Child Services.
This is Officer Eddie Brown.
Hello, Officer Brown. This is Simone Prue from the Office of Child Services.
Hello, Mrs. Prue.
I'm calling about the Ronan family. I just wanted to let you know that we will be moving forward with the case.
I see.
Is there anyone additional we should interview while we're in the area?
Yeah, Samuel Kansky is a close friend of the family.
Uh-huh. K-A-N-S...
K-Y.
Great. Your caseworker, Sandy Black, will be arriving on March 5th. She'll drop by the station first thing in the morning.
Mrs. Prue, how worried should we be?
I really can't say until I have a full picture of the situation.
Of course. Well, have a good afternoon, Mrs. Prue.
You too, sir.
I just listened to Brown chatting with OCS. He really did it. He reported her.
What if he was just a go-between? He might not have had a choice. We need to keep digging.
Yeah, the police wouldn't be involved unless for some reason they thought. And generally, I think they're gonna engage Child Protective Services, or like, so there'd be some reason to do that. So concussion. So Tessa found us, took us to the hospital, and had it forwarded to CPS.
No, because the concussion happened in 2015.
Oh, you're right.
The report happened in 2014. And if you're looking at it that way too, they said March 5th was when they're gonna actually go down and make a decision.
Yeah, well, 2014 we were already in. I mean, that was last year.
Yeah, no, but yeah, that was like November. That message happened.
Oh,
and
no.
They said March 5th, 2015 is when they're gonna come down.
No. This happened back then because they just digitized this. So I think this is the date when it was digitized, not when it was taken.
Huh.
Because remember they said that they digitized some of their stuff.
Okay.
Right?
This is Officer Eddie Brown.
Oh yeah, okay, that makes sense.
This is Simone Prue from the Office
Oh, you're
of
right.
Child
No, that makes
Services.
sense.
Hello, Mrs. Prue.
I'm calling about the Ronan family. I just wanted to let you know that we will be moving.
Tessa's name came up. Search for her.
This I want to finish. Did we get everything here?
That Sam name started popping up now.
Just want to make sure that we get everything here.
Bingo.
Incident report. Let's see if there's anything. Hold on. Sam. Child Services. D. Brown. Incident reports. let's do Tessa first.
Got something.
Jeez. Yeah, I think you're right. We're gonna have to search every single one of these boxes. 2005, 21, 2005, 2015, 46. Theft report, and child neglect. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, you sneaky.
2005 201 546.
Oh, that makes sense though, because didn't Tessa have to? Because wasn't Tessa putting stuff on a tab for a bit?
Okay, here it is.
Okay.
Uh-huh. Oh, okay, so that's where it's just, yeah.
Wait, what the hell?
Tessa accused her of child neglect.
Oh, because you fell out of a tree and she took you to the hospital.
Yeah.
what do you want me to say?
Incident theft. Reported filed from so shoplifting. Oh, that's not shoplifting. That's not shoplifting. That's just failure to pay. Like, you let them leave the shop with those goods with the expectation they'd pay them back. So they're just, defaulting on payments, which you're gonna have to take that to small claims court. You're not gonna be able to hit them with shoplifting. That's not how it works. Let's see. On 1/31/05, Mary Ann Ronan entered Veni Vici, owned by Thomas and Tessa Vici. Miss Vici stated that her observed Ronan browse the aisles for approximately 10 minutes while chatting distractedly with her. Miss Vici stated she was behind the cash register and did not have direct eye contact. Vici stated that after these 10 minutes, Ronan asked Vici if she had any organic mosquito incense in stock. Vici informed Ronan she did not, but stated she believed this demand was odd due to the winter season. Ronan then left without purchase of anything. Vici stated that after 5 minutes, she walked back through the aisle where Ronan had been and discovered a mixing box of detergent. Yeah.
That's shoplifting.
That would be, but I'm pretty sure she's lying.
Yeah, I also think that too.
Vici stated that she had very recently restocked the shelves and no one else had been in the store that morning. Vici stated she suspected Ronan of shoplifting before in the past, notably while in the company and possibly with the aid of Ronan's 2 children. That's a lie. Vici stated that she also had reason to suspect Ronan to be guilty of child neglect. They don't eat and are exposed to all kinds of inappropriate influences. That's a lie. She herself helps to feed those children. She knows they're fed. Vici believed is possessed some form of abuse and may be occurring at home. Yeah. So she's the real villain.
Why is she just spouting this nonsense? What does
Probably
she have
because
against her?
she's transphobic.
Oh yeah, I forget that she's transphobic.
Yep, that's what's happening right now. Disgusting. Someone get me a pair of scissors.
Give me a pair of scissors and a lake.
I need to get moving.
We're taking a little off the top.
Shit. I'm sorry, Tyler. I couldn't stop him. He's coming your way.
Get out.
Uncle, we didn't mean to.
I'm not gonna repeat myself.
Get out.
You're a goddamn hypocrite.
I said move it.
Oh yeah. Yeah, he's actually...
Get off me.
Because he would have known.
Spend the night here? Come on.
I said don't fucking touch me.
Go on. And consider yourselves lucky you're family.
Let's talk.
Yeah.
In private.
You're right. Family. And for Allison's sake, we should talk.
About what?
We saw our file. We know about social services. Why? Why did you turn your back on her? Why did Tessa?
Okay.
Explain yourself, gamer.
Yeah, you're right.
We need to talk.
Oh, they got the funeral music playing.
The winter before your mother's death was hard. Delos Crossing was snowed in for months. Most roads were closed and plane supplies were scarce. Everyone was struggling.
Especially
Okay.
Marianne.
Yeah. She was always just scraping by. And that winter left nothing to scrape up. Even if locals had found time to help her. I don't know, I'm not sure your mother would have accepted.
She was struggling, so Tessa came to you? I don't think we're there yet. She was struggling.
So, she was struggling through the snowstorm of the century, and you reported her to social services?
No.
Tessa came to me and reported potential child neglect.
Right.
As a sworn officer, I am required by federal law to report the allegation to OCS.
Fair.
I think only if you find it credible that, okay. Tessa stabbed her in the back. Where are you some words?
I don't think you should be saying. I don't think I did.
Yeah, let's go ahead and go with, so you called child services. This just reminds me of the Joker in The Dark Knight. Let her go. Very poor choice of words.
Very poor choice of words.
So you took her word for it and called child services.
Failure to provide adequate food, lack of appropriate supervision, inattention to a child's psychological care. Like it or not, she had a case.
Okay.
What?
Yeah.
It's bullshit.
It is BS.
Just following the law then. Right.
Right.
So why did you
Is that why you came over that day? The day she died? To warn her about social services?
She loved you two so damn much. She deserved a chance. I didn't see it coming. She...
Okay.
I don't know. Right there, she must have decided it was over.
I thought always telling each other the truth was our #1 rule.
Still is, little moose.
Oh, come on, you can't.
You still lied.
I didn't want you two putting yourselves through unnecessary hurt. But you're adults and that was your choice to make. I'm truly sorry.
Thank you, Uncle.
No, I still, so I have a problem with this because they knew she was under duress, right? She had a shotgun in her possession at the time of death. So her lashing out, her basically saying she wants to end it all and take her children with her, wouldn't be the most ridiculous explanation for what happened. And the children defended themselves. You knew this. You knew that she was under duress. And you knew the circumstances of this case. So why did we end up in juvie for 10 years? And why did you keep Tyler's sister from him, knowing that he wasn't some deranged maniac? That he was actually defending himself?
That's the name of the game, Tim.
I guess.
Tell me why.
Yeah, tell me what we need. Why? I really want to know. Okay, that's bullshit, Allison. Just like that, huh? It is BS. Tell me why. That's bullshit. I mean, that it is bullshit. You beat me to it. Should we call him out on his BS?
Honestly, if I was a real person in this real situation, I just say that's absolutely fodder. That is bullshit. But
yeah,
I guess my question is, are you going for like a quote unquote good route thing? I don't know. I don't know how either of these actions that.
We're gonna call it because that is BS. That without us knowing all of this history that Tessa was setting up this whole encounter, then it makes sense the reason we were treated that we were. But now knowing that they had all of this information and they still behave the way they did is complete BS. So I'm calling it.
Okay.
I'm calling it.
What?
Bullshit.
It's bullshit. He didn't forget to water your goddamn plants. He lied. You know what? Never mind. Eddie, you keep trying to point your finger at Tessa, but you have to take responsibility for your part in our mother's death.
Well, no.
I've asked myself over and over for the past 10 years what I could have done different.
Not a lot,
I know
actually.
I made a big mistake with you two here. And you've got every right to be angry. Being a father, well, it's a pretty tough job. I've tried my best.
That's not what I'm angry about.
And I'd like to try my best with you too, Tyler, if you want it.
So, for me, the BS here is there's no way he knew that she was gonna go get a gun and, you know, murder unalive.
Murder unalive?
Yeah, the other word is kind of banned. Not so much here, but on the YouTubes. He had no way of knowing that she was going to do that. So there's really no way to blame him for that. But where the blame lies is what came after for me. What came after was complete BS. Like, he didn't need to keep the children separated. Because it wasn't just like derangement or you know, she took his Xbox and so he stabbed her. He wasn't just flying off the handle. He knew that it was truly, or he thought it was self. Yeah, yep, exactly, Drew. Yeah. He would have thought it was self-defense. So keeping them apart is complete BS. Anyways, that's the part that would have angered me, not the fact that there was nothing really he could have done about that. He did what he had to do in terms of reporting, you know, potential abuse for it to be investigated. Now what the court did is crazy.
Well, even then, like I do think that there is a bit of foul play in terms of the reports. I mean, I know you have to like actually write a report down, right? But
yep. Well, no, yeah, you're right. Because he was at the house all the time.
Mm-hmm.
So he would have known that that the children were fed. But yeah, he shouldn't even submit the report because, you know, there needs to be a, you know, it's kind of, he would have known there was no like reason to file a report because he knew the children were taken care of. Yeah, no. That is, yeah, it's all BS. It's all BS.
Like the entire thing is just like really, really whack.
Yeah. Okay, so we could get there with time. No, it's not that easy.
These both say the same thing. It's just that I don't know. I try to be more positive.
Yeah. Me personally, I would not be able to trust this man. But the story obviously is not trying to go there. I'm gonna soften. We're gonna soften a little bit here. We're gonna soften a little bit here.
I'm open to getting there. But it's gonna take some time before we're a big, happy family.
I respect that. It's hard work rebuilding trust. But you got a place here whenever you need it.
I respect.
I'm sorry, it just felt so abrupt.
It was, yeah. It's like as soon as the instant he stopped talking, I respect that.
Group hug?
Get away from me.
Absolutely not.
Absolutely not. Thank you.
Yeah.
I you know, I want that as a clip now. Just like a random redeem. I respect that.
I'm as wicked as it gets.
Tim, make that a redeem on your channel.
Yeah, I could
make that a video redeem. Just like, I don't know, where someone just something happens, pay 500 points. I respect that.
Let me put a marker there so I can find it again. But do you want to keep going, or this is a pretty good stopping place if you're
yeah, no, I was thinking this is a good stopping place. I was on the edge of my seat to see what happens in the file room.
Right. Well then, friendos. I don't think I can. Can I switch scene? No, I can't switch scenes, or your audio will drop out.
That's fine.
So we'll just stay here. Yeah, thanks again, everybody, for hanging out. Miho, thank you for coming in. Hopefully, we can do this again. I'd like to continue this game with you if that's possible. If not, no worries.
Yeah.
Hopefully, we can do this again. Friends, I hope you enjoyed. Miho does have the most delightful laugh on Twitch.tv. That is facts, actually.
Oh, thank you.
And yeah, Drew, thank you as well. Miho does have a phenomenal laugh. Yeah, thanks everybody for hanging out. Drew, thanks for hanging out so long as well. You've been here for a while. Everybody for coming through. Appreciate you all. There's Miho. Miho's got great emotes too. So make sure you guys check out Miho. Miho will be streaming later this evening. I'll definitely be hanging out there. Yeah. Thanks again, everybody. I love these devs. They make absolute bangers. And I love this style of game, and I like their storytelling. Even if I try to poke it full of holes sometimes, I do love this dev. You're now following Miho. Let's go.
Thank you. Arigato gozaimasu.
We'll be over there shortly, probably. Miho, do you want to? Anything you want to say to the people?
I respect that.
Yeah, we're gonna have to make that a redeem.
God, I'm sorry. Like, there's this all this like tension and sense and all that stuff, and then out of nowhere, I respect that.
Oh, mercy. All right.
Anyways, no. Thanks for having me, Tim. I want to see if I could try to come again. Next time you do this, next Saturday. Next Saturday?
Yeah, it could be. We can
Yeah, we'll convene on that. I don't mind trying to like hang out for this. It's a vibe. I enjoy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see. Let's find a friendo to raid, shall we? Miho, do you have any suggestions for a raid?
I might have a suggestion. Give me a second. There are two people I could toss. Well, actually, there's three people. There's a lot of people on today. God damn it.
Yeah, I was going as well. Like, Jesus.
There's a lot of cool people today. Actually, it is Misaki's birthday today.
Oh yeah, I think I did see that.
So I'd give Misaki
if I had to choose, I'd give Misaki a birthday raid because Misaki's pretty cool.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. Thank you for reminding me. Let's see. Misaki is doing special events. Looks like she got some homies in their chat, so let's go ahead and hop over there. Guys, hang out for the raid, get some channel points. You do get a little bit of bonus of channel points for hanging out in the raid. Yeah. Do we want to do a raid message? I usually don't, but we could.
Whatever your style is, your channel.
Let's see here. We'll just do a birthday raid, I guess. Let me actually make the raid message first because I'm bad at that.
Yeah, I felt that.
We will do.
Are we gonna do your cheer? Or are we gonna do? Oh wait.
Yeah, we can do the cheer. So we'll do, I guess, just birthday raid.
Yeah.
Should have an animated cheer. I
I
don't
love
have
it like
one now.
He doesn't do raids, Pat. No worries.
No worries. No worries. If you do want to check them out, I'll put their channel in chat. If you want to check them out. Birthday raid. So we'll do this. That doesn't imply that it's my birthday, does it?
No, it won't imply that. Or
yeah.
I think they'll understand it's for them. Most people are selfish like myself.
And let's do a global emote. Let's see. Which global emote? I guess we could just do the default dance. I was hoping there was like a cake or something. Let's see, I don't think there's a cake. Why is there not a cake global emote? Is this party hat, party popper? Are these universal global emotes?
Party popper? Let me check.
There's this one.
I think party popper and party hat are.
Okay. We'll do actually kind of like the party popper one better. Let's do party popper.
It looks like that that 9mm birdshot.
Guaranteed not to hit anything.
God.
All right, so we'll do global emotes for the folks that don't have the emotes. Friends, if you are hanging out, you're getting channel points. If you get 10K channel points, please avail yourself to the gifted sub. If you do not have a sub, I will gift you a sub. If you can get 10K channel points, it's a lot of channel points for hanging out. Just a way to give back a little bit for people for hanging out. If you already have a sub, I will either gift a sub to the person of choice for you, or I will gift a sub to the community if you want. So yeah, do avail yourselves to that if you have the 10K. Let's start this Rado. Channel here. Raid. And this is a 18 up channel, so if you are not you're not 18 up, feel free to drop out. Anyways, again, thank you so much, friendos. This was a great stream. I love these games. Miho, thank you so much for turning me on to this game. And thanks for hanging out. Really appreciate it.
No worries, fam. No, I appreciate the invite. I've been meaning to just like vibe more again.
Thank you, Drew. All right, friendos, let's hit it. I'll catch you next time. Maybe I'll catch some of you in Miho's stream as well later. See ya.
Right. Bye bye. Matane.
Bye.
I blame the prompts on this one. Like, my first prompt had Homer Simpson. I should have just taken Homer fucking Simpson.
These
I like Bring It On.